Bobby, dude, your decimal course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait.
Hans is on right now.
What? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the first annual ChessPunks Champs Tournament. I'm here together with Grandmaster Daniel King. Daniel, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. It's a beautiful day here in London. How is it in your part of the world? In Barcelona?
It has been a very cold, brisk day, and in fact, earlier today I did a quick run around the hills, and I had to keep my jacket on, so you might actually be having nicer weather than I am having
it's absolutely
in
beautiful.
Barcelona right now.
It's absolutely beautiful here in London. Sun is shining. Now, what's happening here?
Guys, there's still audio in my ear. There's an ad playing. Can we just turn that off? Thank you. So I'm hanging out, guys, and I've been... Sorry, Daniel. I'm still having a lot of audio playing on my headphones right now. And now I'm
It's a cracking start. Well, folks, we've got the ChessPunks tournament, and I'm very excited about this because we have...
Yeah, looks like now I'm good. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I had a whole bunch of different things playing all at once, and I'm like, why is this still going on? So in any case, sorry, Daniel, can you ask me your question again?
What's happening? Why are we here?
Well, we are here to watch 32 of the most motivated adult improvers do battle on the chessboard, right? We have players from all over the world. They qualified via a qualifying tournament that we held about a month ago in two different days. And these players have qualified by playing. Some were invited, especially by the ChessPunks co-founder, Neil Bruce, who's actually playing today in the tournament as well. But yeah, we have a bracket of 4 different brackets of players coming and joining and playing each other. Daniel, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about these players because you've done some coaching with them.
Well, I tell you what, I am so excited to see what's going to go on in this tournament because I have my quartet of students. 4 students I've been coaching over the past couple of weeks. So I want to see how they get on. And yeah, as you say, it's completely international. So I've got one of my students who's in the under 1300s bracket now. He is Lekan from Lagos in Nigeria. I've got Rebecca, who's in South Africa. I've got Neil, who's in the US. I've got Mr. Dodgy, who's well, he's the Scotsman, but he's in Sweden. And I'm fascinated to see how they get on. You know, I'm like the trainer sending a boxer into the ring, or the football manager, you know, watching the players go out onto the pitch, and I'm just going to be cheering them on. It's going to be well, I'm just so excited to see how they get on. You know, having coached them, and you know, can they put some of what we've looked at into practice? But okay, obviously, I'm a little bit biased, but you know, there's lots of other players there, and of course, there have been other coaches who have been schooling these players as well. So it's going to be an intense battle. It's going to be very exciting and a little bit random as well, which is also going to be great fun.
I think the level of play that we're going to see is going to be vastly different because we have 4 different rating brackets, right? Right now, we're going to take a look at the under 1300 bracket with 8 players that are going to play each other. We have Faisal Mahdi from Kuwait. We have Omar Mills, also known as Chess Von Doom on Twitter. You can follow him. He does great content. We have Oladipupo Lekan your student, Daniel.
Yeah.
Then we have Mark Manikorian from Armenia. So and Oladipupo is from Nigeria, forgot to mention.
Yeah.
And then we have Empire Thetra or Tetra. I'm not sure how to pronounce that actually, but she's from England. Then we have Embry Roosh from the United States. We have Rajbir Chakraborty, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. If not, then all the Indians who are watching right now, I'm sure will be able to correct me later. And then we have David Lowther from the US as well. So quite an international lineup of players. And you were telling me a really nice little anecdote before, Daniel, which maybe you can share for all of our viewers right now about Lekan and how you were trying to teach him, and he was on some bus and he was trying to learn from you while making his way over to his college class, I believe.
Well, what's really impressed me about him is his commitment. In fact, the commitment of all my students has been fantastic. But Lekan, he's 18 years old, from Lagos in Nigeria, and it was the only way we could squeeze in a session. He was on a morning bus going to college. Now this is rush hour in Lagos, you know, one of the most densely populated cities in the world. And there's cars honking, there's people jostling onto the bus, the doors are open, the windows are open, there's people just going in front of him. He's trying to look at the screen while I'm, you know, giving him questions and stuff. He can't hear me, I can't hear him. We're messaging, so we're still managing to have a proper session. And he was still coming up with fantastic ideas. So I'm just so impressed by his commitment, not just in that one session, but you know, he stuck with it and his concentration was extraordinary. Now, if he can show that kind of concentration in his games today, I think he's going to walk it. There you go. Right. I said it. I'm confident. I want my man to do well, but I just love his coach. Yeah.
Confident coach. Well, let's take a look at the next bracket that is also going to be happening concurrently, right? We have 4 different brackets, 4 different groups of players playing at the same time. We're only going to highlight one game per round. So, but we do have a really interesting bracket at the under 1700 happening. And we have a guy called Ivan Zhuk, right? Which would, you know, he kind of reminds me, you know, of this guy right here. But his name is spelled slightly differently. So we have Ivan Zhuk, we have Abhishek, we have Sharif, we have the ChessPunks co-founder Neil Bruce from the United States. We have Christian Klimchak, we have Sir Ruksky, who is choosing to remain anonymous, but you can find him on Twitter under that name. We have Maurits van der Meer, whose name I can pronounce very well because he's a fellow Dutchman. And then we have Solveig Freeberg, also known as Rookie Redhead, and you can find her Twitch channel live all the time. And in fact, Neil and Solveig did the qualifiers together on, and they did the commentary for that one. So interesting group of players. You have some experience like teaching one of these players. Who did you coach in this group, Daniel?
Well, Neil. I was coaching Neil, who's, as you say, one of the founder of the ChessPunks. I mean, maybe we should talk a little bit more about, you know, the ChessPunks community. What is the ChessPunks community? Now, you've been in on the ChessPunks community as well for, you know, pretty much since its inception. So you should talk a little bit more about it. I'm a latecomer.
Okay, we only have 2 minutes left before the games are starting, so I will be really quick with the ChessPunks explanation. ChessPunks is a group of chess improvers. You can find them by typing in the hashtag ChessPunks on Twitter. It's a group of people who started sharing their journey to become better chess players together, and they're very supportive, wonderful community of players. Let's take a look at the under 2000 bracket really quick next, which has another one of your students, obviously, Daniel, because every coach has been coaching one of the brackets, and she's right up top here. Rebecca Selkirk from South Africa is playing Michael Porcelli, Chessable author under the name of Chess in Black and White. Nick Weissel, who's also all over Twitter and a very active chess punk. We have Jules Gambit, streamer. We have Harel Davidson. We have Jan Maarten, and his last name is Van den Boogaard. And then we have Tushar Anand, YouTube streamer. You can find him also if you look for Sadistic Tushi. And then we have Orla Dorman from the United Kingdom. Let's quickly take a look at the Open because that is the round that we're going to focus on. And the game that we're going to focus on in the Open is the battle between Mr. Jaji and JJ Lang, the host of the Chess Feels podcast. But of course, we have a couple of other interesting matchups as well. But Daniel, who of these people did you coach in this bracket?
Mr. Dodgy himself.
Oh, okay. So we're looking at a game where you're really emotionally invested.
I'm invested in all of them, but all of my students definitely. But yes, I'm very intrigued to see what the opening is, because we had prepared something very, very specific against JJ. Now, if it comes on the board, I might just hit the roof, because it's really, really specific. And Mr. Dodgy assured me, he said, I'll betcha he's gonna play this opening. Now,
Benoni?
I'm hoping he's right.
JJ is known for the Benoni. He always talks about it.
He's known for the Benoni. That's what we prepared for. Now, if he plays that, it's going to be really, really interesting. He might be walking into a minefield. So watch out. Now, have the games kicked off. We're on the hour. We should be seeing the opening move any moment.
Yep, we have about 5 seconds left before the first moves are going to be played. Good luck to all the players. We're excited to see some really good chess. I'm really excited for this game to happen. They were joking around on Twitter before that what if both of them play 2 games back to back, they draw both games, and they have 0% accuracy. I don't even know if that's ever happened. Is that even possible?
This whole accuracy percentage I find a little bit misleading, to be honest. Dependent on what machine is being used, but also the machine doesn't have very long to think about each move. So I tend to take this with a pinch of salt. I know some people use it, trying to convince others that perhaps a game wasn't credible. Let's put it like that. If the accuracy is too great, but I tend to take this with a pinch of salt.
Okay.
But anyway, if the accuracy level is like below 20, that's I can't imagine that for these guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's going to be a reasonable accuracy here, and of course, if your preparation with Mr. Dodgy works out, maybe Mr. Dodgy plays a 100% accurate game. Hey, I'm noticing you're wearing a band shirt. Can you move up a little bit so we can see what the shirt is? I have an idea here.
There we go. There we go. The Beatles.
One of the greatest bands ever.
What do you mean one of the greatest bands? What do you mean one of the greatest bands? They started everything. It's just as simple as that.
You're one of those Beatles fans.
Yeah, I know. I'm a true believer. There we are.
I love the Beatles, but there's other stuff out there.
There is a lot of other stuff out there, and I love all that other stuff out there. Here we go.
Okay, the bait's been.
Now, is that C pawn going to move? This is the big question. So, Mr. Dodgy playing white. Now, we've prepared for the Benoni. Is it going to... E6 now?
No.
No. It still could happen. Knight f3. Now, C still could play C5 and a Benoni. If he does, let's see. I'm getting a little bit nervous. Is that C pawn going to move? Drum roll, please.
I'm very curious what JJ is thinking. Maybe he was listening to our broadcast. Ooh, and then maybe he heard. You gave away the prep.
Oh no, surely not. D5! No!
No Benoni. No Benoni.
Seriously, he could have been listening.
Yeah, he could have been listening. He probably was listening.
I should have just kept my mouth shut. Oh! That's funny.
I did know that Mr. Dodgy was capable of old man chess, but this is
Catalan is fine. Catalan is just that's all good.
I should be encouraging this, right? I am in Catalonia right now.
You're in Catalonia, yes. Okay, so it's not a Benoni. However, I found that actually Mr. Dodgy often played some pretty dodgy systems. And some very dodgy systems. But somehow he often gets away with it. But I was encouraging him just to play sensible stuff, because I think he's a really good player. And actually, I just felt, I just said to him, why give yourself a disadvantage? with all these crummy systems you're playing. Play some proper chess, because I think he's a really good player. I think he's kind of selling himself short. And, well, I love playing the Catalan with white. But I mean, I played both sides of this position.
What can you tell us about the Catalan specifically, and why do you like it as an opening?
Okay, I like it because look at white's king. It is so solid. So, first of all, you haven't just got these pawns around your king. You've got 4 pawns, actually. I count the e-pawn.
Yeah.
That counts for something. And you've got the bishop and the knight. So it is super solid. It's very hard for black to get a hit against the king at the moment. So that's one thing. But yeah, it's that bishop. It's the range of that bishop, which is fantastic. And actually, black has to play with b5. And actually, black has got the system wrong already, because white has an extra move now with bishop d2. So, for example, if b5, the queen will go back to c2. And this bishop can often just come to a5.
Okay.
To hit this pawn. And this is, so white has an extra move in this position already. So this is absolutely fine for white.
There are a lot of players watching who may not be at the same level that these two players are currently, who are playing, right? Or even lower. And so it's interesting, I think, when you mention that it's super important to have this kind of close, like well-defended king. And that is, I think, because a lot of players at a lower level tend to underestimate the importance of king safety, right? And so I think that's what you were trying to illustrate, is that king safety is so incredibly important in chess, and especially at the lower levels, players are very good at attacking, very eager to go after their opponent's king, but they tend to forget about their own king. And so these first few moves in the opening, in this Catalan opening, they are all about getting that king into safety and having this compact structure around the king to give him as much safety as possible.
Yeah, I mean, both sides have a nice, safe fortress around their king, which is very important. But, I mean, I've already mentioned this bishop, which is a beautiful piece striking across the board. You can see that, the pawn and the bishop, the pawn and the rook are lined up. So, that has potential. But it's not just that. White actually controls more space in the center. Okay. And that makes it a little bit difficult for black to break out. So you can see that this knight needs to come into the game still. Yeah. But black needs a pawn break. And traditionally, black goes for c5. Not in this particular position, but in general, that's the move you need to get in. But often when this move comes in, this bishop really comes into the game. Not only that, a rook can often come to d1 to attack the queen. Having played this system with black, all I can say is, with white, there's kind of more latitude. You can get away with more with white. With black, you have to play very, very accurately, or you can find yourself in some trouble already. So I'm looking at this move, knight e5, hitting that bishop and also looking down here. The bishop might move out there, so it's probably okay for black, but I'm not. It's a little bit iffy. So now, I would certainly look at knight e5, but I would also look simply at bringing my knight into the game as well. Sorry,
you're not worried that if bishop b5 is played, that white is dropping a pawn?
Absolutely, that's what I would have to calculate. I mean, this is for the sake of illustration. This needs to be calculated very, very carefully. Of course, this one gets taken as well. So it's a trade. But I mean, this one can't be taken because it can just about be taken, actually. Yeah. Okay, so this is a long, complicated line. But black's pieces, this rook looks rather dubious. But yeah, I can understand if he actually didn't want to go down that line. It is a little bit edgy somehow. So yeah, I mean, with white, let me see. One could simply bring out the knight.
I was going to say, would you consider knight c3 just
Absolutely.
to protect against that? Yeah.
Absolutely, knight c3, just to bring the knight out, and yeah, sometimes just sticking to the simple stuff. Bring your knight into the play, bring all your pieces into play. Absolutely, totally agree.
Covers e4, allows for maybe e4 to be played after this too, right? So
well, could be. Do you know what? At the right moment, of course, you're absolutely right. If I could get those two pawns, dominating in the centre, that'd be great. I'm more interested in getting that knight to e5. That looks like such a strong piece. And if the pawn comes to e4, you also have to watch out for, some kind of wing attack like this, and that pawn might become a little weak. So
right, the players are playing pretty fast. I think they've already made a whole bunch more moves. Maybe we should move to where they are in the game right now.
So yes, excuse me. So let's just catch up. So he did go knight c3, great.
Right.
Bishop c6, super solid. He needs to challenge that bishop on g2. So it means if the knight comes in, then he can exchange off. And it's gone knight d7 and queen back to d3. So a little bit cagey from both sides. They declined to go into those, well, at least Mr. Dodgy declined to go in for those really sharp variations. Yeah. But I definitely prefer white here, because, now that knight e5 has been covered, well, I think it might be absolutely legitimate to go for your idea of pushing with e4. In this case, this looks actually rather dangerous, just to control the d5 square. And it's not so... black could break with b5 again. This is the kind of thing that, you need to weigh up. We got some more moves. We got h6. Oh, h6.
Whoa.
Oh.
There's a really good move on the board. Watch.
e4 played. Oh, and knight c5. Oh, this is Mr. Dodgy. I'm afraid e4 was premature because it's allowed knight c5.
Oof. Oh. Drops a pawn.
So if pawn takes knight, the queen's on. So he's dropped a pawn. e4, in fact, in that position was a disaster. Let's go back. Man. h6. That was this rope-a-dope. This could be rope-a-dope strategy. He's just lured him on. He's saying, okay, come on, play e4. And e4 turns out as a massive mistake. I'm afraid we weren't too switched on. We should have seen that. That's a shocker. That's a shocker. And now, because of that pin, let's just go back and move. So if pawn takes knight,
whoa,
the queen takes. So the queen is hit. It has to drop back. And he's taken the pawn on.
Beautiful tactic, though. Beautiful tactic.
Nice tactic. Yeah, it just shows, do you know what? That's kind of a sucker punch. I'm afraid we weren't very switched on. But instead of e4, I really like white's position, because h6 is kind of marking time. He should have put a rook into the middle, kept it simple.
Yeah.
What a pity. Oh, Mr. Dodgy. Now, can he fight back? The problem is, once this pawn goes, the d5 square is available for black's pieces. This is a bit of an issue. Again, I want to make that move knight e5 to hit the bishop on c6. But if knight e5, then black has time to play knight takes c3, attacking the queen, and we haven't got... I want to play knight takes bishop, but we have this Zwischenschach. Excuse me. That was a nasty Zwischenschach. And yeah, instead of knight d6, then of course you just have to recapture here. But then black can take here, and well, black is still a pawn up. The knight's not bad.
Why is it important for black to trade off that light squared bishop?
Let me just go back to the relevant position. As black, I would really like to exchange off here, because that bishop on c6 is still a little bit vulnerable to that attack with knight to e5. And if black can exchange off these bishops, also weakens white's king a little bit. And also, it will free that c-pawn for action to try and break down white's centre. So I think in general, it's quite desirable to exchange for black, to exchange off those bishops around the king. But just feels like that's a very, very healthy extra pawn. And yeah, a sucker punch. We fell for it. Mr. Dodgy fell for it. I'm afraid. I need a slug of tea. I need to wake up. This was a sucker punch.
All right, I'll join you and I'll have a sip of coffee now. I think a couple of more moves have been made, but it looks like Mr. Dodgy just traded pieces here.
Okay, yeah, and bishop takes is correct, because if knight takes, then we come to this move that's the one I'm looking to play.
Yeah.
Because you can see the bishop is attacked, the knight is attacked, and suddenly white is back in the game. But instead, of course, black played correctly by recapturing with the bishop. Good move. So that means if this knight moves, then we get to that trade. I mentioned this very favourable trade for black. But the problem for white is, how do you get rid of this bishop? I mean, the only thing is I would consider putting the bishop on e5. Mm-hmm. And then a rook in the middle. But this is just a better position for black. Black is a
Black's
clear pawn up.
Healthy pawn up here, and solid position, no craziness anywhere on the board that would lead to any real, at least not that I can see. You know, would you take a gander here at and guess what the accuracy level is of both players? And I will be able to confirm with you what their accuracy level is.
Ah, now I don't see these percentages, so it's not like I'm cheating or anything. Well, I would say that black's accuracy, for whatever this is worth, as I said, I take it with a pinch of salt.
Yeah.
Black's
accuracy let's have some fun.
Is probably 90%, whereas white's, I'm afraid, that was a big bad blunder. So I mean, I don't know whether one blunder counts for a great because it's one move which is really bad. So I don't know whether how that's kind of factored into this equation, if you see what I mean. But
sure. It's a hypothetical, but
it's a really bad blunder. So I would put it way down, under 50% somewhere, just because it's a huge blunder. I don't know. So I don't know how these things work. This accuracy.
The accuracy score currently given for white is still 90%. The accuracy score given for black, though, 97.4.
97.4 for black.
Yeah, JJ is playing a phenomenal game right here. He waited, he got his tactic in, and now he's just converting and getting a position that is just really good. So I see some more moves have been made.
We've got more moves. So here, just very quickly, what was white's accuracy level?
90%, and black is at 97.
Oh, okay. So basically, because it's a huge blunder, it doesn't necessarily factor that in, if you see what I mean, because the rest of white's moves were actually very good.
Yeah. It brought down the accuracy level, but of course, like, out of all those moves, right, the rest of the moves were pretty good, but unfortunately this tells you that chess is hard. You make one big mistake, and even though all your other moves are probably fine, that one big mistake can cost you, right?
Absolutely.
It's so important to play all the right moves.
And not necessarily, and in the right order too. To the old joke. Actually, I mean, JJ's play super solid. I really like the queen on d5, supporting the bishop on e4. That's a very nice battery. At the moment, you can see actually that knight can't move because the bishop on g2 can be taken. So, well, he's moved the queen, but that's okay. I mean, the queen is actually nicely placed on f5 on these, looking at these light squares. Also, it makes room potentially. Maybe even a rook to come up to double on the d file, but queen f5 looks pretty solid. Clock times 8:41, 8:40 for Mr. Dodgy, 7:44. So we're a long way from randomness, and they do of course get 5 seconds increment per move. So Yeah, well, if it gets down to that point, it could get a bit random. But at the moment, no severe time pressure.
Of course, now what Black doesn't want to do, right? Which actually, for me, for a second there, I was thinking, oh, like d5 is a great square for the knight. But of course, we cannot do this because if we place that knight on d5, we're going to lose a full bishop. So again, like one quick oversight, thinking like, oh, I've got everything under control, but all of a sudden, if we would make this move now, things are going to start to look very different. So, okay, so you were thinking of bringing the rook to d5, and then is that because you're not worried about the rook being attacked because the light squared bishop is so buried on g2 because there's so many pieces in the way?
Yeah, it's simply a very safe square, and one can then contemplate doubling, and then kind of interesting things happen. Although this pawn at the moment is pretty well protected, one never knows when something like this could happen. I mean, there are, of course, there are many other ways to play this position. I would also consider stepping back with the bishop, which would then allow this knight to enter the game on e4.
That's nice.
And then the bishop could come here, for example. Listen, there are lots of ways to play this. And I'm just thinking if Black could get a little bit frisky and even go g5 and start to open things up. Now, normally, I would say do not move your pawns up in front of your king. However, I think we can test the rule because the queen is actually over near the king, so it can cover the king pretty well, and we might be able to sort of kind of just advance that pawn here and just gain a little bit of space. But okay, I still wouldn't do it.
I'm very amused for a second with the conversation and happening in Twitch chat. Hi everybody in chat. I see you guys are having a completely different type of conversation. And actually, Daniel, the conversation happening in Twitch chat is about your German and people not being aware that you actually speak German very well. And in fact, you have presented material in German before, haven't you?
I have indeed. There's a Chessable course of Deutsch.
Yeah. So when you were saying Zwischenschach before, you actually
Zwischenschach. Yeah.
You speak some German. Okay. So a move has been made, and interestingly enough, maybe we can fast forward to that position. The position has updated, and we are now looking at a knight on d5 and no more light squared bishops.
Okay, here we go. So yeah. I mean, I like the knight on e5, of course, but once those light square bishops are exchanged, then the king's a little bit weaker, and that knight can now, of course, sit on d5 beautifully. I mean, basically, JJ's in control here. And, yeah, I have a funny feeling Mr. Dodgy was kind of thinking, oh, well, maybe on a good day we might be able to sort of open things up, but oh god, you got to watch out for that knight hopping in with a glorious family fork. Yeah, not so great. So JJ's still in control. Clock times 5:35 for Mr. Dodgy, 7:90. So even JJ even has a time advantage here.
It looks like Mr. Dodgy made a move, and if I'm looking at the evaluation, there's a question mark behind this move. Oof! Why is this a questionable move, Daniel? Please explain to us.
Well, I don't know. To be perfectly frank, I have no idea. Well, let me say this. I would look at this move, and this is potentially the reason that the computer doesn't like this move. I mean, I'm not working with a computer, so I don't know, but I suspect that this might be the reason because, well, if the king comes back here, then we might be getting close to, do I have a check here and taking here? Or is it queen h3 allows queen f1? That's not too good. If I go back, I suspect there's a very good move here. Is knight h, I think knight h3 is, oh no.
Shall I tell you what the engine thinks in this position, or should we avoid any mentions of the monster?
No, we can use the monster. I just have a funny feeling there's a kill in this position.
Yeah, you're right. The engine wants to go
F6.
after this move. The wants to go f6 and then knight f3,
and then queen g4. Yeah.
Knight f4 check.
Oh, I think we got the wrong position. It must be queen g4. So knight f3 and then queen g4. This is just winning on the spot. Yeah, so f6 is the winning move, basically. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it's pretty mechanical, to be honest. We just need to make sure we check on g4. And yeah, f6 is the move. So, right, I think we've discovered why this move, queen c4, isn't... Oh, has he taken there? No, hang on. Let's go back. No, black to move. So JJ is thinking in this position. Now, I think he's seen it because he's invested about 2 minutes over this move.
That's a knockout blow right there. If that comes...
Well, the only thing I'd say is, of course, you don't need to take it. I think...
Okay, sure. But it's another pawn around the king.
It's not good. It's a heavy blow. It's not quite a knockout yet. Has he taken it? This is the question. He's still thinking. So he's now down to 4.5 minutes. Now this is Mr. Dodgy's chance, because if the clock ticks down, it could get very, very random. And I suspect after bishop h4, he will do something like... Well, he might be able to chuck a rook to the h file. Maybe not immediately.
I have a quick update on your student Neil Bruce.
Oh, go on.
He's won.
Oh, fantastic.
Won his game.
Brilliant. Maybe we can look at that in a second. But we should probably focus on one game, Gert.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was just curious and browsing the results real quick to see what's going on. Most of the games are still going on. So
okay. So Neil struck an early blow. That's great news.
It's good news for him.
The thing is, even if JJ doesn't go for bishop h4, the point is black has such a solid position here. You know, you can sit there and just enjoy yourself.
JJ's now down to 3.5 minutes and his clock's still ticking.
I think he's analysing this, which is in some ways a big mistake. You either decide to do it or you don't.
Weird move.
Rook
we just
C8.
played a move.
Rook c8. Strange move.
Yeah. What was the idea?
I couldn't tell you.
Perhaps he wants to play c5?
Yeah, but do you know what? He doesn't need to actually change the structure here. That's the thing. He should just be... In this position, if I go back a move...
Can you explain what you mean by a structure? Just so that some of the players who are watching this, especially the family and friends of all of the lower rated players, can you explain what you mean by a pawn structure?
Okay, so let's have a look at black's pawn structure here. That's a really beautiful structure because there are no real weaknesses in there.
Every pawn supports another pawn, and the back rank pawns that are closest to the king are all covered and protected.
It's really nice. And because white is a pawn down, it means that this knight can sit there in the middle and it can't be pushed away. So it's basically it's like a really good guard in boxing. You know, you've got this, and basically white's pieces, you can't lay a punch on black. So black doesn't need to shake things. Black doesn't need to change things too much. If you don't go for the sacrifice, what you could do is just move a bishop here, for example. And just, maybe think, well, maybe I'll take it. Maybe I'll go g5. I don't know. You don't need to shake too much. Whereas after rook c8, okay, he sort of wants to do something. Sometimes you don't need to do too much in chess. Mr. Dodgy hasn't moved yet.
He's probably thinking, what can he do? They're really close on time again.
I mean, one thing he could possibly consider is playing the knight here and switching around back to c5. Or is the knight too far away from the king's side?
Wouldn't it just be traded off by the dark squared bishop?
Well, Yeah, that might open this up. It could lead to exchanges. I mean, listen, it's all good for black. I agree with you. This is still good for black. I'm just wondering whether black still has this hit here. Let's see, what's he done? I think we've got some more moves. Let's just go back.
It seems like the opportunity has gone somehow. Oof! What is this?
He's played f3. Okay, he's covering g4. I mean, I don't like that move.
It's very weakening, no?
Along the second rank, yes. And if that rook were to move, we've got a lovely knight fork there. Of course, the rook at the moment is covering that. But f3, I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to plug some gaps here. But it feels rather dubious. Just positionally, long term, not great.
That's a grandmaster talking, everybody. They often talk about feeling things. They cannot explain it because they've seen thousands and thousands of chess positions. And when they say there's a positional weakness, that means that, there's something has happened here where we previously, Daniel really nicely highlighted the pawn structure. And here again, what I think feels wrong to you, Daniel, is the fact that now those 3 pawns are no longer connected. And so 2 of those pawns, the f3 pawn and the g3 pawn, they're floating, right? They're not really, the only thing that's protecting them are the knight and the king. And so that feels a little loose to you.
It does. I mean, concretely, you can see the second rank is open. So later on, there could be a check. And again, concretely, this square is weakened. Again, at the moment, it's covered, but it's later on. Pawns can't move backwards. In this position, the best move would be to play the pawn back to f2. Right, let's. I'm serious. Just check.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we want to put that pawn back.
Okay, the knight has gone to g4. Again, the computer doesn't like this. I think Mr. Dodgy is angling to kick the queen with the rook. But do you know what? I think JJ has played this in quite a cunning way. He's not, maybe he's sort of thinking about playing c5, but he doesn't need to. He can sit there because his structure is so solid, so strong. And he can wait for Mr. Dodgy just to play these kind of weakening moves. And at some moment, black is going to land a huge punch here. h5. Now, let me see. I mean, possibly he was planning something like rook e5, but I don't think it does much because the queen just comes back to g6.
So moves have been made, and it looks like JJ is starting to push back a little bit at Mr. Dodgy now. And
h5 is a good move. I like that.
Yeah.
It puts the question to the knight. If the knight comes back, then the queen could maybe come here and starts to target this pawn. This is where this queen starts to look very poorly placed because it's on the wrong side of the board, and black's queen is in the danger zone, as I call it, in the danger zone around the king, and white's queen is miles away.
Maybe it's just time for Mr. Dodgy to play queen e2 and hang out, do nothing.
He's played knight f2.
Of course.
But I like, for example, queen g6.
Because you're setting up a trick. Maybe you can illustrate the trick.
I can illustrate the trick. Queen is on the same line as the king, and then bishop h4. It's a pin, can't be taken because with the queen here. Okay, let me play some random moves to illustrate it. So queen g6. Okay, let's play a random move over here. Bishop takes pawn. You can see there's a pin. Can't be taken because of the check.
And the queen looks quite good on g6 because maybe f5 can be played afterwards or something.
Don't change the structure. Don't change the structure. Anyway, in any case, he's gone for c5. So he is breaking things apart. However, in this case, I think he's fine because black is so well coordinated here, and it actually is going to bring black's pieces into play. And particularly if that bishop reaches here. You remember I mentioned that weakened e3 square? And with the queen here, JJ's doing extremely well.
More moves now, and the players are starting, especially Mr. Dodgy's clock is ticking down to under 1 minute now.
So, massive threat to play knight e3 check. There's a discovered attack. Bishop takes knight, and the queen is on as well. So I think that queen has to move. I think he's maybe here. It's not, whatever white does, it's not good. But he's just got to make sure he doesn't drop material here, because he's absolutely on the edge.
Okay, yeah, so he's played it.
Yeah, it's not good, but I think it's the best of a bad bunch, basically.
And now, would you trade the bishop for the knight on f2? Because it's a very sorry knight, and that bishop looks quite nice. The dark squared black bishop there.
Do you know what? Because black is a pawn up here, in fact, I think trades are okay. I think, for example, you could just go for mass exchanges here. Something like this, and then, take here and check down here.
Yeah,
you still have to win the ending. I mean, I think it's selling black's position short.
Right.
I think somehow black can maintain some pressure here. Let me think. I'm not sure about exchanging immediately, but one could simply play queen takes queen here and maintain a very healthy advantage. And
it looks like that has happened.
Okay, let me get to...
And Dodgy took back with the knight, and now JJ's clock is ticking down really fast.
Okay, so
he's
got
down to
position.
under 20 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's played a move.
Okay, so black is still a pawn up. JJ is still a pawn up. That knight is the most beautiful piece on the board. Yes, I know a knight is only worth 3 points, but listen, it's an octopus. It's an octopus knight. It's stretching and reaching in all directions. My friend the octopus. Look at that. It's such a beautiful piece. And the thing is, it can't be driven away. Not with a pawn, but with a knight. Do you know what, Mr. Dodgy? He's fighting hard. He knows that knight is too strong. So he's trying to exchange it off. Knight b4. Now, the computer gives it a question mark. Now, why? Maybe it's just...
The concrete threat is there, yeah? Like, the threat of that move is... basically, JJ wanted Dodgy to take the knight.
But this knight is now... It's floating around, but it's not... It's on a less stable square. Black is
Both players hovering around 20 seconds now each.
But Mr. Dodgy is fighting back. Now, this is... I'm not going to say I'm optimistic... but I tell you what, this is a better position for white than it was earlier.
Yeah, and JJ is still down on time. Mr. Dodgy's fast. He's good in time pressure.
Yeah.
And probably he's used to these types of positions, to be honest. He's maybe Mr. Dodgy is the one comfortable right now.
Mr. Dodgy is used to dodgy positions. 9 seconds left. Knight takes. Oh, this is good. Oh, do you know what? Endings with pure bishop positions and pure rook endgames, they are difficult to win. So even if black has maintained this pawn advantage, this is now very difficult to win. Rook check, yeah, now, I think he should do something about this pawn. It's on a dart square. It might be a good idea just to advance, actually. Oh no, he's fixed with a5.
This was played, yeah.
Yeah, this is not
bad. The players are playing very fast now.
Okay, they need to.
Yeah, they're actually up a little bit. JJ's back over 30 seconds. Mr. Dodgy's down to 20. Ooh, we see a... Okay.
Yeah, I mean, black is still quite...
that's a nice trade now.
Well, we're getting down to a pure rook and pawn endgame after this. Let me
Perhaps
see.
grandmasters would draw this, but I think there's plenty of life left in the position for other players.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is definitely not... I wouldn't say this is a smooth path to victory. Oh no, he's gone for a rook trade. Now that's bad. That's bad. No, the king and pawn endgame. This is just winning for black. That was a really poor decision. if you go into a pawn endgame, you have to be absolutely sure of what you're doing. Now, Mr. Dodgy is just running for it. Now, this is a simple counting game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, black wins the race. It's as simple as that. Oh no, the pawn gets there.
What?
Oh, so both queen now.
Oh, okay, but Mr.
But can
Dodgy
he trade queen? Oh no, he can take the pawn. He can take the pawn. He can take the pawn. Take the pawn
but now, I would be very happy as white that I survived this much and I have a queen back on the board, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's completely winning because black has 3 pawn advantage. Nah, Mr. Dodgy rushed into it. He should not have gone for the pawn endgame. That was... Do you know what? In the rook and pawn endgames are often very, very difficult to win, even with an extra pawn. He didn't need to rush into this pawn.
Oh, JJ took the pawn.
Exactly. This is completely
Stone
lost.
cold.
No,
Stone
this is
cold.
completely lost. I think that was a bad decision. Because this king can float around and take this pawn. I'm going to go back to this point. This was the really... This is the decisive error. Rook
But
c4.
I think
he didn't need to.
Yeah, very little time on the clock, and he was afraid of rook b4, protecting the b7 pawn and attacking the b3 pawn. But maybe white should have just dropped back to c3, protected the pawn, and hung out again, right? Just defend.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this is a good position for black. However, all we know is rook c4. This is utterly lost. You know, let's go to... That's where we're at.
And where are we in the game? Okay, so
This is where
more
we are
moves
in
have
the
been made. Mr. Dodgy is harassing JJ's king.
No, basically, this king is secure. You can always block it with checks. It's going to find shelter from the checks behind the
But
pawns.
it looks like we have a long game ahead.
I think there's going to be a queen trade very soon. You know, if I'll give you an example. If the queen comes here, for example, there'll be a queen trade, and then it's game over. So, you know, white has to watch against that the whole time. And actually, this is a pretty simple technical task. Maybe just push this pawn. I don't think white can do anything here. I think it's utterly lost.
When we say technical, can you explain what you mean by that? I hear grandmasters say this all the time, and when you say
resigned,
resigned, all right,
okay, a technical task. What do I mean by that? Basically, there are no real complications. It's about just executing your plan very carefully, and basically, if you do that, you know you're going to win. It's a technical task. It's not a complex task. Basically,
you've set yourself up to win, and now you just have to play the moves.
Exactly.
Did you want to take a quick look at the Neil Bruce game, since that was an early win? And,
definitely. Let's take a look.
He was your student in the under 1700.
Okay, here we go.
And in fact, Neil was underrated compared to his opponent. So let's take a look at that game.
No, Neil lost, unfortunately. I'm afraid.
Did I misunderstand?
Let's have a look. So Neil is playing black here, and it's a gioco piano.
Oh, I see. Yes.
I'm going to zip through these moves pretty quickly. Okay, okay. So far, I like what Neil is doing because he's managed to exchange off knight for bishop, and I'm a big fan of the two bishops. So far so good. Let's see. Okay, Neil playing very aggressively with f5. Now, unfortunately, this is the problem. I mean, we've already had a game where Mr. Dodgy played the pawn to f3, weakened his king a little bit. We've had Neil advancing with f5, and that also weakens the king. That concerns me.
Daniel, we have one game left, and it's Jules Gambit's game. So let's take a quick look at that game.
Okay.
And see what's going on there.
I'll come back to Neil's.
Tee that up for us.
Yep.
And of course, you guys, you can. I'm assuming that Jules is having her game streamed because she's a streamer. So, is this the game that we're looking at right now?
It certainly is, and that's.
And it's Nick playing against Jules. Okay, and Nick is down to 10 seconds.
Well, what's going on in this position? So White's queen is far advanced, attacking the rook. These rooks look slightly odd. They're not connected. I like White's. I always like rooks to be connected.
Oh, whoa, big tactic.
Okay, so that was there was a pin, but the king has come here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, bishop h6 looks pretty serious. Oh, now, okay, be careful. I wonder if you need to either you play rook takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. That's the move. That's the killer. That is the killer move.
Oh, didn't see it.
If pawn takes, queen there is mate. Now, what's happened? Is that the position on the board?
No. Rook d8
d8.
was played and queen
takes
a4.
a4. Oh, but, well, black still looks to have a great position, but I think rook takes bishop was just... I need to check that.
Yeah, rook takes bishop was absolutely... That was checkmate.
Okay. Right. Still looks fantastic for black. Black, let me do a quick bit of accountancy. Looks like black has a pawn up, but also, with, wonderfully placed pieces. Knight there. Oh, bishop a5. It's all kicking off. But no, still looks fantastic for black because I think there are problems here. So can that queen come down? Check first. Oh, I'm not... You didn't need to... He didn't need to... I don't
But the
think...
rook on d8 still protected, right? So...
No, this looks a bit funny. She didn't need to take that.
Oh, but down to seconds now. Oh, okay.
No, and now rook takes rook check. Rook takes rook check. That's a problem. No, it basically taking... That was a beautiful pin. Bishop h6 check was absolutely spot on. And it was a beautiful pin, but not necessary to take on d2. And now, of course, white is a rook up. So should be plain sailing. Yeah, it's a technical task again. I'm going to say it again.
There's that term. There's that term again.
Okay, that knight can just be taken now. There we go. That should be game over.
Oh man! So Nick got out of that position somehow.
It looked really dubious for
Wow.
for
White. Jules missed an amazing opportunity, and okay,
There's a bit of randomness.
That's a shame because that rook takes was a beautiful move, but such little time on the clock. Jules just trying to hang in there. Now, Nick is... This is technical. Then now I understand what you mean. So,
so this king just needs to come around here.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't necessary to bring the rook back.
Yeah, you could just step the king out. Okay.
Still should be good. A little check and then bring the king round.
Bring the king to c3. There we go. No more checks.
Well, there's one there. However, it's possible, for example, to bring the king up the board and reach safe. So actually, king c4 is actually a very safe move here. King b3. There's another check here. Still absolutely winning.
Yeah. Okay. So you go to a4 and then b4. Okay. There we go.
Yeah. Oops. I'm misfiring with my arrows. Yeah, it's still winning. King c6, queen c6, check. Yep, still winning. Yeah, the king is relatively safe here. Yeah, no,
okay.
No, it's nothing. Yeah, game over.
Yeah, I think there we go. Resignation. Okay, so Daniel, that was the first round, and it was actually full of really exciting chess. Can you give us your thoughts in these games, and then we'll go to a break. Okay.
Well, I'm curious to see what happened in Neil Bruce's game. Just a quick recap on Mr. Dodgy and JJ Lang. This game was basically decided after that blunder in the opening. Let's just look at that, and it just shows that, yeah, you can have what looks like a really pleasant position, and I was very satisfied with Mr. Dodgy's opening, but one careless move led to this tactic, very nice tactic with this pin, and of course there were lots of complications after that, but essentially black has a winning position now. And And actually, I think JJ played it pretty well. You know, he was solid. He didn't play recklessly. He exchanged when he needed to. And yeah, I think pretty good game by JJ, actually, I have to say.
Agreed. A very good game. No Benoni, unfortunately. I think we were hoping to get that. So
that's a great pity. Never mind. Have we got time for a very quick look at Neil Bruce's game? I'm just curious to see what happened there.
I think we want to go to a quick break.
Let's have a break.
Yeah. So let's go to a quick break, and thank you guys all for watching. We'll be right back with more exciting chess here at the ChessPunks Champs. We'll see you in a few minutes.
We have got some bishop takes e6 tactical here. Did we play it?
Yeah.
Legendario! I mean, please put it on the record. Please tell me that this is on record so that I can show all the viewers. Oh man, that mate!
I know, but
you are my hero.
But
you are my hero.
What happened? What? No, but he doesn't.
I know that they didn't take, but that doesn't take your new status away.
But that's the mate. Yeah.
You are my new star. And the bishop, like a real sadist, not even with the knight. No, we insist on mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. What do we have now after bishop? Bishop f5, rook f5.
Yeah. Sack the rook.
You absolutely must publish this. If that's how it went. Oh my god, look at this.
And then he just
rook takes, queen takes, knight takes. Oh, yamo. Oh.
Also, I forgot to summarize is a few things at the day of the tournament or of the game. I'm talking about classics, or in this case, rapid. Getting good sleep, very crucial. It can just, if you're sleepy during the game, especially in short time control, my goodness, it's terrible. It's hard. It's blunders happen and so on. So get good sleep. I do simple puzzles before the game, not immediately before the game, within an hour before the game. Simple warm up. Even maybe not primitive, but I don't know, just to enjoy some chess and solve some puzzles. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I would also refresh in my mind the lines that I expect. And in over the board game, 1 hour before the game, I turn off the computer. So I try to read a book, go for fresh air, take a nap, whatever, right? So, but not sitting always in front of the computer to give your brain a little bit of rest. Not sure if you can apply it to online chess. I'm not 100% sure because you still have to feel right when you play online. But getting some rest for your eyes, for your brain before the game is a good idea. Okay. And now I want to talk about your Blitz game. It happened a couple of days ago. And I
Welcome back, everybody, to the ChessPunks Champs Tournament. We're going to be taking a look at round 2 very shortly. I am here with Grandmaster Daniel King. Daniel, how are you doing? Are you happy with the results of your students? Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Not really. There we go. I can see JJ lost. I can see that. Sorry, Mr. Dodgy lost. Unfortunately, Lacan lost as well. Oh, golly, I'm really.
And who are your other
really
students?
Sad. So I've got Rebecca. Rebecca is in there, and Rebecca, she won. Oh, fantastic! Rebecca
So you're
won.
50-50. That's okay.
I'm not
2 students won, 2
50-50.
students lost.
No. I think I'm on 1 out of 4, unfortunately. As far as I can
Mr.
see.
Dodgy. Oh yeah, that's right.
Mr.
Yeah.
Dodgy. Yeah, listen. Yeah, never mind. So, to be honest, I would really like to catch up with Lacan in game 2.
He is playing in the under 1300, correct?
Yeah.
So we are. Yeah, so let's take a look at the under 1300. Maybe we can pull up that bracket as well and take a look at all the players in the under 1300. This is an interesting field because there's I would say the under 1300 section is the section of players that have the most potential to really quickly improve and get into that under 1700 or even that under 2000 bracket if they continue to play well and if they continue to improve at chess. So here we have it, and Lacan lost his first game and he's paired up with Mark Manikarian from Armenia. Now, I remember having a call with Mark, and I remember learning that he's actually quite a good player. So Lacan's got his hands full here.
Yeah.
But well, it's going to be an interesting lineup.
It's going to be tough for him because I'm just curious to zip through their first game in. They haven't the other games. The games haven't started. Game 2 hasn't started yet, has it?
Yeah, game started, so we can take a look at Lacan's game right now. Yep.
All right, let's jump in. Okay, so we've got. Okay, so we're starting here, and we've got. Okay, so Mark with white, Lacan playing black. He's gone for the Sicilian. And Mark is playing quite a sophisticated system because...
This is the Carlsen system.
Would you call it that? I don't know what this is.
So we have a course on Chessable by a certain international master, also known as Gotham Chess. And I believe that this is the variation that Levi Rosman recommends in his Chessable course.
Oh, really?
And he calls it the Carlsen system. But perhaps I'm slightly mistaken. But I think
maybe he did. I mean, Magnus certainly didn't invent this. But I mean, this is modern chess because I was telling Lacan, over our lessons, listen, don't get your queen out too early. Just don't do it, because there are a couple of games where he did that. I say, keep your queen back. And so what's his opponent doing? His opponent is doing exactly what I advised not to. So I wonder how Lacan is going to cope with that. But you can kind of get away with this system because you do castle queenside very, very quickly. This is the whole point of bringing the queen out early. And
it looks like Lacan is playing some really aggressive chess, and maybe possibly a little too aggressive.
Well, yeah, he's forgetting to develop his kingside. Basically, before you start to open the center, you should really get your king to safety first, because I'm worried about this drafty open e-file. I'm also worried about that pawn, which is on the same line as the rook, queen, bishop, and now knight. And it feels to me as though this might have gone a bit wrong. However, after bishop b4, now let's have a look at this. Now that's fighting back because he wants to develop quickly. He needs to get his king to safety. Let's see what happens. c3, yeah, that's a mistake. We've already talked about this, Gert. When the king opens, then of course you have chances. You might be able to get a hit against the king. So can Lacan fight back? So we got an exchange. And there's a little check on a3, and then there's a big fat check on f5. The king has gone into the corner. Well, this is definitely fighting back. And Leican has castled. So already I'm thinking, well, this is a vast improvement from a few moves ago when Leican... If I go back... Go on. If I go back to this position, I'm thinking, ooh...
I didn't even think that king was going to get out of the middle. I thought it was just going to be bishop out, knight out, rook comes to the center, and that king was going to get checkmated in the middle of the board. But it looks like
well, this is on the board. And, so we got castles, queen takes, and rook takes, and now knight f3. So, well, white has kind of survived that little flurry of checks on the queen side. Nevertheless, Geert, look at those bishops.
I was going to say, I think I prefer black in this position.
Not before. Wait, this could be a massive check. So is Leican fighting back? Listen, go on.
For sure, I prefer black here.
Yeah. We're going to take this position every time, aren't we? It's so black's pieces are so active.
Okay, so
I like it.
Probably white wants to take that knight. No. Okay, defense. But now, do we have a tactic? No.
That knight is covering the square here. So, I mean, actually, that is a very good defensive move. Nevertheless, Leican, excellent move. He's keeping active. He's maintaining activity. So the pressure is still on white here. I just want to say about Leican, he's an 18-year-old student, computer science student in Lagos, Nigeria. I mentioned earlier, showing incredible commitment in these lessons. You know, he was working really hard during the day. We were fitting lessons in the morning, late at night after he'd come back from college. I just really admire his commitment. So, listen, I know he's got a tough one here, Geert, but my fingers crossed, you know. I hope he does well.
You know what I love about this tournament is it's a little bit different from all of the other tournaments that we host on Chess.com. We have PogChamps, which is obviously all about the streamers learning or possibly sometimes even already being good at chess and then getting better at chess. And then we have the Grandmaster tournaments and even the I am not a GM tournaments and etc. Titled players still. But this tournament is just chess improvers, people who love chess, people who play chess, who want to get better at chess, and they are from all different parts of the world. Some of them have qualified via the qualifier, some of them were invited via special invitation. But what makes this such a different tournament from other ones is that for me personally, as a, you know, hopefully still improving chess player myself, and as the head of Chessable, you know, the company that creates content and courses for all these people who want to improve at chess, watching these players play is kind of like closer to home. I feel, because they're kind of my people.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, they're trying to improve, and this is a real test for them, and it all gets a little bit random. I have to say, you know, you mentioned the accuracy rates earlier, and you know, this is an under 1300 section, and look at them. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for this rating, no? Seems to me.
They're hovering around 90% accuracy here. Mark is actually slightly less accurate than Leican at this point, and the game is roughly equal, I would say.
Well, I mean,
but this is tactical, right? A lot of different things to keep in mind here in this position.
Oh well, the computer doesn't like rook e1. It's suggesting that there's a big move here. So what is the big move that... Oh, I think I see what the problem is. Can you take here? I think you can take on f3. I think... No, that's not the issue.
The computer would like to make a pawn move or a rook move, I think.
For black?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it want to play this move?
It wants to play ace. Yes, that's an option.
This move.
Or it slightly prefers a6.
Okay, I mean, both look good. I can see that bishop is the problem. That's a loose piece.
Yeah.
And you know, let me just kind of go on a couple of moves, because if for example, this is taken here. Now, this is a fantasy variation, but you can see, okay, again, a random move here. That's checkmate.
Oh,
you can
that's
see
beautiful.
the power of those bishops. I'm always going on about the bishop pair. I really prize the bishop pair. So
Yeah. Can you explain what that means? Because I think a lot of our viewers would love to understand what we mean by the bishop pair. Obviously we talk about two bishops, but why do we refer to this as a strategic thing in chess? What does that mean?
well, the bishop pair, obviously you've got the two bishops, and those bishops together combine and cover so many different squares, so many squares kind of comprehensively. So if, for example, you have some exchanges in the position, so we were talking about this exchange here, then we would say black has the two bishops against a bishop and knight. So that's when we talk about the bishop pair. And strategically,
I think Lacan's played the move a6.
He's played a6.
The top move.
And I don't think that changes things. I think, for example, if the bishop comes back, then I'm guessing that rook c8 is still the move to play. I don't think whether the bishop is here or here, I don't think it matters. I think this is the key move, actually, to attack that bishop. And then white is in massive trouble. Now, whether he spots that... Well, first of all, Mark has to find a good move. And you can see he's down on time. He's played bishop f1. He's tucked the bishop out of the way. Now, here, in fact, there are two moves I can see. One... No, I was going to suggest actually this move. No, probably not good, because then bishop takes knight. No, and then rook takes bishop. That doesn't work. Okay, let's go back. However, I still want to come back to this move rook c8. And actually, I don't think it changes the position as in any shape or form really to how we had before. Now, is he going to spot that? Thing is, the rook is already well placed on d8. So it's a little bit counterintuitive to play rook c8, maybe? I mean, Gert, what do you think?
Well,
would that one crop up? I don't know.
You know, it's
he's played it! He's played it! He's played it!
Nice.
Fantastic. My boy Lacan, come on! Let's do this!
Now what's the threat here? What are we
Rook takes bishop.
Worried about?
It's as simple as that.
Yeah, of course. But where does that bishop go?
Okay.
How do we protect it?
Okay, he's gone back to b2. Now, I have a funny feeling. What can we do here? Okay,
I want to play rook c2.
I want to play knight c. Oh, rook c2! Rook c2! Are you going for the beauty prize here? It's mate. Gert, you're on fire, man. What's going on? You're on fire. Rook c2.
I know. I would love to see rook c2 on the board.
Because if that's taken, then here...
Oh, that's actually the engine's top recommendation here. Nice.
Okay, fantastic. So this would be a discovered check. And then the king goes in. Now we can throw another one in. Then we can give that check and take the rook. Okay, rook c2. Gert, you're on fire. Rook c2 is a beautiful move.
I was thinking simply just rook c2 because if the knight takes, right, we take back with the knight.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what we've just been looking at.
And then we're setting up a tactic, and then we're just winning material. So I was thinking simply this.
Okay, this is good stuff. So if we go back, let's just check what moves have we got on the board. So Lacan is thinking he's got 11 minutes left. Will he spot rook c2? This is a huge move. He's got to see the tactics. That's the thing. He's got to work out a lot. I wonder if he might keep it simple, because even if he keeps it simple, this is still very, very promising for black, because this is a simple way to play. You're a clear pawn, right? You're a clear pawn up for nothing. So this is not as decisive as your continuation rook c2. However, this is a pretty simple way to play. So he's playing rook c2.
Oh, double exclam. This is a brilliant move.
This is fantastic. He's played it. Oh, Lacan. Honestly, this have you got some gold coins in your pocket? Can we throw them on the board?
That's a nice reference, actually. Maybe we should explain the reference there. That's a beautiful reference. To our audience, the gold coin, there's a famous game. You can look this up. It was played by Marshall, and it's called the gold coin game because after the game had been won in a spectacular fashion, the audience in the room threw gold coins, showered gold coins on the board because they were so impressed with the game.
I
So
think-
Leican plays the gold coin move here.
Yeah.
Double exclam, fantastic tactic. Let's see how. So because this puts him in a spot to go to tie breaks.
He needs to win to get to tie, as you say, and then we if it's tie, we should explain the tie breaks. If he gets the tie break is 1 5-minute game, just 1 5-minute game.
Sudden death.
That's when it gets a bit crazy. But listen, this has all been worth it. It's all been worth it just for this one single move. Absolutely fantastic. I love it. Now, have we got a response yet? Not yet. My goodness. I'm so impressed with this. I'm just looking at some funny variations here. So if Rook B1, just to cover this, then I think you should just play cool and just take this pawn.
The chat is going wild, Daniel, about that move, and people are even
Fantastic.
wondering if there's any fair play. Guys, every player that's playing in the tournament is being watched. So we have cameras we're capturing their screens. We're making sure we're watching them. So don't worry about that, and we will make sure that no unfair play is playing. For now, I would say let's just enjoy the beautiful chess that's being played in an under 1300 game.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, listen, I think this is the problem. Whenever something really beautiful is played, then immediately everyone's going, "What?" Suspicions, which is crazy. It's a great move.
But also a lot of people are just double exclaiming. I think we need more double exclams in the chat. Come on, chat, give us some double exclams. We need to see more support and more love for beautiful chess being played.
Well,
okay, white is really just hunkering down now. Let's take a look at the next moves here, Daniel.
Yeah, I think we're up to date actually. Basically Mark is, well, understandably, he's probably just shell-shocked after Rook C2. Let's just point this variation out again. So this is checkmate immediately. So, when you're in that kind of situation, you need to get it right. White still has 6.5 minutes. He needs to make an accurate move just to make sure he doesn't lose immediately. So he's absolutely right to take his time. No doubt about it. And
oh man, I'm. If I was white right now, I would. Yeah, that's the immediate threat. How do you get out of this? You have to take with the knight, don't you?
I think he's just got to go for this. And but as we've seen, basically black can do this, and then that looks like a killer check to me. I think that is pretty much over. So. Yeah, if the king moves, for example, you take with check, and then you take with check. That's pretty good. And if
the bishop intervenes here,
okay, if you interpose like that, then you
lose a bishop.
You can simply take that one because this one, up here.
Yeah, bishop takes, knight takes.
One of these moves,
So
it's basically all winning. Yeah, that's only one way. There are obviously going to be other ways to win. So let's just get back and see if he's moved. Still hasn't moved, so he's down to 5.5 minutes. But he needs to find something to keep going here. But maybe I don't know.
So what about rook takes?
Okay, we'll try rook takes bishop.
Right.
So, well, two moves here. You could just play bishop takes bishop check. But I wonder whether you can be just a little bit evil and play rook take.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
That would give a little chance. Rook here. Still just about in the game. So right. Okay, let's be sensible and let's just take with check here.
Okay.
And
now we take the rook and we just play simple chess because now that knight c3 is looking pretty dangerous.
knight c3, let's do this, and yeah, simple chess. So we take that, and well, black is the exchange and a pawn up with a very, very simple win. So let's get back. Has he played? No, white still hasn't moved.
A lot of complicated tactics.
We've got to move. He's played rook. He's just played rook b1. Just played rook b1. Well, as we mentioned this earlier, and I think just play it cool. Just take this one. There's no need to mess around here. I think that's just a good move.
We create a discovered attack on the rook. If the rook moves, then we can take the bishop.
Yeah.
And if so we're winning a pawn in an exchange this way.
Exactly. I think that
maybe we can explain also what we mean by this. So very often in chess we will say you win an exchange, and for those of you who are not familiar with that terminology, winning an exchange has to do with the piece value. So we generally think that a bishop or a knight is about 3 points, a rook is 5, and when a rook has to be given for a minor piece such as a knight or a bishop, we say you win the exchange. Not really sure where that comes from. What's the exchange there? Is it just the fact that you are 2 points up and that's the...
Yeah, rook for bishop or rook for knight in the Anglo-Saxon world is you win the exchange. In of course, as we know, as you know very well, in all other European languages, you talk about the kwaliteit, or whatever it is in similar in Dutch or French or Russian. You talk about winning the kwaliteit, but in Anglo-Saxon lingo we talk about the exchange, winning the exchange. So it's very specific chess terminology, which means winning a rook for a bishop. And this is a case where after this you would win the exchange. So that's
right.
Winning a rook for a bishop.
The rook takes the bishop, and then knight takes the rook back. And in that case, now we have a piece that was worth 5 points exchanged for a piece that's worth 3. And because of the recapture, black, if you do the piece count after the piece value, after black would be up some points.
Yeah, and not just that. I mean, in some chess positions, of course, the numerical material advantage doesn't count for that much. It's more like what's going on in the position. In this case, this is pretty dry. Oh, wow. Leican has not taken material. Instead, he's just brought his second rook into play, and I love that move.
Another brilliant move.
He's not panicking. He's not rushing things. He's just bringing the next rook into the game. And do you know what? That's such a cool idea, because it introduces new ideas, for example, of exchanging bishops, and then giving a check here on the back rank, supported by rook number 2. So that is a very cool decision. And of course, the same tactic stands, that if the bishop is taken, then that's still checkmate. That is beautiful. So I was going for the super materialistic rook takes pawn, and it's a pretty simple technical win, as I keep saying. But this just maintains the pressure. I love it.
Yeah, you were saying that he was coming up with great ideas in your training sessions with him. So.
Yeah, absolutely. He really was. But also, at the same time, I could see that he's kind of a rough diamond. He was, in the opening, playing stuff which I was going, oh, no, come on. Yeah, that's breaking a lot of rules here. And, he didn't know any kind of opening theory, for example. But tactically, pretty strong. And
Daniel,
so I found that very, very interesting.
Just to have a little bit of fun here, chat is wondering if you are XQC's dad.
Do you know what? I've had that line sprung on me before.
I stumped him, chat. I stumped him.
Yeah, it's not the first time it's been said. What can I say? I deny it all.
Is it why would people say this? Is it because of the hair?
Apparently the hair. Yeah. I've got more hair. It's just that it's covered up by the headset. What can I do?
They look good on you, Daniel. Don't worry about it.
That's very kind. Thank you, Geert.
Anyway. Mark is now down to 2 minutes. Leican comfortable at well over 8 minutes.
But this is, I'm full of admiration for this move because, like I said, I wanted to just grab the first thing going, but this actually just increases the pressure and maintains or even creates new threats. And White can't do anything in this position. And really, okay, let me make a random move just to illustrate this. So, after this, takes, this is the one I want to go for. Now, rook takes rook is actually checkmate immediately. Of course, White doesn't need to do that. Let's just go back a move. And you can still go rook b1. However, you can do that. And that's an extra rook. And yeah, it's game over. So this is just wonderful stuff. We still haven't got a move. Now Mark is down to 1:25. Wow.
I'm not sure if you ever watch any UFC, Daniel, but I'm having a little bit of a UFC flashback where one guy's on the ground and the other one is just kind of holding him like this, and you're just waiting for the tap out.
Yeah.
I feel sorry. Mark won a great game in the first game. I feel sorry for him in this game because he's getting tapped out right here, and let's see how this plays out, but. Maybe we can also, after this game, quickly jump to another game, or maybe if we feel like this game is getting close to its ending, we can check something else out.
I think. Do you know what? I'd actually quite like to stick with this one right to the end. I know. Well, we can see Mark is down to 30 odd seconds. This is such a beautiful game. I think we need to see the conclusion. However,
Mark's down under 30 seconds now. Oof.
There's nothing to do. Oh, he's played there. Now he's covering this square. Now, I tell you what, there are so many lovely ways to... Okay, here's my first thought. We do this one. We do this one, and if we take here, that's mate. And if rook takes... Oh, no, I'm going to do this one... No, No, I can't do it that way round. Oh, I can do it. Okay, I'll take here first. How am I going to do this? No, wait a second. You could just keep it simple. You could just take here and play here and a5.
But now the game drags on. We want a knockout, Daniel.
No, we want a knockout. We want a knockout. Now he's taken on f3 and he's gone rook e8. Wow, what is this about? That's fascinating.
I guess just making sure that every piece here is just stuck, because now this knight on f6 can just start to jump around freely. No, it could just go wherever it wants to.
Yeah, I'm looking for a killer blow here. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he could leap the knight in. I'm just looking. I want a clean knockout here.
Yeah, my first instinct is just.
Well, okay. Listen,
I've got an extra knight. Let me jump it around.
Listen, that's just the end. Of the game.
Yeah.
That's pretty simple. Okay, let's have a look. Has he done it?
That's
He's gone for it. He's gone it. He's done it. That's clean. Yeah, he's done it, and that's game over. He takes the rook, and that's all she wrote. I mean, that's great. There we go.
Okay, and the knight jumps out to f3 with check even.
Listen, just throw in the towel. This is the end. He's probably just going to play on for sheer inertia, but okay.
Shall we take a quick look at some other games then? Because there's more chess being played. Do we want where do we want to go?
Fair enough. I think this one's over. So right,
this is going to go to tiebreak, so we can hopefully. So
okay. How about okay? Let's look at someone we haven't looked at. I'd quite like to look at Rebecca's game. So I mentioned Rebecca Selkirk, who is in South Africa. Okay, she won her first game, and this is game 2. Oof.
Okay.
Looks like Michael Porcelli. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Porcelli or Porcelli? I don't know.
He's American. He's a coach actually, and also a published chessable author like you. He's published some courses on the French defense.
Okay. Do you know what? I'm going to go right from the beginning. I just want to catch up very, very quickly.
Okay. So Michael is playing with white here, and Rebecca has black.
Okay, now this advanced variation, when white plays the pawn to e5 on the third move, this leads to positions that are highly complex because that pawn can sometimes turn out to be a fantastic kind of spearhead for the attack. Some positions it overextends white, but it looks like in this case it's worked out.
White is getting a great position here.
It's an octopus. We got the classic octopus knight on d6.
And I like, as fast as you're going through the moves, I feel like Michael's playing this with a lot of patience. To be honest, he's slowly making beautiful improvement in his position, bringing all his pieces, trading off when there's a good piece.
Looks good. Yeah. You can see
this.
He's rook for knight ahead, so extra exchange we were talking about. And beautiful pass pawn here, blocked by the king, but this is very nice as well. I like the fact that white's king is actually really secure in this position.
Yeah, that knight has very few squares, and it's standing off to the side of the board, not going anywhere.
If I were white, basically you don't need to complicate here. You can keep it really simple. I would just either play rook here or, actually, you can double straight away, can't you? What am I talking about? Just double straight away, take on h6, and that's game over. So this one is going to tiebreak. Maybe we should move on, actually.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, so what have we got? Let's
chat. If you guys want to see a game, let us know. Write something and let us know. Okay, we have more XQC jokes.
Lacan did win that one. Yeah, in fact, it ended with another knight fork. That was a sensational game. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's move to... Okay, how about Emery Rouche against Charlotte Ruddy.
Okay, so Charlotte is also known as a streamer, and she goes by Empire Tetra, with a lot of every E in that name should be replaced by the letter 3. But I'm not sure if she's currently streaming. Maybe she is.
Oh, wow. This is a fantastic tactic.
What have we found here? Oh,
basically,
is this a draw?
It could... Going for except I have a funny feeling it won't be a draw because I think this king... Okay, let's explain. If this rook is taken, then it would be stalemate. So it's the old suicide rook. If the king takes, you can see black's king has no moves. So basically what's going to happen is this king is just going to move to the side. The rook is going to move to the side. And that should just... Now it's stalemate. However, if white had wanted to avoid these checks, then it would be possible to play here. I think this is winning for white. Watch what happens. So you try and give up this rook, but then here. That is the key move, because do you notice now...
Now you're obstructing your own rook, and so if another check is given, the king can move.
It can take the pawn. So that would no longer be... That's the way... That's the trick.
But so, now that the rook is now the rook is basically boxing the king in, right?
Let's just catch up, because I have a funny feeling... Yes, now the king's boxed in, because if here... Do you see? The king cannot escape. That's the funny thing. I mean, it's a curious... I can draw a line here.
Yeah.
It's kind of tragicomic, actually.
Let's go back to that moment and show it one more time, because this is a beautiful and a very typical drawing tactic. And in fact, I've had this once in one of my games, and my opponent is still, shout out to Erwin, still hurting from it.
So this was the mistake, King D2.
Yeah.
So King D4 would have won.
But maybe go back to the tactic and show again like what black found, because it's pretty cool that the black found this.
Okay, so this position.
Wow.
So,
I mean, the fact that black plays on.
But that shows never give up. Never give up. You know, no one won a game by resigning. Now, It looks like this pawn is heading in the right direction. Here, white started playing in a very risky way, because after this check, notice that king has no moves. You see all these squares are covered. So black only needs to give up the rook for it to be stalemate. And basically white forgot that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a I mean, to be honest, shout out to Charlotte with a rating of 1,059, finding that tactic.
yeah. And she
Brilliant.
did that. But here white could win by self-blocking
Yeah.
the rook. That's the thing. But I'm afraid Emery went back here, can still win. But no, now it's a draw again because the king is in the box. Now let's just catch up with the moves. Is that still the case? Is the king still in the box? The king is still in the box. Rook e1 is draw instantly. Rook e1 check. That's it, stalemate. End of game. It's a draw.
Wow, what a dramatic finish. Hey, I'm hearing that maybe we should check in on Mr. Dodgy's game against JJ. Supposedly, unless chat's baiting me, supposedly he has mate in 2. Did that game end already?
The game, let me just find
Then
it.
that's going to go to tie breaks.
Oh, okay. Sorry, let me just find it. Let me just scroll down. Apologies, folks.
Exactly. I need a drink in the chat. Never resign unless you're playing against Magnus. Then just go sleep, call it a day. Well.
Sorry, Hertz. Technical problems. I'm just... oh, I found it. There we go. So we've got JJ Lang playing with white, Mr. Dodgy playing with black, and Mr. Dodgy, I'm just tuning into this one. He's 2 pawns up, and this must be a winning position. If it's a check on h8, then the king can bounce out. Technically winning?
Not so easy, I guess, but black's king looks pretty safe.
I think the king is safe because after the check, you can always interpose with the bishop. But yeah, I mean, it's not exactly cut and dried, this one. But
What other results do we have
should
here?
be winning. Mr. Dodgy has 2.5 minutes. That looks like 16 seconds for white. So Mr. Dodgy looks good here. He looks like he's in control.
So even though I think it's Empire Tetra drew that second game with that beautiful stalemate tactic, she is out of the running now because she lost her first game. So
now that's
Emery is through.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Dodgy has made progress because he's exchanged queens. Very sensible, practical move. Just means that it simplifies the task because he's 2 pawns up, and he can start to shove this one down the board. This one is vulnerable. There's the e-pawn waiting in the wings. He needs to just play bishop here and bishop here, and it's you could also play that. I just go back a move. He, instead of pushing the pawn, he's still winning. He could just put the bishop here and push the a-pawn, and it's game.
Yeah, this is very comfortable because you have that passed pawn. You just have more moves, right? Like black has more moves than white can make available, and it's a lot of slow. This is a slow but very okay. So now black is just going down the board.
Yeah. So this is nice. So basically, white doesn't have any decent moves. Now bishop here and pawn here, and there we go. He's done it. And a2. So you win the bishop, and then obviously that's game over. So that's another game.
That's going to go. There we go. We're going to go to tie breaks in that one. That's exciting. Okay, so we have some exciting tie breaks coming up. That's awesome because we're only just getting started, folks. This is just the quarterfinals. We still have the semis. We still have the finals left over. So we have a couple of really exciting tie breaks up, which is very interesting. A game that's still undecided.
Should we go to Matt Fletcher?
Yeah, so let's go. So Matt Fletcher has a really interesting pseudonym on Twitter, which is WMILTTI, and this and it's an abbreviation for a famous expression.
Yeah.
Once said by Grandmaster Aaron Nimzowitsch. When he lost a game, he was an extremely sore loser. And he said, "Why must I lose to this idiot?" And so Matt has adopted this as his Twitter handle. Which is quite funny.
I love it because, I mean, Nimzowitsch was famously cantankerous. And he, of course, wrote this classic in chess literature, My System. Even the title of that work suggests to me a giant ego. My System, where basically he expounded on chess strategy, sort of claiming that no one sort of had ever thought like this before, which wasn't quite true. However, he was a very, very strong player. But yes, famously, he leapt up from the board after resigning a game and pointed to his opponent and said, "Why must I lose to this idiot?" Now, if we're going to be very honest,
we have
haven't we all thought that way sometimes?
For sure. I mean, we have one game left, I think. It's Arlen Abrashev versus Anastasios Koukas, if I'm pronouncing his name right. It's in the Open.
I got it.
And I had really wonderful calls with both players when I was doing the verification for the finals. And so I did a little bit of digging on some of those players. And Anastasios is a very strong player, turns out. And in fact, he travels with his team and he plays tournaments, goes to like team championships and stuff. But he's in college or university, probably, in Greece, in Athens. And it looks like here we have a very equal technical, as we say, rook endgame. It looks pretty equal to me, but you're the Grandmaster, Daniel. What can you tell us about this position?
I would slightly favour black here. Yeah, it should be a draw. Bottom line, should be a draw, absolutely. But
Engine is going wild right now.
Okay, that's a mistake. That's what I was hoping for, because now the king can come in. First of all, pawn here. And even if this pawn on f5 drops, the fact that black is advancing the king, difference between the two positions, the white king is terribly placed on the back rank. So that was a huge mistake to allow the king to go back. If this
there's
king,
even
if king comes in,
checkmating threats.
Absolutely, very typical. So yeah, I mean, actually, you can play c5. Actually, you could just walk the king in and take these pawns. Yep, that will do. But watch this. The simplest thing is just to take these two pawns, and the king, shielded by those two pawns, just shuffles down the board. This is still winning. King here. This pawn is kind of irrelevant. That can be scooped up at any moment. Basically, this pawn is going to advance, as you mentioned.
Yeah. So we have tie-break games starting, and it's sudden death. But if there's a draw, it's going to be immediate another game. So we should explain to everybody what's going to happen here is if in these matches it's an even score, whether it's two draws or both players have won one game each, then we go to tie breaks, and tie breaks are played at the time control of 5 minutes and 1 second per move. So yeah, that's what we've got going on.
Yeah, just to tidy up this game, Kurt. This is still completely winning, and yeah, the black is queening first. So that one is drawing to a natural conclusion. All you need to do is make sure the pawn isn't moving, and now you just bring the king back, and that's game over.
Anastasios showing very good endgame technique here.
Yeah, but it's that terrible blunder earlier, allowing the king to be trapped on the back rank. That was the culprit, that move. So
cool.
yeah, he's won that.
Looks like we have a friend of Anastasios in the chat, and he mentions Anastasios studied in Denmark for a semester. I think that's a joke regarding Nimzowitsch, or are we serious here? Is this a Nimzowitsch joke?
Maybe, who knows? Listen, did you say
no,
that
it's not a joke?
Not a joke. Okay. Did you say that some of the tiebreaks have started already, or are we?
In 45 seconds. I meant cool. They are about to start after this game. We're jumping in right away. So I already explained it, but we're looking at the screen right now, and obviously I will go over it one more time. So we have really fast games, 5 minutes plus 1 second per move. and we're going to see some fireworks on the board in these tie breaks because it's sudden death. And after this, we go to the semifinals.
If you listen, folks, if you think it's been random so far, when we get to the Blitz games, it gets really random. It's going to be great fun.
So we have, let's see, Mr. Dodgy against JJ. Who else do we have in tie breaks?
We've got my man Lakan.
That's right.
Listen, I don't know. I'm going to toss a coin to see which one we go for.
Okay,
I would like to stick with one of those players, to be honest.
Okay, so we have Nick Weissel against Jules Gambit. That's going to tie breaks. Mr. Dodgy against JJ Lang. Looks like Anastasios and Arlen are now tied even, so they're going to go to tie breaks. Hadel Davidson against Jan Maarten van den Boogaard is going to tie breaks. Rebecca versus Michael Porcelli is going to tie breaks. And your man Lakan against Mark Manukarian is going to go to tie breaks. So quite a few. Daniel, you pick. Which one would you like to watch?
Well, we've just looked at Lakan, so I think we should return to Mr. Dodgy.
Okay.
And check that one out, because I think.
But maybe we can maybe we can check out the Jules Gambit versus Nick Weissel game for a little bit.
Okay, all right.
I would trust me. I have a slight secret
Go on.
interest in watching Mr. Dodgy versus JJ, but I think we should spread out the attention a little bit. Maybe
spread the love. Spread the love. I hear
spread the
you.
love.
We want to do that. We want to spread the love. Okay, so I don't think those games are appearing in the list yet.
No, probably not yet.
Unless I'm clicking on the wrong tab, which is, of course, always possible. But I don't see them yet, just for your information.
Okay, one tiebreak game has started, so maybe we can focus on that one first.
Okay, I don't see it in the list yet, but perhaps I'll be advised. Yes, I see it now. It's just appeared. So we have Lakan. We have.
Well,
Lakan
I guess we're going to look at Lakan's game. Let's go.
So Lakan is playing white, and well, do you know what? I stressed it. I stressed in all our sessions rapid development, getting castled as quickly as possible, because that was something that he wasn't doing in all his games. So he's certainly following my advice here. He's developing really quickly and really nicely. Knights and bishops out really quickly. And, well, one big question is, which way is he going to castle? Because you could move the queen out here and go queenside. So this is very interesting. So, well, reasonable start so far. Queen b6. Now, that queen has come out very early. Now, Mark did this in his other game with that strange Sicilian variation of queen d4 back to d2.
Yeah.
The knight's attacked. Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Immediate take back. How do you feel about that take back move? Does that make sense to you? Taking with the g-pawn?
Absolutely. You have to do that. Oh, no. Wait a second. What's going on here? Why can't this be taken, by the way? Well, it can be taken. After this, well, white has to find a very good move here. I think you have to find knight d5 to hold the balance. And if queen takes, then you have to find this. And we have, once again, we have one of my favorite German words, a Zwischenschach. And that way, white keeps hold of material. But that worries me a little bit. He's castled.
Yeah.
But knight takes. You can see that this is defended. If bishop takes bishop, king takes. Now, is white okay here? I think you have to find knight d5. Or knight a4. Which of these moves? Knight d5. I think you can get away with it. Hit the queen. And I want to disturb black here. So like
now
this.
You want to play b4?
Exactly. And here, I'm guessing. Now, what move do we have here?
That's very hard to find. I would
this
not.
Is really hard. Yeah.
I would just feel like I'm dropping a piece here.
I think white is actually okay here, because if queen here, then you can keep attacking the queen, and if
it looks like it's all being played, Daniel.
wow, okay, let's have a look. So knight takes knight d5. This is mad, and now he's found b4. Oh, this is incredible! Wow, he planned this. This is amazing, and now he can exchange and take the knight. This is unbelievable.
But then let me see here. Okay.
And now you take the knight. And now white. Now I like white's position a lot. You play queen takes.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Clearly, white's in the driver's seat here, but it's not over, right? Like.
Oh no, not at all. No. But beautiful pieces.
Yes. Although, can you play e6 and after this?
Yeah,
kick that knight?
That's actually hanging. That's the point.
True.
So if e6, the pawn on f6 is hanging. Now, if white simply brings a rook into play, I like that, and you want to swing it. You want a swinging rook here. You want to swing that rook across. This is brilliant.
I'm going to make a prediction here.
Please.
Because what happens to me in these types of games, especially in Blitz, is when I have an open file in front of my king like that, I usually get checkmated. So I'm going to say that Mark, who's playing white?
Leican is playing white.
Leican is playing white. So I'm going to say that black is going to end up better here somehow in this game. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now it's f5 played. Interesting. Do you know what? If I go back a move, instead of c4, that's why I want actually to play rook d3 immediately.
Yeah.
Because that would, for example, if f5, then you can think about moves like rook g3.
Right.
So c4 is just a little bit slow. I still like white's position, though. Just bring the queen back.
I'm not saying that white isn't better. White's clearly better, but it's like playing so many of these, playing so many of these blitz games, and then like somehow having this open file being used against me. I always get nervous when I see that open file against my relatively safe king, because somehow with short time control.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks really, really nice for white. So this one's threatened. I still want to swing that rook. Also, rook number 2 could come to e1 as well. White's in control here. And let's not forget about c5 too, just to open things up. But first things first, let's get the rooks into play. It looks good to me. Now, we've got some more moves. e5, don't like that at all, because that leaves so many weak squares here. It leaves the d-pawn weak, and Leican has played c5. It's a good move. Obviously, if that's taken, we've got a lovely discovered attack taking the queen. So what have we got?
See,
King h8. It's great for white.
So this is exactly what I was worried about. So now the rook is going to come to g8, and black is going to play something like queen e6, and then maybe, I don't know. This is the kind of stuff that always happens to me in blitz.
Listen, if black achieves some kind of save from this position, that would be very impressive. I think this is a fantastic position for
Okay,
white.
but Leican just played a not so great move. I would be thinking about playing exactly f5 here, and it's played. See, now I'm starting to feel this is what happens to me in blitz games at this level.
Yeah, but this is still a problem. Basically, he just needs to move the knight back and take that pawn here. This is still a fantastic position for white.
For me, and I know at your level, Daniel, you're a much better player than I am. You find these positions, but for me, at my level, I'm about 1950 on Chess.com. 5-minute game, I start to get a little nervous when I have this open file against my king, and
Okay, let me put the other side of the story. Look at that king and the 3 pawns in front of it, and look at black's king. How many pawns does it have in front of it?
I don't disagree with you. This is Putzer fear.
It still should be very, very good
I'm sharing my deepest putzer fears with you.
Okay, here we go. Knight e7 didn't need to go in, but let's see. It looks pretty good because if that's taken, then that pawn is hanging. This still looks fantastic for white because this pawn is really vulnerable. Okay, queen attacked. Queen g5. What's the clock time? 50 seconds for white. Just over a minute for black.
Man,
so
my heart's racing from this stuff.
we're going down to the wire. Queen g5. Must be good. Must be good for white hitting this pawn. But he's taking his time here.
Okay, see, this is what I was worried about. Now there's that rook. This queen on d7, it's going to finagle its way over to some checkmating attack on the king.
Really? Okay, listen, if this happens,
Yeah.
well done. However,
What's her fear?
it just looks fantastic for white.
He's gonna play f4, and then he's
F4.
gonna try and think about like bringing his queen to g4, and then like try and checkmate on h2.
Well, it shouldn't work.
I'm just saying, like, see,
He's
there you
played
go.
it.
I'm telling you, this is Putzer fear. This is the queen's gonna go to g4 and then try to checkmate on h2. It's just like
Queen
okay.
c7. Now that's
Oh.
solid. So he's going to hoover the queens up. Now this is really sensible. Take the queens and put the knight back on f5. That's what you want to do. Oh, he's played it immediately. Now
But
that's
is that a
flashing.
blunder?
No, because the rook is hanging. The rook is hanging on d8. No. That was absolutely fine. Really interesting. So tactically, he's very sharp. Okay, now, did he need to exchange off? Now, to be honest...
Wait, what happened?
What?
Oh, flag!
He flagged
Whoa!
him. Oh, that is such a shame.
Oh,
I mean, basically,
Well,
white has a
yeah.
clear advantage here.
what?
What you can do, you can attack this pawn. So, for example, you could either bring the queen back to attack this and attack this one. I mean, this is very, very clear advantage to white. And I come back to this thing about king safety. Basically, I know you had this fantasy of attacking white's king, but white's king is a lot safer than black's because black's king has no pawn cover.
No argument. Oh man, no argument. You were totally right, Daniel. It's just my Putzer fear kicking in.
But that's such a pity. You can see the accuracy. 93.7. I take this with a pinch of salt. However, I think Leican played a really good game, but just lost on time. What a pity.
Yeah. Practical chess works too for black. So Mark used his time very wisely. Hey, so we have some other tiebreak games. Can we take a look at those?
Jules Gambit against Nick Vissel.
Let's go there.
Is it Vissel or Vissel? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I always say Vissel.
Okay.
Vissel.
So, wow. This is fantastic. This is just winning for white.
But I mean, Jules should have won that last game and then lost painfully on time, right? So she deserves a win here.
Yeah, stop a moment. It's a King's Gambit. It's the one that's named after me. It's one of my favourite openings. This is a huge mistake. Bishop c5. d4 just wins time, and already white is doing incredibly well. You can see dream opening. The rook goes on the open f file.
Love it.
Okay, that is a hot pawn to take. That is a very hot pawn because watch what happens. Yeah. By the way, these guys.
Yeah, I mean,
they're on the starting blocks. What do you think
all
of
of
those?
white's pieces are already on the attack, and black is asleep. Wait, that was a nice move.
Okay, so we've got d5. Ooh, hang on. That's a queen takes, queen d... Wait a second, what's happening after this? Queen takes, queen check, bishop e6. Queen b7. Maybe it's still good for white, but it's getting a bit iffy. Let's see where we've got up to. We've got king g7. Oh no, that's completely winning. This is game over. Now, well, queen takes bishop simply is good enough. You can also, yeah, listen, queen takes bishop. That should be played. Bishop e5 check. Hang on. Take this one. Okay, it's still winning. Now take the bishop. Now take the bishop. That's, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Just take that bishop. It looked interesting looking at the accuracy in this game. 55 against 48.
Yeah, this is fighting chess.
Okay, queen takes bishop is just game over.
Yeah, you've got that threat of going to f8 with check, and then the king has to step. Okay. Oh,
Doesn't
maybe we're...
doesn't change
yeah.
anything. Just queen takes bishop. Has white spotted this? Time ticking down.
Oof, 2 seconds for Nick. Oh, she's repeating moves.
Don't draw. What if it's a draw? Who goes through?
Then they play immediately again.
Oh,
it's a draw. Come on.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Listen, let's just show this. If queen takes bishop, then I mean basically black doesn't have any moves. These pieces can't move. I mean black's king is in desperate trouble. As you pointed out, queen f8 is coming soon. I mean this is just game over. Okay, do you know what? That's kind of a panic. Listen, I'm not going to say anything in blitz chess. That panic can seize you. We've all been there. I completely understand it. So we go to another tiebreak game. Is that so? They basically play until we get a decisive game. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think the theme between Nick and Jules is Jules keeps getting these fantastic positions, and then in time trouble, Nick stays super cool and just manages to swindle or get out of the difficult positions, or sometimes even gets back into the game somehow. So that's interesting. Yeah, the clock as a weapon. Nick is good with the clock.
I want to go to JJ Lang against Mr. Dodgy, and that's a draw. I'm afraid we blinked and we missed it.
Okay, so that's going straight to another tie break.
Okay, that one is pretty dry. I'm just curious to see whether it was a Benoni. Hang on.
This game between the game between Anastasios and Arlen is just seconds all the time. Now it's an endgame.
Draw. It's just a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw, but it's no time on the clock, so anything can happen. Okay, now it looks like it's going to be a draw. Yeah. Okay. Do we know? And they're just gonna shuffle their kings.
Okay, black is about to lose this pawn, but it's still a draw. I hope black knows his theory.
Yeah,
King G7. Now it's a draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see it let's see it played out.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
Still
pawn in-game technique.
I'm just going to go back a little bit. So just a little bit of pawn endgame practice, because in this position.
The game between Nick Weissel and Jules has started. New game.
Oh, okay. We'll go to that. I'll refrain from giving a lesson. Oh, this is heavy theory. This is heavy theory. So it's a dragon, and this move d5, heavy theory, and in this position after king b1 e5, a very clever little Zwischenzug before recapturing the knight on d4, known theory. And well, I think black has to be quite careful here, and it looks to me as though Jules isn't really up with the theory. Otherwise I think she'd have moved a bit quicker.
I think you've said Zwischenzug already 3 times now during the broadcast. Chat, can you please help me count the amount of times that Daniel is going to say Zwischenzug during this whole broadcast? I want to see how many Zwischenzugs
Well, I'd like to claim that was the first time I've said Zwischenzug.
Oh, that's true. You've said
Zwischenschach twice.
2 times.
Yes, there we are.
Okay, so
all right. Listen, let's get to the moves. So we've got more moves here, and knight takes. This one is okay for black. Yup. So negotiated well. And I think white actually went wrong there.
I was going to say, I feel like black has a nice
In this
position now.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Bishop takes d4. Bishop takes e5 is a horrible move. I come back to this thing. You've got to love your bishops, and I'm afraid these bishops are just monsters against the bishop and knight. So bishop takes knight, massive mistake. You know, just strategic. You just don't do it. You just you don't play that. I mean,
can we explain that again? Because we talked about the bishop pair before in round one.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that it's because the bishops combined, if you have both of them still, then you are covering essentially every square on the board, because the light squared bishop covers the light squares, the dark squared bishop covers the dark squares. So you can see here, they're just radiating out, as you're beautifully illustrating here. These two guys are just monsters on the board right now.
That's kind of a heat map of these beautiful bishops. You know, materially, you know, numerically in chess we say bishops and knights are both worth 3 points. But certain combinations of pieces are worth their weight in gold, and the bishop pair, the two bishops here, are just better than a bishop and knight. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the end of the game. You know, knights can be very strong pieces as well. It also means if white is able to exchange off, okay, that is a big compromise, to exchange off bishop for knight. You've got to keep those bishops. You've got to love your bishops. Yeah. And now basically white should be absolutely fine in this position.
Oh, but here, I was going to say, so now...
Go on.
Right?
Just go queen takes bishop. Yeah.
Right, so black is giving... There we go. Okay.
I mean, so, okay, bishop... I'd have actually played queen takes in that position instead of bishop takes, because here I'm thinking, well, black has a little something to play for here. So something like this, you know, I'm trying to target that pawn. Probably not possible. A5, I guess we can play A4, but
you have a plan. Yeah, with black you have a plan, and with white there's a little bit less of a plan.
I think I mean, that is a huge piece, and it's pointing in the right direction. Yeah, that can be a huge piece, but at some moment black is going to play E6 to block that one out. So first of all, queen C7 played. Okay, that also sensible. But do you see the difference? Yeah. Once you blunt that bishop, but this one is still pretty strong. I still prefer black. Okay,
I think well, there's no reason for me to disagree with you at all, because you're a grandmaster and I'm, you know, average club player. But also, I just agree with you. Looking at the position, it feels very nice for black. Okay, so this is, it's going down the road that you already mentioned.
Well, roughly. So, I actually prefer the way that Jules Gambit has played it, because this b pawn is ready for action. Better than queen b6 actually. So yeah, I prefer. I mean, this is still okay for white, but
isn't white just inviting that b pawn push simply by playing a4 immediately?
Well, this is where it'll all kick off. You know, is it worth it to give up these pawns? I'd say it could be very interesting to open up some files here, but it's inconclusive, let's say. But rook b8 first. Okay, so that kind of telegraphs a little bit. I just wonder whether that gives white some time to sort of fight back a little bit here. But still, it's interesting.
Looks like they're both going after each other now. But it feels like black's attack is going to come faster than white's.
Well, also, I mean, this is a very well-known situation in the Dragon, where not only is that bishop in the middle of the board a really strong attacking piece, but it's a good defensive piece. However, that one, I mean, you can see the computer has given it an X, and I'm not surprised. That's shifting to the wrong diagonal.
I see. So it's simply that you want to keep it on the long diagonal there.
It should be on, and in fact, well, this was already looking fantastic. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
But just, okay, that's a specific tactic. But just in general, it's a great defensive piece here, and it attacks here. And yeah, bishop f4 looks like a mistake. So we've got more moves. Queen d7. Well, I'm not surprised that Nick has gone for this one, because I would be terrified in this position. You know, you need to hoover those queens off the board, basically.
Yeah, this
And
is a
white's
little
fine.
bit unfortunate that Jules again has this wonderful position and oof.
Looks like she missed a big move there.
Maybe Jules is just, you know, trying to hog as much streaming time as possible. She's just out there branding, keeping it going, making sure that we all know about her. You know, those streamers,
They'll do
they
anything.
love to include little extra drama in their games.
By the way, I still prefer black.
Hey, Mr. Dodgy is playing against JJ Lang. Do you want to take a quick look there?
But just very quickly, this is still good for black, by the way. Black is still better here.
Okay.
Pressure here. I mean, but also, like I said, that bishop is on the right diagonal now because it's defending the king too. Okay, let's head for Mr. Dodgy against JJ. Oh, it's all kicking off. Okay, I want to go back to the beginning and let's just catch up. Let's very quickly see how we got there. It is a Benoni. Oh my word. This is really interesting. Let's see what happened.
Oh, we finally get the Benoni, eh?
We get the Benoni. Oh no, it's this. What's going on here? This is a mistake though, because that bishop is defended. That's just defended. That's what black was going for, trying to hit that bishop. But this should just be good for white now.
The engine certainly loves it.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it's a lot of stuff hanging everywhere. It's a good mess.
But a big mess. I mean, a simple question, by the way. What's going on after this move?
Whoa.
The computer's not impressed by that one. Just a question. I don't know. Anyway, that didn't happen. Let's go to the game. That's a big pawn.
People are wondering who the heck I am. Hi everybody, my name's Geert and I am the head of Chessable. But I don't think Grandmaster Daniel King needs an introduction. And if he does, well, then we can just introduce you again, Daniel.
Oh, okay, it's an extra queen. Rook and bishop against the queen. I mean, it's winning.
A lot of pieces on the board still.
Yeah, but okay. White is doing very well. The queen is active. I don't like black's king. It's exposed. We want to rook here. We're going to get in. And by the way, you know, simple stuff. You can start to eat those pawns. Okay, black is trying to fight back. Hitting this one. I don't believe it. But white has to be a little bit switched on here. I mean, I would be tempted to keep it very simple here. And I was going to say exchange bishops. But Mr. Dodgy has gone for the flash here. Bishop h6, threatening rook takes bishop and mate. Very good move. Yeah. I like it. Now, all you need to do, keep the queen on the 7th. Take a pawn. He's done it. There's no need. Why not? Okay, so the rook is going to tassel the queen. Nevertheless...
Can we not take just another pawn?
Why not? Let's just go for it. Let's just take him.
Yeah, let's be as Yasser Sarawan says, let's be a pawn grubber.
Yeah, I never understand why he says grubber when the word is grabber. Dunno. That's Yasser for you. He goes his own way. Now, knight b3.
Okay.
It's just winning for white. That's good. And now queen c7. Queen c7. Queen c7. That's the move. Queen c7. Threatening mate. Threatening the bishop. It's over. Mr. Dodgy looks like he's going through. Queen c7. Queen b7. Good enough. Also threatening mate. But bishop f7 defends. He should have gone queen c7.
Okay, but now this
comes to the same thing. No, this is a great move. No. I take it all back. It's all the same.
Good
This is
stuff.
fantastic. Knight f6 check coming soon. This is a nice attack.
Knight f6 check and the bishop falls is the point. Oh, JJ is...
This is a really nice attack.
It's
and I tell you what,
straits.
it's the Benoni. It's the Benoni. Knight f6 check, game over. That's it. Queen
falls and
bishop.
it's checkmate threat on the next move, and there's no move. Yeah, okay. This is just for show. Okay, the checkmate's coming. Well played. Mr. Dodgy is through to the semis, but that was a good fight.
I'm delighted. I'm absolutely delighted. So that's the opening. We did prepare. We looked at the Benoni, and this is exactly the line. Listen. No false modesty here. This is exactly the line we prepared.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
There we go. Yeah. So
right.
I'm delighted. However, listen, it's clearly that's a mistake. That's a mistake just to take on d5, because what he wanted was this, and to take that bishop. But actually the problem was that after this pawn takes, he just forgot that bishop is defended already. So
yeah.
that was the issue. All right, listen.
Okay, well,
have you got
that
some
was
more
very
games?
long. That was all the games. Let's take a quick. Yeah, let's take a quick break, and then we're going to go to the semifinals. And of course, because these tie breaks went on a little bit longer than expected, we're going to keep it really short.
Okay.
So let's have some fun when we're back. Thanks, guys.
What I always recommend is, if you think about an answer to c4 or knight f3, to consider what you play against d4 and see if you can do the same or not, because sometimes you can just do the same thing and basically angle for a transposition, or claim that white should transpose if they want to play the best possible thing, or everything else is kind of a secondary option. This is for example, what I did with my Keep It Simple for Black repertoire. I had a recommendation against 1d4 that you can basically play against knight f3 and against c4. So you kind of merge everything together. What do you play against 1d4? I'm not sure.
Knight f6, so if I can get a Banco Gambit, that's what I'll play.
Okay, so but this is something that, of course, you cannot reach from knight f3 or c4. It's kind of
right.
impossible. You need something standalone there, and then what comes to play, I think, in choosing the reply is what you play with white and other parts of your repertoire, because if you go as in the game c4 e5, I know that you play 1e4 with white. So that makes a lot of sense to go here, because the Sicilian would be part of your repertoire from the white side. So here you can play similar ideas. White being a tempo up makes a difference, but the themes, the ideas are similar. So that's also always a good choice.
I will say what I like about this structure is it feels kind of Rui-ish, Spanish-ish. So like that's kind of nice. I've got the Spanish bishop. I'm going to castle kingside, you know.
Well, watch out for the trick, because it's not very Spanishy in a second.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
Of course, you're right. The bishop is. The structure is very different, and there's a little trick, because at first glance, I remember playing through this game and thinking, well, this looks rather innocuous.
Mm-hmm.
Black has collected the pawn, and doesn't seem to be any difficulty. But okay, watch what happens. So knight here.
I'm guessing he'll go to g6.
Looks like every normal player would do this. Now, here is the trick. And here is what makes this a really exciting system. Because black is actually, just for a moment, a little behind in development.
Yeah, so that means the tactic might work.
Well, it just means we can try and catch them out quickly. So the move is this, f4. So this takes the initiative straight away. And I don't like that pawn on f3 because it blocks the queen.
Yeah.
But that queen finds a very natural square. And in combination with that bishop, this is really lovely. So here we go. Right, white to play. What you going to do?
Welcome back, everybody, to the first inaugural ChessPunks Champs, and we are headed into the semifinals. I have with me Grandmaster Daniel King. Daniel, how's it going?
It's going really well. I love those tie breaks. I love to see Mr. Dodgy getting through there. Disappointed to see my man Lakan in Lagos. Unfortunately, he lost on time in such a good position, but I'm so proud of the way he played. He showed real fight and he has real potential. Let's have a look and see who got through.
All right. We have in the under 1300 Faisal Mahdi against Mark Manikarian, a Kuwaiti versus Armenian matchup. And then we have Emre Ruish versus Rashbir Chakraborty and from India. So we have an American against an Indian. Big time zone difference. And I think that might play into this next match because playing in India, you're already quite late in the evening here. Okay, so under 1700, we've got Ivan Zuk, not Ivan Chuk, Ivan Zuk against Sharif Shaden. And then we also have Kristen Klimchak playing against Maurits van der Meer. And I'm going to put my money on Kristen because she's pretty strong. In the under 2000, we've got Michael Porcelli, coach from Alabama, against Jules Gambit. Jules finally managed to clinch that win. And we have Harold Davidson against Tushar Anand. And Tushar is a very strong player, and he might be streaming his games right now on YouTube, y'all. And then we still have the Open ahead. And in the Open, we're going to see Arlen Abrashev against your student, Mr. Dodgy Daniel. And then we have the only title player in the field, National Master Alexander Balcom against Martin Justison, also known as Say Chess on Twitter. Go check out him on Twitter. Daniel, what's up?
Yeah, that's exactly the game I'd like to start with.
Let's go.
As we haven't looked at these players yet, so we have Alexander Balcom against Martin Justison. Yeah, Alexander playing white, Martin black, obviously, and it's a French defense. So I'm just going to go from the top really quickly. French, one of those super solid openings. You know, black sets up a nice pawn chain in the middle. Hard to refute this one. Gert, have you ever played the French? Is that one of your openings?
It's never appealed to me. I end up in some French structures sometimes because I like to go for the Alekhines defense from time to time, and then you sometimes end up in some French structures. But, I mean, Alexander's going for the theoretical jugular here, right, with the knight c3 system. So he's playing it like Hare Krishna would play it.
This is straightforward classical chess played by White. This is the way that generally I always played against the French. Yeah, I mean, you could say this is the absolute main line, and you exchange off the dark squared bishops. You're trying to get good control over the d4 square here, so you want to blockade that d pawn, which means that bishop on c8. That's everyone knows that as the bad French bishop, the problem bishop, because it is blocked in by its own pawns. Of course, it's not that clear. I've also played this position with black as well, and actually I've kind of learned to love this position with black. To advance, you advance that b pawn, and the bishop often pops out here, so you get a nice, well, I call this the minority attack, these two pawns attacking these three pawns here, and it's actually pretty double-edged, you know, so early days.
Now that queen on c5, it's basically preventing White from castling short. But do you want to castle short in this position as White?
Yeah, pretty normal. You can do that. I mean, particularly if black is throwing these pawns up the board, then casting short is actually often quite a sensible option. I mean, one move you can play here is actually queen f2.
Yeah, I was wondering about this move, but then you're trading off. What if you trade off queens? You're okay with this?
Yeah. I mean, it's also okay for black, but the idea is that I mentioned this idea of blockading the d pawn. You spin a knight round to d4. I mean, that's just one way of playing it. And the other way to play, you can just put a break on black's expansion with a3 here, or you can be very brave and castle queenside. But you know, I kind of like black's queenside attack then. You know, this is kind of fun. You know, you spin the knight over.
Would black's king just stay in the center then?
Black usually goes kingside. But
still, okay.
Yeah, but you have to time it, because there's the good old, we say, the good old Greek gift sacrifice with bishop h7 and then queen d3 and knight g5 check. So you have to be very switched on there.
I love chess terminology, and I love explaining it to the audience. Let's explain that for a sec. Why do we call it the Greek gift?
Well, first of all, it's a bit weird because, you know, if we're referencing, you know, classical terminology, then you normally think of a Trojan horse. You'd be giving up a knight. So it's actually a little bit odd to call it, if I go back a move, it's actually rather odd to give up a bishop and call it the Greek gift. But I think it's named after El Greco, who was a player in, I don't know, was he in
I think he was from Spain, wasn't he? He's not Greek.
Well, El Greco, he was the Greek, but I think he lived
Italian.
He lived in Italy, but he was originally from Greece. And
I see.
I think, I mean, correct. I'm sure there's someone online who's going to correct me, but I think that it's named after. That's why it's called, or at least in some countries, it's called the Greek gift sacrifice, named after El Greco. However, so this, whatever the origins of the name, it's a really very, very well-known sacrifice that you play the check here, and the king goes back, and the knight comes in, so you threaten checkmate here, and well, the game reels on, but that's roughly the way you want to do it.
Now, these guys are apparently both still in their prep, I would say, and I know that Martin, who's playing the black side of this French defense, has studied a lot of Chessable, and he's a booked up player, as we say. I mean, the accuracy level in this game is off the charts right now. White with a 99.1 accuracy level, black with a 98.1 accuracy level.
It's theory. I think that's what it boils down to.
Yeah. Okay.
But listen, whether they're following their exact preparation is sort of a moot point. It's just a very standard kind of position. You know, black is massing pieces on the queen side, which could be a little bit uncomfortable for the king.
Yeah.
And actually, I mean, you asked the question earlier, should the king go king side or should it go queen side? Cleverly, black is holding the option open of going queen side, which actually, you know, could be a bit safer.
A lot more defenders around the king if you go long here, no?
Very much so. Although you could say that if the king goes to c8, then it means that it kind of slows black's attack a little bit, because of course it takes time to bring a rook to the semi-open c-file. So listen, there are pros and cons whichever way you go. I don't know. What would you go for? Would you prefer king side or queen side?
Seeing as how all of those pawns earlier were already pushed to a6 and b5, I would have opted for the queen trade in this position and just probably played it a little safer with white. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable there.
Yeah, I feel like my pawns on the king side haven't quite progressed as far enough to be doing anything to that king. So
okay, but my question is, which side would you go with black? Which would you prefer?
I would go long here. So I would also castle queen side here, just simply because more pieces are around my king there, and that bishop on d3 is already eyeing h7, but it's looking at a big pawn wall on the other side. So
yeah, no, I mean this. I'm absolutely serious when I say that, you know, if black were to castle here, then actually you have to be very switched on, and it's quite possible that bishop h7 immediately is an issue. But I mean, I think the nice thing about black's position is, because you don't need to make that decision yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting game for sure already.
Okay, but white's move, what are we going to do with white? Well, I would look at that knight on c3 and think it's not actually doing a lot. So what I would like to do is spin it around. Wow, interesting. You see, there's a difference in style. I would think to myself, yeah, this knight is the issue. I need to try and blockade on this square d4. He's thinking, right, I just want to crack things open. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just a different way of viewing the position, actually. And it does open up the queen's diagonal to g5. Very interesting.
I would have, I think as white, I would have gone for this as opposed to trying to reroute that knight. That didn't even occur to me, that you could reroute it to blockade on, even though you brought that up already during the commentary. I wouldn't have thought of that. But this feels natural to me. You want to crack open the king and just have a go. Okay,
I'm kind of starting to read your style there, Gert. Let's have a go.
I was willing to go queen f2 earlier, so you know.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Inconclusive as yet. But positionally, this is kind of the traditional way to go with white to blockade. But f5 absolutely sharpens the game.
I love it.
I'm
here for this.
Okay. Cool. Now, one question is, you see, I'm thinking, well, it might be time to dive out. Now, I'm not. Yeah. I tell you what, I'm definitely not going kingside here.
No.
This is.
Oh, you can see the engine there, just loving this for white. So clearly,
that's not good. However, the question is, after f5, can black castle queenside? That would be my question, because it leaves this one a little bit sensitive. However, I think okay, this needs some careful calculation. Anyway, listen, let's go to the game, because I think we've rattled on a couple of moves. b4, and the knight has gone back to e2.
Yeah, this is a fight.
Okay, my only qualm about playing this with b4, I actually question that move, because it seems to me that this is exactly where the knight wants to go, and we've got an extra option to flip the knight to f4 to attack this pawn here. So actually, I question b4. That looks inaccurate to me. It feels like white's pieces are definitely going in the right direction now.
But black's not castled.
Absolutely, black is not castled, and okay, he's done it now.
Okay,
but this knight is in exactly the right position. You know, this is a mistake, to my eyes.
Okay.
Because now this knight can come to a beautiful position on f4. This knight needed to move anyway, so why push it with b4? I would even say that b4 has actually slightly destabilized black's position because it's opened this up. It doesn't. This move does not appeal to me at all. You know, if you're going to go, if you're going to go queenside, you do it here. That's more secure for black. But this doesn't look right at all. What he's done, to my eyes.
Yeah, I was also kind of hoping that the knight on b6 would come to c4 at some point, and by moving that pawn, that knight now has one less pawn supporting it. So, yeah.
Well, it feels to me like white has some very nice options here. I mean, one move I would certainly consider here is queen g5. Just getting the queen amongst the pawns here, you know, that's actually a pretty nice one to take. And sorry, go on.
No, for me, so this is the difference between a grandmaster and a putzer like me. I look at that move and I think, yeah, but now I'm moving my queen away from my king, and like I don't really have any pieces jumping towards black's king. But I guess in this position, you're not necessarily going after the king as much.
Well, I mean, you mean white isn't going after the king?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I actually see that black's king is quite exposed in the sense that there aren't. I know there are lots of pieces around the king, but there aren't many pawns. But first of all, I mean, simple question. That's clearly a very dangerous threat. That's a big pawn to take because then you get through to here. So, I mean, how does black defend it? So, for example, that g6, okay, I take here. I can see the queen is beautifully placed. I'd like to follow up, for example, with knight f4.
But what if I just let you take it, and I just put a rook on the g file, and then I take the g2 pawn?
Okay, but wait a second. How do you actually achieve that? So
by letting you. So let's say I just I play another move. I'm not sure. Maybe we just put the knight on c4 because we want it there anyway, and then if the queen takes on g7, we play.
So knight a4 here.
I'm sorry. Did I say that? I meant c4.
Knight c4. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. First of all, before I plunge in, I just want to have a look and see if there's anything threatened. Well, I don't think there is. I don't think the sacrifice is on. That knight is still covering. So, okay, before I look at anything, I'm just going to see, right, what happens if I can actually take this? The point is, I'm going to take this one, and that supports that one, and I'm already getting through to the king with tempo, and these are strong pawns. So that feels like white is definitely heading in the right direction. I think the point is, I can't see a threat with the knight.
Okay.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah, we have a lot of pieces around the king, but there's not much happening here.
I mean, I would certainly consider moves like knight a3, but I think this can just be taken, and I'm guessing that I can defend against this one without.
I'm starting to sweat here as white. Oof.
Yeah, but I need to make an accurate move. Let me think of an accurate move. I'm hoping that
I'm feeling sweaty. Just looking at that.
The knight is covering these squares, so
yeah.
I think white is okay. But yeah, I think it's okay to plunge in with the queen. Listen, let's see what's happening in the game. This is all probably completely irrelevant. He's kept it very simple. He's just exchanged and flipped the knight to f4, and I like this as well. You know, it's what I was talking about earlier. You don't need to play queen g5. This is also absolutely fine. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that white is better. h4, this is a very responsible way of playing. The knight is beautifully placed on f4, and h4 is just. Let's just go back and show. Basically, he was perhaps thinking that the knight could be pushed away, so he's just played h4 to stop g5.
We have more moves now, and actually the knight has landed on c4.
Yeah, I'm still not very. I'm maybe I should be concerned, but I'm not.
No. I think it's clear that you and Alexander are playing this position in a way that
Well,
is
okay.
much better than the way me and Martin are thinking of playing this right now.
Well, okay. I mean, Queen E2 looks sensible to me, just to guard that pawn. Obviously, getting the queen away from the threat, and then one has the option to take this pawn. One could also exchange immediately, and then obviously move the queen. I like moving it to E3 because there's some nice squares this way.
Yeah.
Both those moves look acceptable to me.
But this is very concrete. You're just trying to win a pawn.
Yeah, actually, it's not just that. It's just about holding White's position, because I believe that White has a huge positional advantage here, and I think in simply holding the position, and White is doing extremely well. This knight is such a beautiful piece, and I'm going to come back to that move b4, which for me that's kind of a red flag, because that knight wants to go back to e2. Spinning around, once you've played f5, spinning around to f4 is such a beautiful square, hitting that pawn on e6, that that's just a mistake playing b4. It pushes the knight exactly where it wants to go. And yeah, he did just play queen e2. That's the simplest move. You're not committing to it to take straight away.
I have to say both players are really good with their time management right now. They have about equal time. They both are considering their options. There's not a big difference in time. It seems like, at some of the other categories that we were looking at these games, the players are playing really fast, and here it feels like there's
it's more
a little
even.
bit. Yeah. Now, okay. So what is a good move for Black here?
I'm struggling to find one, and I really mean that. I think Black has a rotten position. That pawn move. Sorry, yeah, he's played rook f8, hitting the knight. But that pawn move, something else. It's actually destabilised that knight on c4. I'm not impressed.
What's wrong with just bishop takes h7?
Yeah,
the knight
just got to deal with the
sorry.
threat. But
Yeah.
I mean, for example, if we just play g3, just hold.
Yeah.
White needs to just hold everything, and it's a beautiful position. Let's just see where we've got to. Has he played g3? Not yet.
No, that's they both are very sensible in their time management. They take some time. A lot going on in this. Oof.
To my eyes, it's just dominating position for White. Don't like the way Black's handled it at all. G3. Keep it simple. This is kind of your dream position against the French, because White has supported that pawn on e5. That's looking good. So that pawn on e5 cramps Black. Fixes that pawn on e6, which is really weak. F5. The f5 strategy has worked out perfectly. But there is going to be potential to getting through to Black's king now. White's king completely safe on the queen side. I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned is if the knight retreats, then this pawn hangs over on a6.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned that pawn as well.
There's so many weaknesses in Black's camp here. I was thinking, okay, maybe I can bring the queen to c5 and start some stuff, but nope. If we do that, then
Oh, well, that's interesting. He's taken on c4 straight away. I don't think he needed to do that.
I'll get
Rook takes. Okay, so he takes on a6. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still good for White. He didn't need to. I mean, I think g3 was a simple move, but I mean, it still looks. He's won a pawn. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
But those exchanges actually help Black to a certain extent,
Right.
because I mentioned the bad Black bishop in the French before.
No, now you get to trade it.
Exactly, and actually that rook is actively placed. Do you know what? I actually think this is a good outcome from Black losing this pawn.
Yeah, maybe now bishop takes, and then if the queen takes back, you play queen b7, and
Looks good to me. I agree. Yeah, let's just put that on the board and show that. Yeah, I think this is a good outcome. And the endgame, yes, black is a pawn down, but that rook is very active, and that pawn is attacked. I know it's
and
defended.
actually now exactly, and now actually the e5 pawn is helping black a little bit because it's kind of stopping the gap.
Yeah, I agree. So I think if black kind of keeps his head here, it's not too bad. To be honest, I wouldn't rush into that endgame with white. I would consider my options here, and probably I would certainly look at queen d3, because again I come back to this thing, king safety, something I think we need to talk about a lot actually. It often, if you're trying to decide, well, who stands better, I just look at white's king here and I think I've got 3 pawns in front of the king. How many pawns has black got? Well, actually all these pawns are advanced. Yeah, I know that there's a knight and a queen there, but actually long term black's king is going to suffer. And I look at white's queen, it's looking over here. I also look at that pawn on e6. That's potentially a liability. So, you know, people often ask, well, by the way, this is on the board.
Yeah, it's on the board.
When should I exchange queens? For me, I look at king safety. I look at king position and think.
But should
keep
white trade queens here?
No, you keep the queens on the board because black's king doesn't have pawn cover, whereas white's king has pawn cover. So I would not want to trade queens here. I think that makes life much easier for black. You keep the queens on the board because it's all about king safety. Now, what's he done?
Queen d3 is probably the best move here, and then
he's played it. Good. Okay. Very good choice. Queen d3 is the move.
Simple. We're making sure that pawn on b4 doesn't approach any further, and we're attacking h7. Yeah, it's a free pawn if we get to take it.
Absolutely. But fundamentally, it's about king safety. The queen, you keep the queens on the board because long term, black's king could well suffer here and white's king is more secure. So you want the queens on the board because that king on c8, black's king, is a liability.
Can we allow white? Okay, he's already played the pawn up now to h6.
Now,
I was thinking, can black allow the queen to take that pawn and play knight a5 right away just to land it again on
c4?
C4, but it's too early, right? The king is the king's in the way.
Yeah. So here, I mean, you know, there's queen g6, but actually the queen can come across to defend that pawn. I just wonder whether, you know, white should just advance that. Let's just fix these guys. I think this is okay. That's one possibility.
When you say fix it, you mean you're fixing the pawn on g7 so that it can be picked up in an endgame, possibly. It cannot advance.
Exactly, yeah. That's one option. Another option I would certainly consider is rook h3, because actually with the pawn on h4, it looks pretty. The pawn on g7 is pretty fixed anyway. So I like rook h3 to g3 to g6 because these are the 2 pawns I want to attack. Those are the weaknesses. Now, the question is, does white have enough time to do that? Those aren't the only options. Oh, interesting. He's just played the rook to e1, which is also fine. I'm being very direct here with rook h3. He's just holding this one. Do you know what? Also,
do we call that prophylactic? Do we call that a prophylactic move?
We're coming back to our friend Aaron Nimzovich. He liked his prophylaxis, didn't he?
Play it safe, kids.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very sensible move. You know, in this position, white doesn't have to shake the tree too hard. You know, he's just holding this position. And, you know, I like it as well. It looks pretty good to me. Nice play, seems to me. The thing is, if black attempts to do something here, it could actually just harm his position. You know, it might sort of, you might decentralize. For example, if you move this knight somewhere, okay, let's try your knight a5 move. I'm not saying you would play it here. It leaves this square available for white's knight. So black has to be rather careful. You know, this is just a super solid move.
Yeah.
You know, I like the way white's playing. You don't need to shake the tree too hard sometimes. Just hold the position.
We need to explain, or at least share a little bit more about our players sometimes, I feel. And so Martin, who is playing the black side of this French defense,
Yeah.
interesting character. Many years ago, I had some conversations with him when him and I were about the same level, I would say. He's progressed a lot more, and I think he's been more consistent about his chess training and about his studies and stuff. But he's actually written a few books on chess that he's
really?
self-published. A couple of really interesting books on checkmates, for example. He's also created a book on blindfold positions, where he essentially kind of collected a bunch of different studies, and he has published those as well. He also has a blog called the Say Chess blog. Well, I guess I should call it a Substack, where he regularly publishes a newsletter with lots of different interesting things about the chess world. It can be about chess improvement, but sometimes it's about the chess industry. Sometimes it's about another topic. So while we are watching this chess game, let's not forget that we have some really interesting personalities in the chess world, and Martin is certainly one of them. And in fact, that's why we invited him to play. And yeah.
Okay.
So
and remind me, where's he from?
He's from Denmark.
Okay. Queen c5. Yeah, interesting. When just shuffling back a couple of moves, you can see in this position after rook e1, so the queen came across to f7. Fine, you want to support the rook, but actually it just left a big gap in the queen side, which was filled by white's queen, which came in. And yeah, this does not look good for black. That king is insecure. Now, what can white do next? Knight d4. Yeah, that's interesting. So you can see this pawn is well protected by the rook.
I'm afraid your student, Mr. Dodgy, has lost his game.
Oh no. Okay, we'll switch to that in a second. Okay, seems to me that white has made really good progress here. Having exchanged those knights, you can see that black's king is becoming more exposed.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel good. Now, okay, you've got to watch out for rook c4. You could simply play pawn to b3 here.
Stop any nonsense.
Exactly, and you can see that black's queen is tied to defending that b pawn. That's a slight problem. It's just a nice position, essentially.
It's a little slow for me. I wouldn't mind taking a look at some of the other games that were played.
Right.
I leave it up to you to choose, obviously, but
okay. Let me just scroll down and see what we got. Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh, they're at the top, of course. I didn't need to scroll down. Okay, Mr. Dodge's gaming is over. Listen, let's leap into. Wow, Michael Porcelli against Jules Gambit. So Michael is white and looks to have an overwhelming advantage. We've got rook and knight. Okay, white is 4 pawns up here, so I mean, I don't think this one is going to last too much longer.
it looks like this will be a relatively easy conversion. What about Klimchak versus Maurits van der Meer? This is an interesting position.
Okay, let me just find the games. That would be a good start. I'm just scrolling down. Okay.
Seems like Maurits has just erred.
Tristan Klimchak against Maurits. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
I like White's position.
I like White's position. I need to... Can I put this in context? I'm just going to go from right from the very beginning. Oh, it's a good old Grand Prix attack. If you look at every weekend tournament in England, you will find the good old Grand Prix attack wheeled out at somewhere at some time. It's ooh.
Oh, it's a free pawn.
Well, I think it turned into a free pawn. Oh dear. There's a special place in hell For people that play pawn, those little pawn moves at the side of the board, h6, no, no, no. It just weakens the king. f5, good move. Do you know what? I would even consider sacrificing here. I just have a funny...
You would set... It's, oh, okay.
I would,
yeah.
Computer doesn't like it, of course. But, you know, swinging the rook over. But anyway...
You have a plan already.
I have a plan. Anyway, that's...
A grandmaster with a plan is a dangerous person.
That's another story. I mean, White probably very judiciously didn't feel the need.
Rook e7 was a big mistake. There's a nice tactic in the position now.
Okay, I'll get to it. Wait a second. Okay, this does look good. Okay, well, but I mean, White can play virtually anything in this position. you can just take on f6 and go queen g6 check.
There we go, taking on f6. I mean,
well, I mean, this is just mechanical, isn't it? You just clear the dead wood, and you get through to the king. This is well, okay. You've got to watch that one. let me point that one out. Yes.
You want to play that, and you hang your queen.
Inadvisable. However, I think in this position you can do virtually anything. I dare say rook c1 is a good move. So.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So we're trading here, but now we have all the pressure on that. But
it'd be surprising if Black managed to defend against f6.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's off the top of my head. I mean, White is just winning this. I mean. Okay, there are so many moves here. You can.
Kristen is being coached by Andras Toth, and he was very impressed with her tactical awareness on many occasions. She showed in their training sessions. She was showing some real firepower when she was on the attack. So okay, she opted for a different move here. But
okay, by the way, I mean that was possible in this position. That's why I wanted to take on f6, because we've got a cheap trick. Not that you need to do that, but I mean, after this move, of course, White does not take there. You give a check on g6. But
Black is tempting.
Yeah, but in the game, this happened, and of course, this is absolutely crushing. So White to move here. 2 minutes left. Rook f3. Yes, thank you very much. The good old rook lift. And
that poor Black king is...
It's a classic Grand Prix attack. The good old f-pawn rammed its way up the board.
When Kristen is on the attack, dangerous things happen to the opposite side's king.
However, if I go back to this position, I covered this in my Chessable course, the anti-Sicilians for Black. Yeah, in this position, okay, a6 was played.
And it's on sale.
It is on sale right now. Okay, I mean, once the bishop goes back to e2, this just isn't very good. I mean, d6 is certainly not a bad move. Actually, I quite like this move. Knight h6. You get your pieces out really quickly. And then, you just castle. You're ready to block with f5. The thing is, you actually don't need to move these centre pawns. So the point is that if White were to exchange here, you win time. And then you go d5 really quickly, because then this knight reaches dream square. You can move in here, you castle, you go f6. The knight can return to reality with either knight f5 or knight g4. It's all about rapid development. And that's the thing. So often in these Grand Prix attacks, if Black gets it wrong, then White's pieces flood out to the king side. However, if Black is crafty and actually maintains that knight on d4, and you develop quickly, you castle quickly, this is a fantastic position for Black. Because what do you do about that knight on d? I mean, Kurt, don't you? If you were playing with White, wouldn't you feel a little bit uncomfortable to have that beautiful Trojan horse in the middle of the board.
I would be thrilled, but also I'm a little distracted right now because Kristen has mate in one. There we go. It's played.
It's played.
Yeah, let's take a look at the final knockout blows.
Okay.
Because it's over. Moritz has been checkmated.
There we go. Good game. A good hack. A classic kingside attack hack.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Brutal.
The good old F-pawn. In this case, that's your dream Grand Prix attack. That's why you played it. Just going back here, the whole point of the Grand Prix attack is if you get in F5 and H6, what did I say? Special place in hell for those that play H6.
You did say that.
Once you play F5, it weakens. You can see this is the perfect move because it weakens Black's kingside. Okay. To relieve the pressure, you play G5, but White is always going to break through there. Now, there might have been a few little inaccuracies along the way, but basically, this is all good for White. You're going to break through eventually.
I'm looking at the games. I think we have all decisive results, unless I'm mistaken. I think we're waiting to go to the next round.
Wow, just like that. We haven't had one of those.
Okay, so let's take a quick break before we go to the next round.
Cool.
Thank you all. Stick around because we're going to have some more exciting chess here. And this is a really important round because this takes people to the finals.
And Geert,
see you soon.
We got to ask about your t-shirt.
After the break.
Good.
Bobby, dude, your chessable course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait.
Hans is on right now.
What? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
To understand this, we should start with the idea for White, and I'm not even exaggerating here. White's idea in this position is to exchange all pieces. What happens after all pieces are going to get exchanged?
White has a favorable...
We will get a position something like this. And this is a completely winning position for White. Black can do absolutely nothing to save it, and if you are going to play against the engine, you should be able to easily win this if you understand what you're doing. So basically, in a position like this, White will just improve the king to the maximum. If Black ever plays b6 to play c5, you reply with b4. And if Black is going to do something else, you just push your pawns. It's as easy as that. This position is completely winning. Because yes, you can create a passed pawn, and Black can't create a passed pawn. And you can do anything you want, but I will just show you that if Black tries to do something on the queen side, you just block everything. You push your guys, you don't take. After you take, suddenly it's easier for Black to get a passed pawn because now you undoubled their pawns. But after you play b3, if something like this happens, those guys are not going up. They are just, there are 2 pawns here, but they're worthless.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the ChessPunks champs. We are in the semifinals, second round. This round is the most important round for all these players because it takes them right to the finals. If it's a tie, they're going to go to tie breaks. If not, Daniel King, what's going to happen?
Sorry, in what circumstance? Sorry, it would go to tie breaks if it's 1-1.
If we're not going to see some decisive result, we're going to go right back into more fast chess.
Yeah,
the kind of stuff that we like to see.
Okay, good stuff. Listen, sorry, my mind was elsewhere. Do you know what? Okay, before we go into the games, I've just had an email from my man Lakan in Lagos. He got knocked out in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, okay, writes a really, really nice message saying, he's very appreciative for the coaching sessions. He said, I tried my best, but unfortunately it started raining and my network connection went down. Before I could reconnect, my time was up, even though I had an advantage.
That explains the timeout.
He said, but it's all good. It's not always a fairy tale story. I really appreciate your efforts. So it's such a nice email. He's really, he's disappointed, but he appreciated it anyway. So it's a pity.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that breaks my heart a little bit, but don't worry. We will be connecting Lakan with the wonderful nonprofit organization from Nigeria called Chess in Slums, and hopefully they can support him a little bit more on his journey. And we will hear a lot more of him in the future in the chess. But we have a semifinals happening right now. We're in the second round of the semifinals. Every game is a match. I'm one of your hosts. My name is Geert Vandervelde. We have Grandmaster Daniel King on the broadcast explaining all the chess to us. Let's go. Let's see what we've got happening in the games.
Okay, so I've just tapped into Mr. Dodgy against Alan Abrashev. So in that first round, Abrashev won. So Mr. Dodgy in a must-win situation. I'm just going to go from the top. So here we go. Oh, okay. So this is... Well, this is not a bad move. I know I've said already there's a special place in hell for players that make these little pawn moves. I call them little ears. These little ears at the side of the board. Because the center is everything. However, this is not so silly because black intends taking here and then gaining time with b5. So Mr. Dodgy very sensibly exchanges pawns, which kind of leaves this a little bit redundant. So I think this is absolutely fine way for white to play. Exchange of bishops. Okay. The queen comes to a reasonable position. And Mr. Dodgy is playing very directly by slamming the knight on the outpost on e5. Now,
can this be considered what people call the stonewall attack?
Well, if the pawn comes here, it's a kind of stonewall. I mean, actually, I suppose in kind of classical chess literature, this is known as the Pillsbury attack, with this kind of pawn triad supporting the knight. Very well known. I mean, from Harry Nelson Pillsbury, the great American player, end of the 19th century, who was one of the pioneers of this strategy, supporting the knight here. And a kind of Grand Prix attack, you sometimes launch the f-pawn. And for about 20 or 30 years, up to the sort of 1930s, this was such a common method of playing. And then black kind of fought back. I'm not sure it's a good idea in this position, because actually you can drive that knight back very, very easily. Exactly. f6.
So, do you feel that Mr. Dodgy is back to his dodgy ways? Do you feel maybe as a coach that you've not been able to, rid him of his bad habits, maybe a little bit?
I don't know, maybe. But actually, this is a very interesting move in this position.
Yeah.
So
It
if
is.
pawn takes. We're in like Flynn. This would be suboptimal for black.
Yeah, that's very suboptimal. It's a nice
However,
understatement.
In this position, one can play g6, and the problem is, okay, we all can see this obvious sacrifice, but I don't think white has anything more than a draw in this position.
And he needs a win.
And you need a rook there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to get there. In the meantime, black can drive that queen away. So yeah, unfortunately, this is a slight issue. But knowing Mr. Dodgy, I have a feeling that he is contemplating that move and thinking, how can I get away with it? But I'm not sure you can really. So I think what he's got to do is just bring the knight back. And then you can see, well, once the knight is driven back from the outpost, then that pawn is exposed. And in this position, again, it's one of those positions where I want to cheat. I want to put the pawn back on f2 so that I've got a nice pawn chain.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be on f4.
White played maybe slightly too aggressively in the opening. And
Queen h5! It's on the board! He's gone
oh,
for it!
what? He's going for it.
He's gone all in. So my question is, what does he play after g6?
Can he... Okay, but bishop takes? Pawn takes? Knight takes?
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Whether you play bishop takes or pawn takes, exactly the same as we've just been looking at. Basically, black trades everything. And the best that white has is to shuffle back and forth with a draw. This just looks too slow. I think probably queen... let me see. Queen here, rook f3. So you've got to be a little bit careful. Or
but you can play queen g7 and the king escapes, right?
I'm not sure it does.
It looks like it's not escaping.
Okay, now we need to play a queen back here probably, and then rook g3.
But now I don't understand why it likes white's position so much.
Because rook g3.
I see.
That's the problem. But so let's go back. There's going to be, basically, this feels too slow. There's going to be a very sensible way for black to defend this position. Not rook g8. Again,
what about just
move.
What about just knight e5?
Sorry, let me just go back after this
one. No, that makes no sense because you have a check. Never mind.
Okay, let's think carefully about this. There's going to be a good move. Okay, maybe. Okay, not so simple. Interesting. Okay, so what if I play here? Oh no, it doesn't like that one at all. That's still a good move. Okay, that's not working. Okay, we need a little bit of trial and error here. There's going to be a way for black to defend this. But clearly Mr. Dodgy is thinking, not so simple. And he might be right. What about this move? Then rook f3 anyway. Rook f3 is a problem. Okay, this is the issue. Well, okay, so what are we overlooking here? There is obviously a defense for black, but we're not seeing it at the moment. Okay, this, and now rook f7. That's the way to do it. So that after this, we can play this, and yeah, it's okay. Again, if this rook could come into the game very, very quickly, then it's a different matter, but it takes too long. So, all right, that's the way to go. Okay, but black still needs to find a couple of moves. And
Looks
we
like
have... Okay,
we have more moves on the board, I think.
It's gone like this.
Yeah.
This is it. Oh, no, he's blundered. He's played queen e7 and rook f3. Oh, that's interesting. The computer doesn't like... Oh, no, he's rook f7. Okay, this is exactly as we had it.
Yeah.
Okay, the computer doesn't like it. So why doesn't the computer like this?
Well, I guess I'm not quite sure, but it looks like this is just
I mean, this is still okay for black. It
Yeah.
thinks there's a better move here. Wait a second. Does it like rook g8 now? No, doesn't like rook g8. Sorry, that's just a straight blunder. Forgive me.
it thinks the only possible move is rook h3 check,
Here.
and
Yeah.
then it's rook h7, rook g3, rook g7, queen h5 check, and the rook just slides back into the defense there, and then it's over. Yeah, and then black probably eventually just untangles and is just a solid piece up.
Yeah, but let's have a little think about this. Just wondering if there's a way we can be a little bit crafty here. So we need to bring this one into the game. I just wonder whether if we bring this one across. Have we got some more moves? Let's have a look. No, rook f7 still white to move here. It seems to me this rook is the key. If white can't bring this one into the game, then it doesn't look great. Okay. I just for the sake of argument, I just want to try this. I mean, this would be a draw, like that. And if the king tries to escape, in, for example, this position, then that feels like white might actually be getting somewhere. That's not so clear. Right, do we have moves? We still don't have moves. Mr. Dodgy is having a... Okay, he's played rook h3. It worries me that because he's in a must-win situation, then, you know, sometimes the draw is going to be the sort of best continuation. Okay, he's gone for this.
Oh, okay, so moves have been played. The rooks are gone. Maybe update.
Yeah, no, they're on the board.
Yeah, looks like there's not much more happening. It's a perpetual or a nothing, and
Well, maybe he's going to do this.
queen
And then-
e7.
And then put his queen on d6. Just to keep the queens on the board, you know. He gets chased,
Right.
but at least he's active, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
that
then,
one's
and
actually
then you
not
want to
so
bring
clear.
that rook over to h3 eventually.
Everyone's got to join the party.
Yep. That knight is horribly out of the game, huh, on c3.
Yeah, absolutely. If this one could join in, that would be a different story. But yeah, it's just about bringing everyone to the party, basically. Okay, so this... Oh, he's exchanged queens. Oh, right. Let's just go back. So if queen... The only way of avoiding an exchange of queens is queen e6.
And then the knight gets out.
That's... Yeah, it's more than that. The queen is trapped. That's the issue. That's the issue in this position. You can see.
Oof.
That's the problem. So that's why he had to exchange queens. That's very
nice. Well done. And now it's just,
so
as
now,
you say, a technical win.
Yeah. This one's not... It's still not so simple, actually. But yeah,
True.
Black should be winning, of course. I mean, there are some pawns here.
Arlen, more time. Piece versus 2 pawns.
It looks very promising, doesn't it? Yeah, that's...
And all he has to do is draw.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. If you've got the draw in hand, then that makes a massive difference. Because in some positions you can give up a piece for 2 pawns and just simplify to something tedious.
Exactly. Is there something exciting happening in some of the other games here?
I'm sure there is. Let's who should we turn to? How about Maritz against Kristen? Oh, blimey.
What are we looking at? Maritz against Kristen again?
We are. So Maritz has white and his king. How's he got there? Okay, I need to just backtrack and see, because that's kind of crazy. Oh, it's a good old Albin gambit. Okay, I'm leaping forward. Okay, so this looked like an adventure.
Okay. This is over now.
Let's have a look.
Actually, not so clear.
Okay, so Kristen just needs a draw.
Yep.
The computer thinks it's level. Well, I mean, that can be taken.
Yeah. And it's more active pieces for black. Safer king, as you like to point out.
Okay, is the white king safe on h4, or is it active? Seems to me that if black only needs a draw, this is quite good, because there could be some kind of drawing mechanism with some kind of perpetual. Well, they're moving the rook somewhere else. So yeah, I mean, black looks fine here. That's the position on the board. So black to play. It's interesting.
I'm gonna sneak a look at. Maybe we should take a look at Harald Davidson against Tushar Anand.
Okay.
This is Tushar won the first game, but they seem to be relatively rating-wise equal, and this is a double-edged position from what I can tell.
Okay, let me just find it. Okay, bear with me.
This is interesting.
While I track them down. Sorry, folks, I've got a very long list of games here, and I'm just getting through. Okay, here we go. Yep. Right. Whoa. That's a hard one to sort of take in at first glance. We've got a king in the middle, and we've got a probably more secure king on g8. So we got Anand playing white and Harald playing black. I need to see how we got there.
It was interesting. d4, knight c6.
Ooh, strange. Quite like
I
black's
think
position,
I
actually.
remember Harald telling me that he plays this. Is it called the Nimzowitsch defense? There's Nimzowitsch again.
Yeah, with knight c6, I suppose it is.
Yeah, he mentioned that this is a little bit of a specialty of his. So.
Ooh. Knight there. I mean, I'm looking at damaging these pawns. I wouldn't be rushing into this if I were black, but I think I think Anand took the wrong knight. Because now with white's king in the middle.
That's a nice tactic back.
Yeah, let's just see that. So there's a nice pin there.
Yeah. Hard to see sideways moves.
Well, that's very true, yeah. Also, queen d4, that's a classy move. You hit the rook and you stop white castling. That's clever. And also you defend the king side, because this is kind of floating in the air, knight and queen attacking. Queen d4, really nice centralization.
And now the knight just dropped back to f6, or no, it's still there.
Apparently not. Another pin and win. That's his thing. Knight takes pawn.
Okay.
g6. Ooh. Apparently a huge mistake.
Yeah, but
we better work out why. Now, what's the story?
Is it? No.
Well, I'm just asking the question, what happens if I just move the knight back and then I push h5. Oh, the computer doesn't like that one. you get instant reaction from the eval bar. Okay, so we need something a little bit better than that.
But this is almost knockout level, apparently. The engine thinks that this is knockout level.
Okay, so let's try and figure this one out.
Oh, this is nice. We have to look tactically. Look over. Yeah. What's a piece that we could grab?
Piece we can grab?
Yeah.
Well, the knight, but except... Oh, duh. Oh, God, I'm slow today.
There we
nice.
go.
Winning a piece.
Do you think he's going to see it?
We're about to find out.
That's a nice tactic. That's a beautiful tactic. But you have to shift your mindset because we kept looking for... We did it too, yeah? We kept looking for something, and all of a sudden you just have... Oh, he played it?
Yeah. Well done.
Whoa, okay.
H5.
Yeah, but now it's... Oof.
And that's game over.
Fast play too.
Okay, that's well done.
Very confident.
Yeah. Good stuff. I mean, I was thinking black was... I really like queen d4, so Anand won. That was the final position.
Yep.
Yeah. Listen, let's just look at that tactic again. It's very nice. So g6, and yeah, interesting. That's a real blind spot. Missed it.
And he played it too. I mean, fantastic. I mean, wow.
Excellent stuff.
I'm not sure I would have seen that so quickly.
Let's move
Well played
on.
by Tushar. Tushar makes it into the finals.
Okay, so we've got... Let's just go back and have a look at Maritz against Kristan. Okay, Maritz is fighting back because that is a huge threat. And the rook is on the 7th rank. This is looking really bad for black. Double on the 7th? Yeah, if you give a check, rook b6, so double on the 7th looks pretty inviting to me. Okay, this has gone really badly wrong.
Yeah.
Let's go back, because basically I think round here black is fine.
Yeah, we felt that black was actually, in fact, probably better. Or at least, what happened here? Kristan just allowed too much counterplay.
That's not a nice move, because those rooks are just stymied.
But rook c6 and you're still okay?
I don't like those rooks there. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's the thing here.
That's a good move.
Yeah, I would have preferred rook c6 first.
Agreed. Yeah, cover the c4. But even so, this doesn't look right. You know, the rook on h5 is now really passive. And these pawns are also fairly far advanced compared to black's. So it's possible this turns into a straight race after this kind of thing and taking here. And then, you know, these are already up the board. So I think things have already gone really badly wrong. Let's just see where we've got to, because it's not cut and dried yet.
Looks like Kristan was just too eager to shut it down, right? Trying to take on h2, forgot that h4 was a move, etc. It's okay, it's not checkmate yet, but...
Okay, it's basically winning for white, because domination over the 7th. And basically, white is going to collect that pawn, and the king has beautiful cover, and these pawns just creep down the board, supported by the rooks and the king. So actually, it's game over.
So this is going to go to tiebreaks.
Looks like it. Yeah, this is what's happened. And now, let me see. If we play, for example, rook here should be good enough, I would say. Just to exchange off, let me see. Because I think white is so far ahead in this race. This one is just going through, supported by king and rook. I think rook g5 is game over. Rook h6, that'll do. That will also do. Threatening here. Should be winning. It seems to me that rook g5 is a much cleaner way to play the position. The reason I say that is that after rook here, then that rook can bounce up to protect that pawn. White is still winning. That's probably not a bad idea. Yeah, now you bounce up, you play rook here. It's still winning, but it's not that simple. Ah, you can switch across here. Okay, it's still should. It's not. Do you know what this is? It's not over yet. Rook g5 was clean. Okay, now it's winning. Just take it.
Yeah, that feels like the easiest move. Now you have 2 passed pawns. There we go.
Okay, that's game over. No, but black could have defended better.
Yeah, and plenty of time also.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're into a straight race, but two always beats 1. Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, that's nice. Cutting off the king for a little bit.
Yeah, well, actually, is it clever? No, actually, I take that back. Listen, it's still winning for white, but actually, yeah, you just need to push those pawns. That's better. Okay, white is still fine.
Okay.
Huh. I remember there was a friend of mine who talked about a rook and pawn endgame where his opponent had 3 passed pawns on the king side and he had 1. And he managed to win because his opponent tried to push all 3 pawns and he had just one job: push 1 pawn.
yeah, exactly.
And listen, it's still completely winning. The rook has found its best position behind the pawn, and okay, again, I wouldn't have pushed that one on its own. The king and pawns need to go together en masse, and then they're invulnerable. They can't be attacked.
Yeah. But after g4, I think white's doing okay.
Still,
or h4.
Still absolutely winning. I just, I like precision in the end game, basically. It's still completely winning. We should probably switch.
We don't have an endgame course by you yet on Chessable, Daniel. Maybe we need to get a little precision in the endgame course.
Precision. That's right. That's what the endgame's about. Should we switch games? Because I think this one's cut and dried, basically.
Yeah. I would agree. Some stuff has finished already.
How about Martin and Alexander?
Yeah.
In the open section. Okay, that's a pretty tense one. White's the exchange up.
And white needs to win. Because remember in that French in the first game.
Okay. This one is protected.
This looks double-edged, though, because black has some compensation with those 3 pawns running.
Just the 3.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. The computer doesn't like that move. Okay, still, this is still tricky because white's queen is active, and you have to manage those pawns. Actually, black has taken on a lot of responsibility.
But now the queen has to be traded. There's no more queen move. Right? It's over. The queens get traded, and then black runs down the board with those pawns.
Okay, that's a good move. That simplifies the situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be winning, but it's, you've got it. Like I said, when you have these pawns, you take on a lot of responsibility. You need to be really switched on here. But yeah, of course. It does look fantastic.
Okay.
Interesting take.
It does. The engine wants to go e6.
E3.
E3. E3.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a good move.
But how? Why? Because how does that not drop a pawn?
Take here. I mean, I imagine this is just cruising through, basically. Let me see. How do we do this? Knight. Can we get a little bit flashy here? Knight d5. I'm looking at this basically. I'm getting flashy. Watch this. Here we go.
Yeah.
And the pawn goes through. And if you take on c5, there's going to be a super check there.
Oh, fancy.
I'm getting fancy.
Finally, we're getting some king fireworks.
Finally,
You just needed that seventh
cheek.
cup of tea.
Cheek.
You just needed. It was the seventh cup of tea that did it. Now you're on fire.
Okay, here we go. Listen, that's not the position on the board, of course. F3.
We might get it on the board.
He took. It's still good for black.
Okay, but it's still good, and you can. I mean, yeah, exactly. You can keep pushing.
Yeah. Supported by the monster on G7 as well. So yeah, it's pretty good. Or indeed
two pass pawns.
Yeah, or knights kind of flying into the position as well from D5. So that looks pretty good. Okay, maybe we should move on. Who else we got? How's Mr. Dodgy getting on? Oh no, he lost that one. Yeah, that's the final position. I'm afraid. Yeah, it all turned to nothing. How about we haven't looked at Sharif Scheiden against Ivan Zhuk?
Nope, we have not. And Ivan Zhuk is a very strong player.
Is he?
Yes.
Now, where is Ivan from?
I believe he's from Belarus, but I can double check this for you.
Okay.
I will double check. Yeah, I remember correctly, I think.
Okay, this looks like serious chess to me.
Yeah. He's a almost 2100 FIDE rated player. Oh, and he has a FIDE federation. He's part of, so I can't tell, but I think he's from Belarus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, yes, the king is very actively placed, so we want to check the king away.
I mean, this is the rating difference is quite big here.
Yeah, but white's actually doing pretty well, has to be said.
I do not disagree. This is an even game. I think though that Ivan won the first one, so it's yeah. Oh, and he lost. He won that first one with a royal fork.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, black is obviously fine in any case. The rook is beautifully placed. I mean, it's basically level. A royal fork. Okay, I'll get you. Then you've set it up. I've got to see that one. Okay, king and queen. Nice. That was game one. Yeah. So
yeah.
it looks like Ivan is cruising through here as
Ivan is cruising to the finals.
Okay, so let's move on. Who else is still?
Okay,
Martin and Balkan. Okay, we got that one.
Michael against Jules Gambit. It looks like it's
okay.
Oh, down to the wire in time here. Jules is down to 40 seconds. She has a completely winning position.
It's that. Do you know what? It's that word completely.
Yeah, of course.
You got to be very careful with that.
I'm trying to create a little drama here, and you instantly take the chess drama that I'm trying to create and just calmly bring it back down to grandmaster level of calmness.
I'll tell you a story about somebody saying completely because. Okay, this I was playing an open tournament very quickly. I was playing against a French IM. This was way back when I lacked a little bit of tact, let's put it like that. And basically, I had a very, very dubious position, but I went all in with an attack. And there was a 50-50 situation, and my opponent, in time pressure, picked the wrong move, and I got him and won. My opponent, who was a little bit fiery, very nice guy, actually, but he's a little bit fiery. He, resigned the game, and he's, I was completely winning. Now, I shouldn't have said this, but I said, well, not completely. And I could see the red mist coming down, and I thought, oh my God, he's going to absolutely explode. But
yeah,
I got away with it.
Oh, no, what did she do? What happened? Why did she give up the pawn?
Oh, that wasn't good.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, not completely winning, and she's down to 10 seconds, but she's still a pawn up.
Yeah.
It's not completely winning, but it's winning. Actually, I wouldn't even say this is winning, to be honest, because with major piece endgames,
very difficult.
Yeah.
Especially
Really.
with the time is really now.
Yeah.
Creating the
extremely
difference.
difficult to win this.
Oh, Michael's just playing the clock. Jules has got. Oh, okay.
Okay, very, very good coordination from Black. Basically, in this position, you've got to trade some rooks. You've got to trade a pair of rooks to just take some of the pressure off.
Okay,
at the moment,
a little luft.
So, yeah, but for example, this one. Just trade a pair of rooks to take the pressure off f2. I mean, that's just a practical decision. Yeah, Black's queen is beautifully placed here. This is also a problem. So extremely difficult to actually convert this one, it has to be said.
So you want white to trade a rook here?
Just to simplify the position. Because I think technically this is very difficult. Okay, queen coming here. Yeah, I think the queen was pretty nice on c6, but a quick move is a good move in this position for Black. No doubt about it.
Well, Jules is holding her own. She's used to this stuff. What do we got? Ooh, come on.
Queen a7.
Oh, can we trade?
Well,
can we trade and bring the rook down?
Yeah, but then rook a3. I mean, again, in practical terms, I think an exchange of queens probably desirable for white. Still very good drawing chances, but just makes it easier to play. I mean,
Michael's keeping his cool.
Yeah, but you know, in these kind of situations, when you're you're playing with 10 seconds, you're basically playing on the increment.
Yeah,
you've got to be practical. Okay. You know,
simple threat here.
Simple threat here.
Trying to take on f8. Oh, and there's a pawn, so the rook.
Yeah, queen f5 or rook f5. Not rook f5. Oh, queen b4. Okay, yeah. Now hang on. Who needs what here? Who needs what?
That's a good question.
I'm going to tell you.
Let's look this up.
Michael only needs a draw. That's the
He
problem.
won the first. Oh yeah, he won the first game. So Jules is down on time and needs to win. This is a need. She needs to bag this, or it's
no
finals. Come on, Jules.
We're going to get 3 versus 2 on the king side, and that's a theoretical draw. Not too difficult to defend. So
theoretical draw, but these are not grandmasters.
Yeah, even so, it's fairly simple to defend, that one. Okay, we're going to get down to it. So we're trading these pawns. Here we go. At least.
Okay, but there's still 2 rooks.
Well, it's going to be 1 rook after. Okay, that's a blunder. That's a mouse slip. That's a mouse slip.
Ah, that's just dramatic.
Okay, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate mouse slip.
Yeah.
We're sorry, Jules. You deserved better in that last game.
So just to recap, basically...
what drama.
Instead of this... That should have been the position. You know, just white obviously has to try and play this one. It's a theoretical draw, but of course, you know, white can play forever. So...
Yep. I'm looking really quickly to see what the... Okay, so... It looks like all the semis are done, and we have 1 tiebreak between Kristen and Moritz.
Okay.
Oh, no, and Emery versus Reichbier is also going to tiebreak games. Yeah, we've got a couple tiebreaks coming up soon, guys.
Okay.
And girls. How's the chat doing? Chat's alive and well, hanging out.
That's good.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of tiebreak games coming up. Again, we will remind you, it's a 5-minute plus 1 second increment for every tiebreak game, and it's sudden death. If one player wins, it's all over, and they continue towards the finals. Daniel, how are you feeling?
I feel pretty good. I might be going for my 8th cup of tea. And I still want to know about your band t-shirt.
I think you should go for that eighth cup of tea, but we have tiebreak starting any second now, so we cannot just let you.
I can't run off. Okay, I've got to stick with. Okay, so tell
I came prepared.
Tell us about.
I came prepared.
Oh, you came prepared. Well, I still got my mug. So, what is your band T-shirt? Come on, I'm loud and proud with the Beatles. By the way, have you ever visited the Beatles exhibition in Liverpool? Because if it's for a Beatles nerd like me, you're in heaven. It is such a great exhibition. I would really recommend it. Actually, it's superb. It really is. The kind of memorabilia in there is extraordinary. Have you ever been?
I have not been, but I did just recently visit the Rolling Stones exhibition in Groningen, in the Netherlands, with my mom and dad, and it was really fun.
Oh, cool! That's interesting.
Very enjoyable.
So lots of memorabilia and stuff in there, and
yeah, and they did a really cool job of creating kind of like a backstage environment where you feel like you're behind the stage watching the show from the side of the stage with these screens and a setup. It was nice. It was. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did. So I'm not sure if that exhibition is still going on, but I'm sure it'll travel around the world, and it's worth going to, even if you're not a big Rolling Stones fan. There's it's like a history of the world through the eyes of the Rolling Stones or something. It was pretty cool.
Okay, I'm a Stones fan.
There you go. Oh, we have our first tiebreak game. Let's go there.
Okay.
Emery Rouge versus Rajbir Chakraborty. When we have a moment, I will explain about my band T-shirt.
Okay. We'll get there eventually.
We're getting some serious tactics already.
Are we? Okay, so we've got Kristen against Moritz. Oh, we've got another Grand Prix attack. Now, I was explaining this fantastic beast on d4, this Trojan horse slamming down on d4. This should be good for black. They're repeating exactly how they played in their first game. Now, d6 is absolutely fine for black, and d6 repeated. I like knight h6 there, as in my chessable course. But d6 is still good. Got to be careful with knight f6 because f5 can still come here. The exchange. Well, look at white's pieces. Also, after this exchange, the CFL opens. Should be good for black. But this knight is flinging itself over. I think this gives white a little bit too much play. More play than white deserves in this line. Because white can actually go with f5. You sack a pawn. You bring the queen over to h4. Like I said, you see this in weekend tournaments all over England. It's like clockwork. And it's actually not to be underestimated. This attack with f5, queen e1, queen h4, bishop h6, and so on. It's really, really dangerous. Queen e1 is... Okay, king h1 played first. But queen e1 is not bad. And in this situation with the bishop on e2, you can actually make a virtue of this move, because it can sometimes go back to d1 to defend. Now, this is a challenging move. It's going to come in on e3. But I don't trust it. I don't trust it because I think that pawn can get rounded up. Yeah, hack it off. Take it off. It does open up this bishop, but I think white should be okay here. c3, good move.
Yeah, okay. And now you play d4, and then you're going to eventually try and munch up that pawn.
It's going to happen. Trust me. So I think black has got this wrong again. I think the first part with knight d4, absolutely fine. e5, that was played last time. Big, big mistake. I don't like that move at all. In fact, I don't like white playing here. I think again, after e5, I think f5 could be really dangerous in that position. This is the kind of spearhead that you want with the Grand Prix attack. It's incredibly dangerous.
And what if black just takes? Can we illustrate that for a second? G6.
Okay, we can have a look. So in this position, wow.
G takes F.
Once you start opening up like this, look at black's king. Once that pawn goes... You mentioned this before, Gert. Once that pawn disappears,
Yeah, it becomes a file for black to attack through, yeah?
excuse me, for white to attack. This is fun.
Oh, you're thinking white, but how?
Absolutely,
why?
I'm thinking
Oh,
white.
I see the bishop is hanging. I missed that.
Okay, seriously, this is very dangerous. However, after pawn takes pawn, so this is the game. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Do you see? This is just
This is the same game.
Yeah, but then no, the knight it's not working. The knight has just had to fall back. F5. Well, king safety. F5 might be a good move, but there's no need to open up the king like that. In this position, I would be thinking, black's king, look at those pawns in front of the king. This is something I come back to, as you can tell, all the time. The king is safe. The king is really safe here. So leave it. What you need to do is chip away at the other side of the board, because everything is secure. So you can just leave that be, and then just go for a queenside attack. I mean, this is actually very nice. After f5, this is probably good for black, but the king is insecure, and that concerns me. This, yeah, knight a, exactly. Knight
Now
h4.
the pawn has to take, or maybe rook takes. Okay, pawn takes.
I'm not sure that white needs to take straight away, but I can see these light squares around the king, and that would concern me. Well, you play queen takes pawn, of course. First of all, collect that one. And yeah, indeed, that's on the board.
Yeah, 2 for 6.
Okay.
So white's a pawn up now. Black's maybe slightly more active, but looks like white has everything under control.
Okay, again, you say black is more active. I just look at black's king, and I see no pawns in front, apart from this one. I see all these light square weaknesses, and I look at white's king, and I think, 2 pawns still in front of the king. This is kind of pseudo activity. White stands really well here. Black's attack should not come through here. White's attack, however, could be very strong. Bishop f3.
Yeah, the accuracy level of both players definitely.
But look, look at this bishop. This is going to hold white's position together. Okay, now it's time to chip away at the queen side. You just bring this rook into the game. White is winning this. Okay, you can bring the rook in that way. I liked a4. Seemed pretty natural. This is also good. Queen takes. You've got this move. Queen takes f4.
It wins a pawn now.
Yeah. Okay, d4 also good. Also fine. This is just winning for white. Should be winning. Should be. Got to be very careful about that. Okay, so Kristen playing extremely well here. I like it. But I come back to this move f5. Black is doing really well here. Notice f5 complete, although probably okay, but it destabilizes the king. And the result is this position here. Look, once the f pawn advances, the best move that black can make is cheat and put the pawn on f7. Trust me. It's not practical.
Where are we in this game? Okay, so this looks
still fantastic for white. White's a pawn up, and black's king is going to suffer. I can move the queen in. That might be good. This rook is beautifully placed. All white's pieces beautifully coordinated. That's another of my pet hates. Black's rooks are split. The rooks need to work together.
Yeah. Yeah, the engine here wanted to go rook e2, rook e1.
Very
and just
simple.
double up on the e file with the rooks. So
Very
Kristen
simple.
is opting for something else. I'm not sure what.
Still okay. I mean, there's an obvious threat, but I mean that's okay. That's blunder.
Oh.
That's just bishop d5. That's game over.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's over.
No, but listen. Why is it game over? That pawn should be on f7. None of this would have happened. Black's king is exposed.
Fair enough.
For me, this is such a lesson because here in this position,
now rook takes f4.
Everyone wants to play f5. I see it all the time, and it's just a practical mistake. So, you know, once
There we
a queen
go.
up,
She's not letting it go.
of course. I mean, you're a queen up. This is just game over.
But now, yeah, but she takes on f4 now too.
It's done.
Yeah, this is...
Okay, careful. Give a check first. Just give a check first, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Watch out for this one. That's good. Very secure. Check and take. But yeah, seriously, there are certain errors that I see all the time in amateur games, and this is one of them. Advancing that f-pawn when it's just not necessary. And it feels like, yeah, I'm on the attack, I'm doing really well. But it destabilizes the king. This is the problem. It's even if objectively it's not bad, in practical terms, it's a mistake, basically. And we saw...
Still going, but this is going. Yeah, this is a cleanup job now.
Yeah.
Or technique, as we say.
Indeed.
And now the players, of course, even if they don't go through to the finals, they're still going to have to play, because there's a third and a fourth place at stake. And let's quickly talk about the prizes here for a second. So the winner of the ChessPunks champs gets $1,000 worth of Chessable courses, but also $1,000 worth of chess stipend. So all of the players, they handed in a chess improvement plan before the finals.
Oh, really?
And
Wow.
when they win, if they end up in between first and fourth place, they get an amount of cash support to execute that chess improvement plan. So
wow,
it's exciting, because if you end up in third place as opposed to ending up in fourth, if you end up in third, you're still walking away with $500 worth of cash stipend, as well as $500 worth of Chessable courses. So it's definitely deserving of battling it out all the way to the end. I think Moritz can safely resign here, but he's playing on, maybe hoping for a little stalemate or something. But
Okay.
Kristen is not letting that happen.
Should we shift games? Are there any other games?
Yeah,
going on?
it feels to me like maybe there's some...
We'll go through the motions there.
we are here.
I don't see any others at the moment. Unless you know better. Oh, here we go. Emery Royshore, however you want to say it. And that looks like a draw. So White is...
So they have to
sack
play
here.
again.
Right. Yep. Okay, so basically both sides will have to sacrifice the rook, and then that's just a draw. There we go. Nothing to do. Yeah, king moves. Oh, that's a mistake. Rook takes... Oh no, hang on. That was pre-moving. Black could have taken that pawn. Unless I'm mistaken. Okay, now it's a draw. Again. But I think there was pre-moving going on, and I think that rook takes pawn was missed in the middle of that. Just because of the pre-moves.
Very little time here for
okay, but
Emery.
but what is White doing? You don't put the king in front of the pawn. This is crazy. Check. No. Huge mistake. Now it's lost. Now Black messed up. Okay. Now it's a draw again. You just have to put the rook here and sack the rook. But if... I'm going to go back to that position. Because there was terrible mistake.
Okay, this is...
Okay,
now it's a
draw.
so they have to play again.
Okay,
Yeah.
can I just go back a couple of moves?
Sure.
Okay, in this position. So in this position, instead of king g6, king f6 is a very simple win. White has one move, and now the point is the king is not on g6, so the g file is open, and the king has to protect the pawn, and then you come here, and thank you very much. And that is a technical matter. Oh, good grief. It was all happening there. Any other games?
No, I think we just have this one rematch between Emery and Rajbir.
Okay.
And let's give a little extra props to Rajbir here because he is playing from India and it's very late there.
Ooh.
Emery's playing in the middle of the day, so Emery has the daytime advantage, let's say, versus Rajbir, who's playing from India. So it's already well past midnight for him, and that's tough to play at such a late hour.
I was going to say which time zone in India. If it's
I think it's all one time zone, isn't it? 4.5 hours difference between Europe, 5.5 between the UK where you are and us.
Yeah, certainly Mumbai is 4.5. Is it not? Do they only have one time zone? There you go. That shows my ignorance.
I think so.
Okay, I know Mumbai is 4.5 anyway.
Okay,
so
we have the next game started, Daniel.
Okay, cool.
And they're going fast again. Ooh.
Okay, let me find it. I've got a lot of games.
Yeah, there's only one
through.
time zone in India.
Okay, thank you. Here we go. Fast and Furious looks like a Dutch and white has exchanged bishop for knight. Would you exchange bishop for knight? In that, I'm just going to go back to the start.
This went too fast for me. I need to take a... No, I would not do that.
Okay.
But this is interesting because it's what do we call this? The pseudo Trumpovsky?
No, I mean it's basically just a pretty standard variation of the Dutch, to be honest.
Is it?
Yeah, where you take on f6 pretty early.
I see.
And it's quite a closed position. So what White is arguing is that because the position's closed, then the bishops are a little bit blocked in.
And so I guess White wants to play f4 here. No. Oh, okay.
Which is exactly why White has done that. There's a downside, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, but...
Oh, wait, missed a tactic.
Was there a bishop f4? It's somewhere in the middle there.
Still, it's still there.
Yeah, looks like it to me.
Emery is missing the tactics.
However, c5 is also very interesting. And now, in any case, of course, bishop f4 is just winning a pawn. We should explain that there's a pin there. But c5 I really like as well. Because, for example, if White were to take here, not a good move. But it brings that bishop into play. So I think Black already has a really nice initiative here. And it's gone badly wrong. I mean, I think earlier White needed to play the knights to a4 to take control over that c5 square. And then, you can justify this decision to play with the knights against the bishops.
These knights are looking pretty sad right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. They don't have good squares to go to. And with the position opening, this is nice. So where have we got to? Have we got some more moves? Oh, we've got more moves. Here we go. Bishop f4, yeah, that bishop in particular looking really good. Gert, a quick question.
Yeah.
In your opinion, whose king is safer?
I would say Black's king is safer, Daniel.
Indeed. Got 4 pawns in front of it. White only has 2.
Yeah.
It's that simple, and that's why, apart from the very nice bishops, that's why I think Black is better here.
I really like you could even start thinking about playing a move like rook e4 and right,
good old exchange sack,
inviting the exchange sack so that we can put that d pawn on e4.
In fact, it's not even a sacrifice, isn't it, because of the fork. Rook e4, certainly a very appealing move. Yeah, definitely, but not the only way to go. I mean, one could also consider a pawn storm, because in this position, I know I've been saying, you've got to keep your king protected, but here actually it's very well protected with bishop, queen, and once those pawns get going down the board, then you start to attack White's king. In this case, I think g5 would be perfectly acceptable actually. But yeah, lots of nice things going on here. Let's crack on.
Grandmasters are always willing to break the rules whenever necessary.
Funny thing is, I actually don't like... Do you want to be a rule breaker or a rule taker?
I'm always breaking the rules, Daniel.
Good man.
I play 1b3 as my first move in almost all of my games.
Funnily enough, I don't actually. I mean, black. I still think black is better here, but I don't like this so much because black has lost one of those beautiful bishops.
Yeah.
And they're not. The pawns aren't so mobile now.
I'd still play rook e4 here. Just invite that knight being taken and getting those pawns passed and.
Okay, so g4 played, which okay, I understand what white is trying to do. It really concerns me that now this bishop is very open. G4, the pawn is blocking out the bishop for a moment. So g4 just feels like it's the wrong move to me.
Also, black can just take it. There's no... But, I guess like queen g6.
Queen g6 is obviously the idea. However, even this is not so clear. Just because white's king looks in more danger. And indeed, well, your move rook e4, I would say, is definitely worth considering here.
Stops everything again and...
Well, it's just an interesting sacrifice, I don't like the fact that white's king is open. But anyway, let's see what happened. After g4, bishop b4. Interesting.
I guess trying to clear the square first. So like protector of the e4 square.
I think the idea is... Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely, that could be one of the ideas. It's just to distract the queen because black can now take and then take on g4. Yeah, okay. Not very consistent.
No. Okay, but now maybe the queen will go to no. Okay.
Still better for black.
Yeah.
There aren't
G6.
enough pawns around. That's a much better move.
Yeah.
Just bring it down the board. And okay, I think things are still very, very good for black here.
Queen g4.
Queen g4. In like Flynn. Here we go.
And then where does the white's king just goes to h1, but now we can start being active. Yeah, queen g4, there we go.
It's very good. Yeah. Black is
also
very nicely.
Ooh, gotta be a little bit careful because rook g1 coming, yeah? So he's gotta do a little bit of...
Yes, a little bit of care in the community. What about... Could just go rook e7. And then if the rook hits, then you just nudge back here. I think black is still
no offense to Emery, but I don't think he's going to play that move.
Okay, that's not a good move. I can see that move. Okay, clearly I need to be a little bit more careful here. Let's see what happened.
Okay, he found it. He played it. Rook
okay,
E7.
so right now he's got to be careful. So I was trying this, and I managed to step into something quite nasty here. So what is he going to do with the queen? He probably...
I mean, it has to be queen h5. It feels...
Yeah, but this looks really dodgy. Now white is going for it. So that's what I missed. That's the move, when I was, flicking through these moves with rook e7. That's the one.
I forget that rook h3 is in the air after that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think the queen has to go back the other way.
Yeah. Okay.
Even so, white is fighting back now. Rook h3 in any case.
Yeah, and now... but there's no danger because the king can go to f7 without too much trouble.
Oh, I think there's a lot of trouble. Forgive me for saying so. I think this could be very iffy because look, the rook is on g7. So, this is already looking a little bit chancy. I mean, particularly in a blitz game, this is very hard to control, actually. Okay, he's gone f5, which is probably sensible to cut this one out. But suddenly, white is counterattacking here.
Yeah.
Queen f3. Oh, no, not queen f3 because rook e3. Let me see. Rook. What about... Okay, so he wants to move the queen in and wants to avoid this. It looks a bit clunky. Okay, I can see the Valbar doesn't like it. That's a good move. Trade off that dangerous rook. That's what you got to do. Trade off active pieces.
Does it have to be traded?
What? Should white avoid it?
Yeah. Can it be avoided?
There's a knight hanging on c3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at C3 at all. There you go. I'm getting tired. I need more of that British tea that you're drinking.
Indeed. Okay.
Oh,
so,
and he did drop it. Oof. Uh-oh.
yeah.
Oh, no more time. Is Emery going to take the knight? Why not? Come on, just take it.
But he's down. He's got 8 seconds left, and now
he didn't take it.
He didn't take it, and Queen H5.
Take the knight. Take the knight.
It's huge. Well, yeah, but if he takes the knight, there's check, and then you take on G7. And no. This is just why he's in.
What's going on?
He's in. Rook G6. I tell you what's going on. White is all over him. It's over. Rook H6 mate. Rook H6 mate. It's gone.
Whoa. Oh, well played.
That does the job. Oh. What a counter-attack. Wow.
Queen G4 was a bad move in hindsight. It just invited white onto the everywhere.
Yeah, but black should... After this, I maintain that this should still be good for black. But yeah, after this one, Rook E7 was just too casual. That was my instinctive reaction was to do that. It's a big mistake because suddenly white has the initiative. I think black needs something really vigorous in this position. Now, what looks like vigour? Maybe even just ditching a pawn with Rook E3 to get rid of one of those.
Listen, we've got finals coming up.
Have we made it to the finals? Finally,
we're going to make it to the finals, everybody. Yeah, this was a dramatic final game. Emery was clearly winning, and then clearly not, as has been an ongoing theme in these games. Thank you all so much for watching. Please don't go anywhere because we have the finals of the first annual ChessPunks Champs up next. See you soon.
We have got some bishop takes e6 tactical here. Did we play it?
Yeah.
Legendario! I mean, please put it on the record. Please tell me that this is on record so that I can show all the viewers. Oh man, that mate!
I know, but
you are my hero.
But
you are my hero.
What happened? What? No, but he doesn't.
I know that they didn't take, but that doesn't take your New York status away.
But that's the mate. Yeah.
You are my new star. Oh, the bishop, like a real sadist, not even with the knight. No, we insist on mate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god. What do we have now after bishop? Bishop f5, rook f5.
Yeah. Sack the rook.
You absolutely must publish this. If that's how it went. Oh my god, look at this.
And then he just...
Rook takes, queen takes, knight takes. Oh, yamo. Oh.
Also, I forgot to summarize is a few things at the day of the tournament or of the game. I'm talking about classics, or in this case, rapid. Getting good sleep, very crucial. It can just if you're sleepy during the game, especially in short time control. My goodness, it's terrible. It's hard. It's blunders happen and so on. So get good sleep. I do simple puzzles before the game, not immediately before the game. Within an hour before the game, simple warm up. Even maybe not primitive, but I don't know, just to enjoy some chess and solve some puzzles. And yeah, I would also refresh in my mind the lines that I expect. And in over the board game, 1 hour before the game, I turn off the computer. So I try to read a book, go for fresh air, take a nap, whatever, right? So, but not sitting always in front of the computer to give your brain a little bit of rest. I'm not sure if you can apply it to online chess. I'm not 100% sure because you still have to feel right when you play online. But getting some rest for your eyes, for your brain before the game is a good idea. Okay. And now I want to talk about your Blitz game. It happened a couple of days ago, and I.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us because we have arrived at the finals of the first annual ChessPunks Champs. And I'm here with Grandmaster Daniel King. Daniel, you're on T-Cup number 8. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm hot to trot. Here we go. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers to that.
Yeah. Who's in the final? That's what I want to know. I mean, frankly, it's all a bit of a blur by this stage, so I think we need a little bit of a recap on the brackets.
We have an under 1300 finals between Mark Manikarian from Armenia versus the tiebreak winner of just 5 minutes ago, Rajbir Chakraborty from India, who's playing well into the middle of the night at this point. And probably Mark also, because they're both pretty on a dark side of the world where the sun has already gone down and people are already fast asleep this Sunday night. So both those guys are going to start work tomorrow or uni or whatever they do, and they're going to feel pretty tired. So hopefully one of them ends up happy. Then in the under 1700, we have Ivan Zuk, not to be confused with Ivan Chuk, and he's going to be battling Kristen from Canada. And Kristen has been showing some really fine attacking skills, but I have a slight idea that Ivan is a little too strong for her. But let's hope for a really beautiful final. Then in the under 2000, we have chess coach and Chessable author Michael Porcelli made it all the way into the finals. and he's playing against YouTube streamer Tushar Anand, also known as Sadistic Tushi. Is he going to be playing with Michael Porcelli? I don't know. And then, of course, the Open. And we have some really strong players there. The only titled player in the field, National Master Alexander Balcom, is in the finals, and he's playing Arlen Abrashev. Arlen is actually a very strong player, probably a little underrated. Hangs out with a bunch of strong chess players and goes to uni. I think he's probably a really interesting underdog in that fight. So what do you think, Daniel? Are we going to see more of this drama that we saw in this tiebreak, or how are you feeling about this chess?
I think we might be seeing a lot of drama. It's all to come, but also you have to remember, these players have been going for how long? We've been going for like 4 hours already. Whatever kind of chess you're playing, after 4 hours, your brain is melting. This is the problem. And I think particularly with Rapid and Blitz, I mean, even classical chess, I know what it was like after 4 hours. I'd get to the time control after 4 hours, and I would just run to wherever I could get some food, just down some, sugar rush, basically, get a cake or something, and not the strongest possible tea or coffee to keep myself going, just to kind of give me a hit, give me a rush before, the next time control in like an hour's time. These guys playing Blitz and Rapid after over 4 hours. Oh my God. It's all going to happen on the board. This is really tough. This is really tough.
The games have started. Do you want to pick a game and dive in?
I certainly do, if I can find them. Here we go. They're not appearing on my feed. Yeah,
I'm also trying to find them.
Can't see them on my feed at the moment.
Hopefully someone in broadcast is hearing our pleas and can help us with it.
First one. So let's start with, here we go, the under 1300 final. Mark Manacharian against Rajbir Chakrabarti. So here we go. I'm going to go from the top, because this is actually a very interesting opening. This is the Scotch. Such a straightforward, sensible, pragmatic opening. Basically, white breaks in the center, and you start to bring your pieces out in a very pragmatic way. Gert, I'm a fan. I like it. Have you played this? Your kind of chess?
The Scotch was actually, I think, one of the first openings that I learned how to play because of Garry Kasparov.
Played it in the World Championship match against Karpov in 1990.
Yeah, and that was, I think, the very first chess game that I followed as it was happening. And so I learned about it then. I must have been in high school, or maybe I was in maybe like last grade of middle school or something. But yeah, that's when I first heard of this opening.
Well, that's interesting, because Kasparov was one of those players at the time who kind of revived the Scotch, because it was always thought to be, some 19th century opening, and everyone, played the Spanish. That was the real test. But actually, he introduced some really important new ideas. Now, this is interesting. White plays Queen E2. Looks weird, doesn't it? Block the bishop. Of course, it's all about castling queenside very rapidly. So this is quite an ambitious way for white to play, particularly when there's a knight floating around the king. The idea, of course, you want to pawn storm this side with your king on this side. I don't know about you, I wouldn't like that knight floating in front of my king like that. What do you think? Prefer white or black?
I'm happy with white in this position. I
Yeah.
feel like black's pieces are still underdeveloped.
True.
White already has a lot of. I mean, G4 is coming, and then you're gonna start pushing, and maybe the attack stalls eventually, but it feels like white is in the driver's seat right now to me.
Interesting. I mean, I would just be. I just wouldn't like that knight in my face, basically.
Yeah. No, I understand you, and I think if the theme of the evening has been thus far that I prefer activity and attacks, and you look at the king and ask, like, but that king is not very safe. There's pawns in front of that king. There's holes all around it. You look at the king's safety, and that's why you're the grandmaster, and I am just a humble chess player.
Okay, well, let's
average rating.
This is very interesting how the game has developed. So d6, of course, almost obligatory to play this move. g4, h6. No!
That's a hook, isn't it?
Don't play h6. As you say, it's a hook. Because white can open the g file, and that's just route 1 towards the king. No. h4, of course, you're ready for this. You could go g5 immediately, by the way. And now black was so terrified that he's thinking, okay, I better give up. Listen, I understand it. I would be absolutely terrified of this move. So he's that terrified, he's sacked a piece. Oof. Thing is, white still has an attack. But at least the knight has a square. But listen, white should be winning.
But they're playing so fast.
Yeah. Do you know what? They're still in blitz mode. That's a big mistake.
It really feels like it, because I mean, how much time is in their clock? They've barely spent any time.
Yeah. Listen, if we're going to go back, pawn move g4. If the pawn advances to g5, it's not the end of the world for black, because those pawns are still in front of the king. There's no file is open. So, for example, one could play bishop e6 here, or knight d, maybe knight d7 first. I'm not sure which. But after this, for example, the knight bounces around. No open file. As you mentioned, there's no hook here. So the files haven't opened. And this knight is going to swing around. Basically, black is counterattacking. Or maybe exchange here and put the knight on c5. Well, now we're in business. So h6, that's a dreadful move. Okay, let's catch up with what happened. Let's have a look. So we've got this sack.
A lot more moves.
King h7, and now knight f3. Now that's a very pragmatic move, because I mentioned earlier that knight is on a nice square, can't be driven away by a pawn. So simply exchanging it off makes so much sense to me. Very pragmatic way to play.
White's up a piece, right, for 2 pawns, so the more pieces leave the board, the stronger the leftover pieces for white will be eventually.
And that knight is a key defensive piece for black. So it makes total sense. And once that one's exchanged, then we have something to hit on the f file. So at knight f3, excellent move.
Should black just play knight c6? No, okay, black played something else, but maybe knight b4, knight c6, just to maintain a knight on e5.
Back here.
Yeah.
It's going back, isn't it? Yeah, it's not going to work, is it? There's just too much going on here. Yeah. No, I think Mark has found an excellent practical strategy to play knight f3.
The knight's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, but that trades off more pieces. The queen can just take.
You could do. To be honest, I think it's better to play like this, because you don't need to rush it, because white is actually the one who has the pressure now.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't rush into the exchange. I mean, of course, it's possible to exchange, but
is bishop takes f7 in the air now?
Absolutely, it's in the air.
That's the bishop takes f7, queen g6 check.
Yeah.
And where does the king go?
But I think, of course, black. Oh, g5. That's bad.
Whoa.
But the point is this: even if this sack, okay, he's traded. Of course, it's winning. Yeah, I wouldn't have traded.
Yeah. Now you're winning another pawn.
Okay,
Maybe possibly another 2.
No, it's simple. It's very simple. Wouldn't it? Honestly, I know this simplifies to a winning position. Okay, it's incredibly simple.
Check.
Yeah, it's game over. This is resignable.
Another pawn lies.
Yeah, just take care.
White's going to be up so much material.
In this position, I would actually just consider a hammering down the f-file because there just isn't going to be a defense, basically. It's going to be over. But of course, what he did is extremely practical and very, very sensible. So we're in this position.
Yeah.
And, well, this is completely resignable, of course. White has an extra bishop.
Interesting to note that this started out as an under 1300, and both players are well above 1300 at this point. Rajbir is 1390 now, and Mark is already 1445. So they've made some strides during this tournament, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're going through the motions here. It's a very stable position, and you know, White is cleaning up here. So perhaps we should switch. Let's see.
Let's pick another game.
So we have. Let me just scroll.
How about we go to Emre again against Faisal Mahdi from Kuwait? Oh wait, that's the quarterfinals I'm looking at.
Yeah. We need Ivan Zhuk against Kristen, and I'm just scrolling down my list here. I got a lot of games in the list.
Okay, Zuk Klimchak is happening.
Okay, I'm just trying to find it here. Gert, just give me a moment.
Sure, it's kind of towards the top there. It's second game from the top.
I've got this one.
It's called quarterfinals, but if you click on it, it's not quarterfinals.
With there. That's what somewhat confused me.
Yeah, me too. I keep getting confused by the titles there, but
okay, so we've got Ivan Zhuk playing white against Kristen Klimchak playing black. I'm going to go from the top. Scandi alert.
I wonder if oh wait, who played the Scandi?
Kristen.
No? Oh, she did. Her coach is not going to be happy with that one. Andras is going to have a fit. If she loses this, I think he might actually fly from Australia to the United States or Canada.
Is he not a fan?
He's not a fan of the Scandi. He will not be very happy about this.
Funny thing is, after knight c3, I would say that Black's decision to play the Scandi has been fully justified because after then this is certainly not one of the most critical lines. Let's put it like that.
It's a great position for Black out of the Scandi. I've actually played the Scandi quite a bit, also in tournament play, and I would be extremely happy with this position.
Okay, explain why.
Okay, let me finalize here, because now it's just about equal. I was looking a couple moves earlier.
Sorry, I've got the position on the board after move 1, 2, 3.
So I was thinking after the move d3, I was extremely happy with Black's position, and Kristen went for e4, which felt very early to me. I just felt like the bishop should have gone to c5, and then you start pushing with all those pawns on the king side.
Okay, you're obviously looking at a position way in advance of what we've got to. What I'm showing on the board. So I'm just asking the question after move 3. Knight takes d5. So why exactly would you be happy with this position as Black?
After move 3?
Yes. So you said after move 3, because I said knight c3 is not the most critical.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking. I was looking at the position when d3 was played by White.
Okay, you want to go forward. Okay, well let me say why this is fine for Black, because basically this doesn't really challenge black's setup. And after this, in fact, the queen, although one talks about bringing the queen out very early in the game, is sometimes a mistake. Here it's actually okay because it can't be hit by a knight, and hitting with a pawn would definitely be a mistake.
Yeah.
So black's development is absolutely fine here. Yeah, very sound.
So here I think white plays d3 at some point, and then I felt, so that's a weird move. What is that?
Well, because, I'm only guessing, but because white actually can't advance in the middle, then clearly this pawn will be taken. So white's thinking, well, maybe I just go a3 and b4 and try to sort of tickle this knight. But
maybe you want to play c3 instead and take over the center. But
yeah, but basically it's all too slow by this stage. C3 will also be met by e5, and black is simply better. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, so white played d3 in this thing, and this is where I feel like Kristen went the wrong way, because she could have played bishop. Yeah, so here I felt that feels too early. I feel like she should have played bishop c5, and then just started bringing all those pawns up on the king side. Well,
but the thing is, bishop c5 kind of invites white to push like this. So actually, I don't. You can push the pawns without playing bishop c5. We're back to that very similar Scotch position actually. If you think with if we mirror the board,
reversed
exactly. With again we have a hook here. Yeah, and I completely agree. I think black is doing very well. But
could you reverse the board for a sec so that we can see that for all the viewers? Can we do that or no?
Can I flip the board? I
Possibly
probably can. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how.
Okay, we'll leave it at this. But it was interesting because for all the viewers who were watching before, we had that really interesting game before with the Scotch. And now we're getting it with colors reversed, essentially.
Okay. By the way, I still think this is actually very good for black, just because black has greater activity. Although when moves like a6 are played, then I think, okay, it's not that special. Feels a bit slow now. I still prefer black.
Yeah, it's still looking down on that king.
Yeah, okay. The danger is past, basically. Now it's equal. Because the king needs to come into the middle quickly.
Black is playing a very good game.
Okay, wait a second.
A lot's happened.
Black should play. You should take this because the rook is on an open file here. But okay, we'll pass over this. As you say, we need to crack on with the game. Okay, white has blundered, so I don't know. King e2 was. Yeah, the position's equal here. It's a very strange move. Don't get it. In this kind of position, of course, you need to be able to penetrate with your rook. So that's the obvious one. King e2 just blundered a pawn. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, very strange mistake. Was time a factor here?
Doesn't look like it. If we look at the clock, we got 8 minutes something against 12. So
very surprising.
All very strange.
Maybe some tiredness is
absolutely
starting to take its toll here.
Yep.
Kristen's got a real opportunity. I thought that the favorite here, also rating wise here, right? Like look at the rating difference. Kristen really has an opportunity here. And there's a 300-point rating difference. If she wins this and manages to draw the final game, wow, that would be one heck of an upset.
And I think it could happen.
She's got all the opportunities here, and then that's going to justify her playing the Scandi and Coach Andras, and then Coach Andras is going to have to put up with his star student winning the finals with the Scandi.
The funny thing is, just coming back to this position, knight c3, openings make a difference. If you get something a little bit wrong, I know knight c3 looks like a normal developing move, but actually after this gives back a very free game.
One of the more well-known Chessable authors and Also, one of the coaches, international master Christoph Selecki, I've played this against him, and he played bishop b5 check. Simple.
Good move. Yeah.
Yeah, and just it develops with check. You're not losing a pawn.
Yeah. Another very simple move is just to play d4.
Most common move, yeah.
And after knight takes, you
c4.
You claim the center, and then here's a key move, because after knight c3 you don't want to allow this cheeky little pawn sack. So what you do is just a clever little. Once you know this little move order trick, you play the knight out first, stopping e5, and then you simply have a nice space advantage, and it's very hard for black to challenge that actually. It's a couple of precise moves at the start, and white has a beautiful space advantage that really can't be challenged.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much about Ivan, but maybe Kristen did a little bit of opening prep and looked up how he scored in the Scandi.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Okay, so we're but it ain't over yet. We've got this position now. How is black's technique?
Yeah, she's been a little shaky, right, with the endgame stuff.
Yeah, but seriously, this is not easy to convert for black.
No.
Rook and pawn. That's a good move.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier. These H pawns, fixing the pawn on G7. That just makes it a little bit more difficult for black.
Yeah.
What you need to do is advance these guys. Black needs to do some fixing as well. Put the pawn on A4.
Do you like the king on B6?
I think it's okay. I would kind of rather it was in the middle there, but actually, I think this is all right. I don't particularly like rook D7. It makes total sense to me to fix the pawn on B2, because then the rook, whenever the rook invades, if you take here, that pawn on A4 is simply closer to the queening square. It's that simple.
Right. So you want to prepare.
I want to prepare it. So if I go back a couple of moves, A5.
Yeah.
A4. But rook D7 played instead.
Yeah, it's kind of inviting white to play the king over. Okay. You should have some more tea, Daniel. Okay, so this endgame. Now, why would black not, and why should black not play f6?
Yeah, so f6 is still... in fact, it's okay because the king can't come over. Yeah, black is still better, but it's not simple.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I mean, c5, c4 is also not bad to fix this guy. Similar kind of thing, and then we need to at some point invade with the rook, but it's not so easy, obviously, with the rook on g4.
So maybe you want to facilitate a transfer. Maybe the king after f6. Maybe the king needs to go to f7, and then.
Yeah, I mean, generally, if we manage to get the king over to this side of the board to support the pawns, and even this one could be a target. So I think black is still doing okay. Let's see, f5. Okay, is this going to be vulnerable? It's probably all right. Oh, no. I don't like going backwards. We've seen this before. Do you remember in that other game, in the rook and pawn endgame, where the king was cut off? And
yeah,
this is not good. I think, for better or for worse, I think one has to step forward, even allowing this pawn to be taken. and then try and break through somehow. But I mean, black.
Maybe-
it's gone
maybe
wrong for black.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ivan is
C4.
showing a much better endgame technique than Kristen here.
Yeah, this. I mean, this is serious. With let's see where we've got to. So with the king going backwards, this is incredibly difficult for black to make progress. You can see this pawn is covered by the rook.
But it's also not really possible for white to make any progress, is it?
No. Doesn't look like it. I mean, the pawn is covered, but the rook is tying the rook to that one. The rook is tying the king to defending here.
I mean, maybe after c4, you just shuffle the king back and forth and take a draw, and just next game.
Probably. I don't see how black is making progress there, because if the king travels across, then you can take here.
Yeah, Ivan is doing a good job of.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just holding on. Yeah, he's a pawn down. Now he just has to defend and hold on, and actually.
Should be a draw. Maybe we can switch to another game, because I think let's move to Michael Porcelli against Anand Tushar.
He definitely has the right name to win games.
He does. Okay, that's ended in a draw.
Okay, so the game in the Open is still well underway between National Master Alexander Balklam and Arlen Abrashev.
Okay, and we not many moves played, and the clock times are right down. 3:20 for Arlen, 6:25 for Alexander. Let's just go from the top.
Position looks pretty comfortable for black, to be honest. White looks a little bit... Okay.
Okay, standard King's Indian stuff. Looks like they prepared it. Knight b6 looks a bit weird to me. Looks like a really strange move. Normally the knight just doesn't head out there. It sort of usually gets into c5 after an exchange.
Well, the real weird move maybe was Queen h6?
Queen a6. Yeah, sometimes you see
Queen
it.
a6, sorry.
He's obviously, he's seen something here. I wonder in this position, I'm just going to go back a move, because here I think white can basically nullify this strategy. After b3, d5, it's kind of justified. But I think bishop f1 is the move, because it guards the queen. So none of this, if black tries the same stuff, none of this works, because the queen is defended by the bishop. However, in the game, after b3, defending that pawn, takes. I think this is justified for black, because you can see the queen is now undefended. That's the point. Yeah. Bishop f1 would have just kind of put a stop to that completely.
Right.
So, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, this is where I was trying to figure out how black thought that this was okay.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously that's the move, isn't it? Oh, it's obviously not the move. White doesn't like that either. Okay, interesting. Okay,
well,
so
White likes that.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, I would have thought just
move.
Exchanging. Okay, so takes. Okay, the computer doesn't like that one either. All right, so what's the story? What should white play here? I have a feeling it might be something to do with that exposed rook on the e-file. So, for example, if we play... Can we do something sneaky here? The queen is out of play. So badly out of play here. I just wonder whether we can do something very quiet, like bishop d2, which exposes the rook, and that queen is a million miles from the king. That would concern me. Okay, none of it happened. We've got this instead. And I think I still like white, because that pawn is hanging.
I like white too, because the eval bar tells me.
Well, that's true. I like those bishops. It's the bishops again. The bishops look beautiful. Bishop takes b6. No! Bishops! Can't they hear me? Keep your beautiful bishops. Why can't you take this pawn? You can take the pawn.
You can take it.
You don't... I mean, there's no need to give up the pride and joy of your position, the two bishops. No. You played bishop takes knight.
Oh.
Deary me.
Well, is the idea just to take the pawn after and then put the bishop on a square?
Sure, but listen, why not do it without exchanging off bishop for knight? Because suddenly that bishop is a monster.
Yeah, it's an interesting...
It's a curious decision.
And Arlen is quite a strong player, right? 2,376.
Okay, I mean, he's obviously got some idea to attack f7. Okay, the queen is attacked, but then I guess he just wants to play with queen f3 and attack here, which certainly doesn't look bad. However, I think black ought to be able to defend that. Let's think. Okay, how can we do this? We need to do this carefully because there's a back rank. Okay, let me try this. First of all, can you take and go queen a3? Do I get away with that? I would like to exchange queens. Of course, I've seen that this is an option, but I think black is all right there. Just about. It's a bit tight, but I think black is all right. In any case, I just... Yeah, that move. Don't like it. But it's still tricky. So let's see. So this is on the board. And black is having a think here. He needs to be careful. There's no doubt about that. This is still a very tricky position considering that f7 is under fire. Okay, and now I'm beginning to understand why he wanted to eliminate this knight, because he wanted to get in bishop d5 and attack f7.
Yeah. So he had a concrete idea. Of course, we don't want to play h5 in this position. That would be sad.
Okay, be careful. The queen is on. So the queen needs to move at some point.
Yeah, so once the queen has moved, we...
But I think, after exchanging on e1, my idea with queen a3, I think you can just about get away with it. Are there other moves?
A lot of folks in chat are going, love your bishops.
Love your bishops. Exactly. You've got to love the clergy.
We have some more XQC comparisons.
Gags.
Daniel.
Who is this character? I know he's some kind of streamer.
Very, very well-known streamer, yeah.
Is he? Not in this part of Teddington.
He's played, I think, in a couple of PogChamps.
Has he?
Including the last one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's all news to me.
It's time to catch up, Daniel.
Is it? Is it really?
It's time.
Maybe they should put us together in the next PogChamps.
Everyone, I'm so happy to be joined by XQC's dad on stream. This is Grandmaster XQC.
XQC. How did he do in the PogChamps? Is he worth backing?
I forget. I don't think he won. Let me look that up.
Okay, he played queen b2. Right, which means I guess he can come back to it to f6 to protect there, which looks pretty sensible to me. I mean, mine was sort of on the edge. I think it was okay, but okay, queen f6. Also still looking at f2. So
time is really going to become a factor now.
Ooh.
I mean, we're down to a couple minutes.
Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, and this is sharp. Okay.
Oof.
This one is attacked. Now White's idea is starting to look more serious. Because if you start to defend passively, well, there probably wasn't another option.
Yeah, it's... The thing is, White has a plan and Black has nothing to attack at the moment.
Well, I think Black wants to put some piece here to defend b6, and will hold in that way somehow. So question, do you go queen f6 here, or do you go queen d4 directly?
Well, queen d4 directly still allows queen f3.
Queen f3, very true.
Yeah.
And then it's a little bit shaky. Can you get away with it? If I've got time to play bishop f6 and this, I might. It's a little bit shaky.
I'm getting nervous.
No, I'm with you. Let's see what we got.
The thing is, like, you can always play bishop c6 and maybe build a different construction somehow, because that h-pawn of white's can try to pry open black's king side, right? Or are you not seeing this? Am I chess putzering you? I'm chess putzering you. Okay.
I don't know. It feels like wishful thinking. I mean, I still think black is okay here, but it's uncomfortable now that that f7 is attacked.
Daniel's British people. He's actually saying in a very polite way that I don't know what I'm talking about. But,
no, I'm not saying
I appreciate the soft letdown, Daniel. It's fine. You can just tell me that I'm full of nonsense today.
No, I mean, listen. This is uncomfortable pressure. I still feel that black is okay. Do you know what? That's very pragmatic. Although, of course, we don't want our pawns, we don't like to have our pawns damaged. However, because this bishop is just holding here, it's probably okay for black.
Is that a Peter Lecco defense?
In the sense of being pragmatic?
In the sense of, cementing everything. You know that they call Peter, they call him Cemento.
Yeah, cement, that's one of his things, yeah. Okay, white has exchanged and brings the king up. Yeah, the king, black's king can sort of come to f6. Got to watch out for that one. Okay, we'll go maybe this one first. White is better. I mean, do you know what? White has done well to get this. Bishop e5, that's very sensible. And if the rook...
Looks like the first game between Michael Porcelli and Tushar Anand ended in a draw.
Okay.
Ivan Zook just beat Kristen in that endgame.
No.
Yeah, look.
Oh my words.
She was up a pawn and...
Can we flick to that very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, this is endgame technique, yeah, because remember, she was...
Shocker.
300 points lower rated than Ivan. And,
I've got to go back. I've got to see what happened. This is a shocker.
Yeah, we were thinking just, c4 and shuffle the king.
Do you know what? It got to this position and white is shuffling and black is shuffling and she thought, I've got to go for it.
Oh.
And actually, in going for it, white is better.
Yeah.
And
it's so hard in an endgame like that to just take the draw.
Exactly, because psychologically you were better.
Yeah.
So you feel you have to keep pressing, but she had to just reset.
Yep. That's too bad.
That is such a shame, actually.
It's a lesson. It's a lesson I had to learn, and probably will have to learn for the rest of my life. It's so hard not to overpress when you're. Once you've, reset, like you said.
We've all been there, though. It's a tough one. It's a very, to maintain that kind of objectivity. This is going to be this ought to be a draw. To be honest, I think black has done very well to hold this. Alexander did not panic. Now it's a draw. He didn't panic. He was a little bit worse, but he just absorbed the pressure. Good game. Very good game.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is a draw. Okay, it's a draw.
So how are we doing?
What else have we got lined up?
How about Mark and... let's just see how that ended.
This was painful.
Hang on, is this...
Daniel,
this was the Scotch. This was the Scotch, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. How about we take stock of where we are with the standings?
Yes, please. That would be very helpful.
because we have game 2 starting very soon.
Cool.
Okay, so Ivan is up against Kristen Klimchak, and just needs a draw to win the finals. Abrashev against Balcom was a draw in the first game, as we just saw, so they're going to have to battle it out, and if it's another draw, then they're going to have to go to tiebreaks, but this actually makes it very interesting to follow that game, because if it's won, then it's immediately over. And then so the game between Emre Ruish and Faisal Mahdi has started. The game between Mark Manikarian and Rajbir Chakraborty also started.
So that's the one I've landed on. So listen, let's stick with that one for the time being.
Yeah.
Queen's Gambit exchange variation. Uh-oh. We're back to that special place in hell. I call them
8-6 again.
I call them little ears. Little ears. You don't want to give yourself little ears. You know, we've seen this. No. That's not a good idea. And, you know, sometimes this can even be a hook. If White... Do you know what? It's not so stupid if White just goes Queen C2, E3, castles queenside, and then goes H3 and G4, because you've got your hook ready. Seriously.
Yeah, it's just a hook. Maybe we can explain this to the audience, because it took me. I will tell you. I think I heard it for 10 years. Okay. I heard this explanation used, and I read it in chess books, and I never understood it until one day somebody said, "Yeah, but like it's a hook because you can hang something up on it. You can put something close to it and then continue with your attack." So maybe, Daniel, can you show on the board what we mean by the hook? Like when would H6 turn into a hook?
So in this position, I would far prefer to have the pawn on H7, because with the pawn on H6, you leave yourself open to an advance of the G pawn, and the pawn reaches G5, and black cannot prevent the file in front of the king opening. In fact, funnily enough, that's exactly what White has done. White has played H3, and this advance is not so silly, particularly as the king can dive to the queen side, and then you can advance your G-pawn with a completely clear conscience, because there's no king on G1. He's castle kingside. Oh no!
Oh.
It was a good opportunity. And now I don't like this move. That's another kind of hook.
Now we have 2 hooks on the board.
This is a bit different, because unlikely that G5, G4 is going to happen. However, I'm looking at that bishop here, trained on the pawn, and I'm thinking that could be a little bit tasty. Some sacrifice later on. I mean, I think black has done this. He's rushed it. I don't like the knight moving to E4 straight away. What I would do is maybe shift this knight round first, even all the way around here to G5. After this, okay, he's played bishop F5, needed to protect that pawn. I'm looking at F7 in this position, and I'm thinking something tasty could happen. I'm even looking at F3 here in order to blast through. I mean, okay, for the hell of it, let's just look at this.
Okay.
It looks like a king's gambit. What's not to like? We're blasting through on the F file. You've got to love that hit.
I'm enjoying this. Although, can black defend against this?
Impossible.
Impossible, you say?
Impossible, okay. I say.
Impossible. What about rook takes E5?
Be my guest.
Okay.
It's an extra exchange, and listen. In this position, I mean, you know, White's. Yeah. Come on. No development. I mean, that's just winning.
Yeah. Okay. I meant after queen F3, but okay. Either so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But I mean, it makes it's not good. No, I mean seriously. After F3, I think black is looks to me like black could be in serious trouble. Anyway, we ought to see what happened. He's gone f3. There you go.
Practical question for you.
Good move. Yes, please.
If we end up with no tie breaks in the finals,
yes.
Do you want to cover or go back to some of the third and fourth place games, or would you like to go to a break before we bring on co-founder of ChessPunks and the person who initiated the whole tournament, Neil Bruce?
I think we could have a little break and just set Neil up very nicely for a big interview. I think that might be good. But listen, we're not there yet. We got a long way to go.
Remember, I'm gonna choose my moment now because we finally have a good 3,000 people watching, which is fantastic.
Great.
On Twitch at least, and I'm sure there's more watching. Thank you all so much for watching. We are having a blast here with the ChessPunks Champs Finals. But you've been asking me about my T-shirt, Daniel, so quickly divulge there. I'm wearing a shirt by a metal band from Denmark, and actually they're based in the Netherlands these days. And of course, the logo is completely illegible, but that is, part of that genre's style, if you will.
Okay.
And the band's name is Dødsrit, which means death ride or ride of death or something to that extent.
Sounds good and Germanic, yeah, like that.
Loud, aggressive music, and it's one of my favorite bands that I like to listen to, especially when I go out on my runs.
Dødsrit. Okay, I shall check them out. I need to explore this genre of death metal. I think it's I need to expand a little bit. I've listened recently. Well, my kids throw stuff at me that's always kind of interesting as well. So it's not. I do get exposed to new stuff, not just the good old Beatles and Django Reinhardt, and I listen to all kinds of stuff. I like a lot of jazz and classic rock. I love Led Zepp. Led Zepp, just fantastic. I love soul. I love funk. All kinds of stuff. The blues, of course.
Neil's hanging out in the chat right now, and he's saying he's in no rush to join the broadcast. But everybody go give big kudos to Neil Bruce BC in Twitch chat right now, hanging out for initiating this tournament and having the vision to bring together this community.
Definitely. He just heard about death metal and thought, that's not my thing.
Yeah, that's true. He's like, Geert's got to change his shirt before I want to come on.
Exactly, yeah. This is a bit of a death metal position. Listen, why can't we just take this? Doesn't this?
Yeah. We cannot play. Wait, can we not play? But why can you not play Rook F8? Because the queen's hanging. Yeah, that's why we can't do that.
It's been a long day, Gert. It's been a long day.
I immediately self-corrected. I think I deserve a pass.
You do. Pass. You get a pass.
I remember I am here for comical relief, not for actual commentary.
And death metal content, which I like. I'm going to check it out. Seriously. I love. In fact, I should say to everyone watching that Gert shared a video earlier today of a band called. What was the band called? I remember the video. The video was brilliant. Very funny.
Gosh, yeah, but I never listened to this band. The only reason why I sent that through is because
they had
was it Extinction Event or something?
Yeah, that's right. They had 3 bass
players. That's why a
death metal band with 3.
Shared it.
And actually, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. It was
the video was quite funny, actually.
The video was great. The thing is, it put a smile on my face.
Is this is GG's, isn't it? Because knight takes on G6 and the queen goes to F7 and picks up the rook? Or what? Oh, no. Okay. The queen is covering it. Yeah. But still, though, it feels like a good move.
It doesn't look terrible.
Yeah, I guess it's not terrible.
Hello.
Can we yeah, exactly. I was going to say, put the knight back and kind of like block the...
Knight e5.
Yeah, that felt good to me.
Doesn't like that. Doesn't like the eval bar doesn't like it. So maybe let's find another one. What about this one?
Yeah.
It likes that one. Yeah. I think the problem is this rook is.
Yeah, the queen cannot defend the rook anymore.
Except this one. Listen, this is not good for black. I suspect that white is going to win this one with some devastating blow. We just need to find it.
Knight to d5.
Knight d5. Very nice. Yeah. I think we're in like Flint. So what's actually happening in the game? It has gone knight g6, fg6. So actually probably a forced move. Not beautiful, but necessary. I think we could say about that one. So white has a positional advantage. So how's about, okay, I want to move this knight somewhere. I'd like to exchange queens because I've got 2 center pawns. So got a choice. Knight c5 or knight c3.
Knight c3 feels better to me.
They both look good to me. I mean, that's a nice outpost. The computer doesn't like it. Yeah, but then this one's weak. That's my justification. But okay, we'll go with knight c3, which also looks nice. Oh, computer still. It does. You see, all right. What's my rationale? I've exchanged queens and I've got nice centre pawns. As soon as I bring the king into the middle, everything's supported, and white just has a clear positional advantage.
Yes.
That's my justification. And it's gone. He's gone knight c5, an exchange of queens, and yeah, basically very, very similar. And if b6, then which he's played, then this pawn is a little bit weak. That was my idea. So, I mean, I think the knight can go back to d3, and then I want to play rook c1 and hammer that pawn on c6. That's the idea. However, the knight's going to come here, and maybe you just...
This is not very spectacular, Daniel.
It's not spectacular, but it's sound positional chess. You want to see something more crashy at this stage in the evening.
Are we? Is this what we're? This is it now.
Do you want to look? Let's have a look at.
But why not knight d3, knight e5, and maybe going after that pawn? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, frisky! Knight b7. The reason... Okay, but after the thing
was that played?
Yeah. But knight d7, the knight covers e5. I mean, I would like to play that, of course. But
where's
knight b7 is... Anyway, it's all water on the bridge, Gert. It's all water on the bridge. We've got to go with the game, which is knight b7, which is mad.
Why?
Madness, I tell you. Madness.
What level of... What level are we looking at here? Okay.
It's actually not so silly because the knight can bounce back to d6. It's actually okay. Because in a way it's a similar idea because after knight here, he's still going to go rook c1. And here's the trick. If the rook comes here, there you go. Boom! Yeah. Okay, it's not going to happen, folks. But that's his idea. So after rook here, he's got to play rook here, which covers d6 and here. And then suddenly I'm going, was it wise to put the knight on b7? Don't know. Thing is, white could play... This is one of those situations where in this position, white can play very technically and put the knight on d3. You're always a little bit better. Knight on b7 feels like it's unnecessary bit of flash. Okay, so
where's it going?
Well, in fact, he's prudently, I would say, he's flipped the knight out straight away and come back to c4.
Okay.
However, in this position, it seems to me that black has actually coordinated pretty well. And
so here we go, king f2, correct?
King f2 looks okay. He's gone rook there.
So we're dropping a pawn.
b5, knight a5, maybe not. However, this knight pirouette round b7, it's just wasted time. And black has coordinated extremely well.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just a huge mistake. He's just blundered a pawn.
Ugh, painful. Black's just better now. It suddenly turned around.
I would say black could be slightly better. I still think it's a draw because after rook takes pawn, okay, he didn't need to play this back. He could have taken... Yeah, anyway, rook e7. It's still level. If he takes... No, you've got to exchange rooks. That's a bad mistake.
Another pawn.
Yeah, but he should have... Listen, if white exchanges rooks here and goes rook c1, it's level. You just attack this. I know black has an extra pawn, but basically it shouldn't be significant. But
but now black is significantly better.
Okay, so this is what's happened. He's come here, and he's taken... And yeah, this is a serious advantage. So this is serious two-pawn advantage. But hang on, what is... after this rook comes here, he's going to play rook from e8 to e7. Okay, he's playing well. So this is Mark Manucharian. Looks
from
like
Armenia.
He's in control here.
At least one thing we can say is that both players are playing with the same kind of time disadvantage in the sense of like the time zone that they're in. Armenia, India, they are both very tired. It is well into the middle of the night for both players. It's not like previously when we were in the quarterfinal, I think, where one of the players was midday in the United States and the other was in India well past midnight. Here, at least both players are playing with the same kind of like sleepy, tired disadvantage. And yeah, we're seeing that right now a little bit. Like with a lot of time on the clock, we're seeing some exhausted behavior, I would say.
I think so, because I mean, I think, you know, white was slightly better. A very nice positional advantage, slight, but basically he's just blundered a pawn. He's blundered two pawns now.
is completely fallen apart in this game. It's
he's busted.
It's a shame.
Yeah. So rook number 2 is about to come down, and that's basically game over. Yeah, it is pity.
Yeah,
he was slightly better. No real complications. He's just
second rook is going to go to e. Ooh, okay.
Oh, that's mate in 1.
Oh, that's mate. Yeah. Okay, well, that was that was a train wreck. Let's just leave it at that. Unfortunate train wreck. Maybe some tiredness.
Yeah.
Happening.
Let's go to Tushar Anand against Michael Porcelli.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, a lot's happened there. Now, just a reminder, their first game was drawn. So are we heading for another draw here? It looks pretty tight. I slightly prefer white because this pawn majority on the king side isn't really very mobile, whereas this one has some potential. Then again, it's a long-range bishop. Listen, it should be even, but slightly prefer white.
Okay. This is an interesting thing. We have one knight and one bishop on the board. Even if the pieces in the position right now are equal in terms of potential, are you a knight's guy or a bishop guy?
I'm neither. In this position, it's just kind of balanced.
No, in general.
I mean, I always like bishops, basically.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, it all depends on the context. And here, it's okay at the moment. This position could slide into positions where the knight is better than the bishop. It could also slide into a position where the bishop is better than the knight. Let me give you an example. Now, I'm going to play a couple of pretty horrible moves here. Okay, b5 is interesting. I'm just going to go back one move. This is just for the sake of illustration. Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of let me play. I don't know. Let me go a5 instead. So what if white starts to get a bit frisky? Plays something like this. I don't know. Let's random pawn move. And black plays this, hits the pawn advances. Okay, Mr. King comes in. And now I just wonder, you know, this pawn majority is crippled. I'll go to a better square than f6. I'll come back here. And it's possible that white could find a kind of Zugzwang position. You know, if we have the bishop here, attacking this one, you know, the king strays back. Well, the king can't stray back. You know, maybe the pawn advances, so this one is potentially weak. So, you know, I bring the bishop round here, and and the bishop sits on f2. It's still okay for white, but
it's difficult to illustrate. Yeah,
yeah, it's like difficult to illustrate. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, you can find a way in for the king.
Yeah. Right now, it feels to me like the bishop is dominating the knight a little bit. The knight doesn't really have any forward squares.
I mean, the knight can reroute pretty easily. I'm not that bothered, actually. I think it's still fine.
So the interesting thing is a knight can change color complexes. A bishop cannot, right? So the knight, whenever it moves, it always jumps onto the opposite color complex. So when the knight moves, it goes from light to dark or from dark to light. The bishop, depending on the color complex that it started on, is always stuck to that color complex. And so that is one of the more fascinating elements of chess, I would say, is that this when you have a knight and bishop endgame, is that there is this unique dynamic difference in that this knight can hop around all over the place, but it's a very short range piece, and this bishop is very long range, but it's very much stuck to its own color.
One thing that white has to be a little bit careful of here is whether that king can gain entry into the position.
Yeah.
So at the moment, white, that's a good move. Bishop e7. The reason I say that is because black can sort of poke and probe. And for example, if this pawn advances, then you can see this one is this is like the lost sheep that's kind of away from the flock. And you know, on a good day, that king might be able to kind of creep over via b6 and come in here and try to get that. You know, if black is, you know, suddenly sort of tying down the knight here or something, or maybe introduces the idea of playing f6 and e4, e5, e4. So, you know, the king has to look after this, and then the king comes in. Then we might be in business. So I think bishop e7 is actually a very clever move, because it's just now white has played a4. That's interesting. So this is always the big dilemma. Do you play this, which is on the same color complex as the bishop, and then, for example, spin the knight round here? You know, that's a potential way of playing.
Can we switch games?
Do you play a4? You're not impressed with this, are you? I'm finding it really I'm really enjoying this endgame.
It's not that. It's that I was briefly browsing the other games, and it looks like Kristen has an amazing attacking position against Ivan Zuk, and so she could level the score after she lost that first game. And Ivan simply, I mean, there's a big sacrifice in the position, and I'm sure that Kristen will find a big. Oh, she played it already. Can we please take a look at that game? This is going to be one heck of an attack, because we've seen what she can do when she's on the attack.
It's on the screen now.
Well, let's go back a little bit. I mean, the sack came instantly. She barely spent any time calculating.
I mean, this is a very, very random position here, because, okay, I'm going to go right back to the top, and so it's two minor pieces for a rook. So who is better and why? Probably white is better here. Yeah, white has to be better. I mean, rook c1 is a very interesting move, because I suspect that she is looking to swing this one over here. Let's just see. Okay, we've got a couple of checks. Oh, hang on. What happened? What happened? In that position... Okay, just taking on f6. Okay. Knight g5. Right. Oh, the eval bar doesn't like it. Ah, that's why. Exchange of queens. Okay, let's go back.
But that's played? Yep,
That's
it's played.
Okay, wait a second.
Okay, it's still even. It's still even.
Yeah, but let's just have a think what white should play here. And I'm thinking... I mean, I'm always looking at rook c3 if this is actually possible.
Yeah.
Because it hits the bishop, and if we can swing to the other side of the board, let's see.
I was thinking you play one before e takes f6.
Go on.
I was thinking bishop d3, and then if black plays, doesn't really properly think about it and plays f5, then the knight can jump into g5, and there's lots of stuff.
That would be pretty cool. I wonder whether it's actually possible to take here and take on e5. Is that
right? Well, that's what I was kind of like.
Is that legal?
Asking is like, oh, if you do that, you win the exchange back, and the bishop is hanging. Yeah.
I think this is the problem, and black is sort of back in business.
We have a check still. Maybe we can move the king. It looks like this peters out. Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, certainly allowing the exchange of queens looks very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But it ain't over.
She has a time advantage, so
this is
she sacrificed, and
it's very messy, very messy. Very
messy, and also, again, I just want to highlight this. She's about 300 points lower rated. In the first game, she was up a pawn and overpressed, and in this game, she again has gotten a great position with some real chances. So Kristen is playing an absolutely fabulous tournament. She's in the finals, but Ivan is holding it down.
But I've got to say, a very random position. This all three results are possible, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, this bishop looks pretty weird to me.
Yeah, it's a very strange bishop.
Yeah. I mean, rook c3 is kind of inviting, and that might swing somewhere on the third rank.
Yeah.
Very strange. I'm also looking potentially at c5 to break open and again bring that rook into the game.
That's nice.
Maybe kick the bishop first.
It does allow the bishop to take on f7, no?
But that's why I want to kick it first and then go c5.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, listen, there are loads of possibilities here. It's a very strange position. I mean, one thing is black might well consider, and as I've said it, sacking back the exchange. I think that's a very practical move. I mean, particularly
considering he's up,
only needs a draw.
Considering he needs a draw,
I think very sensible move.
Nakamura-esque.
Naka-esque.
Naka-esque.
Yeah, but listen, this one is not over. There's still, I'm looking at that H pawn. That's not a bad pawn at all. I'm still looking at c5 to break things open.
Your protege, Mr. Dodgy, has clinched third.
Oh, okay, cool. Rook f3, hitting that one. Yeah, I mean, white can also try to gang up on that one. I mean, looking at the time, do you know what? Yeah, okay. I'm not so keen on rook f3 now. Bishop c2.
Yeah.
Super solid. Yeah, I know there's g4, but nah. I think with the bishop covering, I think this is okay for black.
Rook f4 is still a move? Oh, no.
Okay, I'm not, to be honest, don't know about rook h6, because h5...
Rook h3?
Yeah, but then black can exchange pawns, and I think that the danger is kind of over.
I see.
But this is still okay. After h5, you can play king f6. So I think black is still all right. Yeah, I didn't like rook f3. Once the bishop comes back to centralized, I think that's a very different situation. Yeah, coming back here. Don't like that one. So either h5 or c5 in that position. Anyway, that's on the board. h5 played. I think king f6 is played. I think that's probably a very sensible move. Because if this is taken, you don't need to... Or you can recapture, actually. Even just taking back with the bishop. But I think you can also take on h5. That's safe, actually. Rook c3, this rook h1 check.
Okay. How's chat doing?
King f6, solid move. Yeah, I think Zhuk has it under control here. How about some other games? How are we doing? Let's
do a switcheroo.
What about oh, that one is how can I put it? Dry.
The Arlen Abrashev game against Balcom, that's going to be another draw. Although time could be a factor here.
It's easy, very, very easy draw.
Yeah, but wow, the accuracy level in their game is just off the charts, by the way.
Oh, really? Oh, yes.
97.9 versus 97.8.
But you see, this is where a lot of people will see that and just go, oh, well, they're obviously cheating. Well, no. You know, in an opposite colour bishop endgame like this, which they've probably had for yonks and yonks, it's hard to make mistakes, you know?
Ooh, let's take a look at the game between Emre Rouge and Faisal Mahdi, because Faisal is down to almost under 20 seconds now, and Emre has got a crushing position.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. Just bear with me.
Beautiful game. From start to finish.
Sorry, folks.
A Grand Prix.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling down and trying to find it, and failing at the moment.
The Grand Prix is popular today.
Unaccountably.
That's because they haven't studied your...
No, they haven't studied my...
Anti-Sicilian course.
Exactly. Available not only auf English, but also auf Deutsch.
Oh, I mean, it's yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. I actually can't find the game. I'm looking at the list here, and it's not shooting out at me. Apologies.
If you look, it's right under Mir Scheiden quarterfinals. There's one called Rouge Mahdi quarterfinals. Do you see it?
So far, no.
Okay, if we go to the top, there's Mr. Dodgy, and then we see Ivan Zouk.
I've got it. Okay.
You got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, blimey. I think this is...
Yeah, that's a game.
I think that's game over.
Yeah.
Oh, golly. That's an extra queen. Oh, that's another extra queen.
Promote with checking.
Okay.
So what is that? Where does that leave them? Okay. It looks like Emre... Yeah. I think also, I mean, Emre won that one convincingly as well. There may have been also a little bit of time zone difference at play here, but of course, I mean, but in both games, Emre won convincingly, very smoothly from start to finish. So congrats to Emre. You are one of our first ChessPunks champs, and well-deserved victory there.
Hang on, is that not one of the playoff ones? I think that's one of the playoff, or have I got that wrong? I think
no,
that's... Is that one of the finals, or is it one of the playoffs? You're the man with the brackets. You tell me.
Let's switch back to the Zouk game.
Okay, we'll see all the brackets in a second. Yeah. Now the Zouk. Okay, I've got a list as long as my arm.
So we have a winner in the under 2000. Tushar Anand beat Michael Porcelli. Congratulations, Tushar, on your victory in the under 2000. You are a ChessPunk champ. Michael Porcelli, congratulations on coming in second. Well played.
So Tushar, let me just check that. So Tushar is he our first champ?
He's one of our first. We also have Mark Manukarian has won very convincingly 2-0 in the finals, and he beat Rajbir Chakraborty. And the final between Arlen and National Master Alexander Balcom, that's going to go to tiebreaks.
Okay.
And we still have the battle between Ivan Zuk and Kristen Klimchak, but as you know, Ivan's up 1-0, and it's looking like that second game is...
yeah.
Actually, it's starting to look like he's starting to outplay Kristen a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, this is obviously winning now.
So
let me. I just want to go back and see exactly how we got to that, because I mean, obviously, you know, White has overplayed a hand here, but you don't need to actually lose this position. Okay, the G pawn went. Yeah. Okay, and now that's protected. So King C3 was just a blunder basically. So in this position, you just have to take here, and of course, with even pawns. It's absolutely fine. It's basically just going to be a draw. So that looks like a kind of very unfortunate kind of end of the day blunder, to be honest.
In both games, Kristen had plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, definitely.
Very, very good positions, and what's clear, I think, in that is that.
It's check. So I got excited for a moment. I thought this bishop was saying, but no, it's check. Okay, it is still just cut and dried here. King.
Yeah, I mean the Black's king is just going to walk down and it's game over. It's unfortunate. Kristen played really great chess. She's had a great advantage, and both times I think Ivan managed to turn it around in the end game. There we go. Congratulations to Ivan. Well played by Kristen. Wonderful chess. We have how many more games left in tiebreaks? Let's take a look here. Okay. I think the only game left in tiebreaks is the game between Arlen Abrashev and National Master Alexander Balcom.
Okay, so are we cutting straight to that game? I think we are. So just a reminder, it's 5 minutes each, plus 1 second per move. That's not a lot. And this is going to decide the open section of the ChessPunks.
Oh, and we're off already. Knight f3 on the board. And they're playing very fast. Are you finding it, Daniel? Yeah, we've got it on the board. Nice.
It's on the boards.
Okay, so...
solid starts. I like the pawn on d5. Yeah, just conquer some center. Right. Again, Black playing very solidly. Just happy to exchange and keep that pawn in the middle. I mean, these positions can be a little bit dry. For example, now it's getting less dry. Queen a4. Okay, that makes life more interesting. Basically, White could just exchange on d5 and put a pawn on d4, but Queen a4 is more interesting. So we've got some imbalance now. That's great. So Bishop g7 and castles. You could play Bishop e6 straight away, but no, I think just Bishop g7 here.
Very solid play by both players. It's going to come down to some interesting middle game.
Now, question. Do you play d4 here? Or do you get a little bit frisky with White and chuck the queen on h4 and then go either d4 or d3 and put the bishop on h6? Now, come on.
Can you explain why would you put the queen on h4?
Because I want to get it in the zone. It's all about getting the queen in the zone next to the king.
The move queen h4 didn't even occur to me. I really don't
you get the queen in the zone. Look. Put it in the king's face. And then you chuck the d pawn up the board, and then you go bishop h6, and then bishop, and then knight g5. It's practically mate. Queen h4. You've got to be mad not to play it.
Yeah, what does the okay? Yeah, I guess it's a move. It never occurred to me. What a
Why
strange
not?
move to play. But okay, when you show all those moves back to back, it suddenly starts to make sense.
Well, on a good day,
Oh man,
surely you can play 4 moves in a row. Will you allow me that?
yeah, Daniel, even if you gave me 4 extra moves, you would crush me.
Queen H4. Do you know what? I really like that move. Why not?
Maybe you should look. Maybe you should create some new theory around it.
To be honest, there's nothing new about that. It's
No?
age-old stuff.
Well, sometimes ancient stuff is new stuff again.
Well. Oh!
Is that a free pawn? Did he just blunder?
Well, it's not that clear because actually you've grabbed a bishop. And
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a loosening of the king. So, no, I would call this compensation.
Okay.
Well,
Can we
why-
play bishop e3 and then bash that knight and just take the pawn back?
Do you know what? You could.
You don't
but
like
actually,
you don't like this, huh?
That's kind of selling the position short. Queen c2, that's better. You just want to get compensation with the bishops.
So what's coming? e6?
E6, better cement that once with e6. Yeah,
Cemento.
cemento. Yeah, but
We
white has
cement-
comp. Look at our bishops.
Yeah. You're a big fan of the bishops, I know.
Oh god, yeah. Gotta be. So white.
Chat, I'm so
White
hungry
has
right
comp.
now.
You're hungry.
I have this big box of nuts and it's staring at me, but I'm not allowed to eat it during the broadcast. So.
Absolutely not.
No. You don't want to see me chewing on broadcast.
Okay, here we go. E6. Now, how are we going to push this queen? I mean, black, concretely has actually something to do here, which is to chuck one of those knights on the d5 square. And so I would like to sort of avoid that scenario, or at least manage it somehow. I would still
Feels like black is getting the better position now.
Yeah, I mean, somehow
Those
we have
bishops
to,
aren't looking so great anymore.
we got to manage this.
Like, if you want to keep your bishop pair, where does that dark square bishop go?
I know. It's painful. Yeah, now I'm not quite so happy. To be honest, I didn't like bishop e3 because it kind of sets it up for a hit, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? It does.
Yeah.
It didn't need to go there.
Where should it have gone?
Well, you could hang back for a moment, or maybe play even b3 and bishop b2, or aim for a quick e4.
Okay, so stuff's getting traded. Is the queen trading first?
Yeah, but there's a check on
But
e7.
then there's a check. Yeah,
you
okay.
can't do that. So basically, I think you've got to do that one.
And
do you
then
know what? We could be heading for something. Is bishop b.
queen takes, knight takes, nothing.
Do you have to play b3 here?
I like black now.
Yeah.
Black's much. Yeah, I like black much better.
Yeah, it's probably not so bad for white. I mean, I didn't want to play the endgame. I don't like the fact that bishop is somewhat shut out. However, because white has some kind of control on the c-file, I suspect that white is still just about okay here. But I hear you. This isn't.
Oh.
This is not ideal. Somehow.
Okay, so it went differently.
Yeah. But I don't like the way this has gone. Black has a clear advantage now. It's an extra pawn. I understand they're opposite colour bishops. White is reasonably well coordinated. However, white can never win this position. There's not a hope. Basically, this is only 2 results possible. It's either going to be a win for black or it's going to be a draw. So this is not how I would like to have played this position at all.
Black can even start thinking about bringing the king in, right? King g7, king f6.
Yeah, just bring the king. Because at the moment, this bishop is covering the entry point.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
I
Just
don't
move
see
the king over, and
I don't see an active plan for white at all. King G7, good move. Yeah, excellent. No, agreed. Now, how black makes progress is another matter.
I was thinking. Okay, that's interesting. I wouldn't have done that. Why would you allow the rook to enter the?
Well, he's hitting this one, so the rook has to. What he's trying to do is shift the rook away from the open file. I assume
and then go back.
He's going to go back. Yeah, but then if he goes back to c5, then you have to allow this. Okay, they're going to repeat moves. Well, you could.
Wow.
He could have. Yeah. I think. Oh, it's the rook c5. Nice.
Trying to undouble those pawns.
Yeah. Do you know what? White should not have played bishop f1. He should have just gone back and doubled.
Yeah.
It might not be significant, but black has made just a tiny little bit of progress.
Yeah, exactly. King f6 is the move that I had in mind here as well, and now you can start thinking about e5, e4, maybe.
Got to be careful about that one because it destabilizes. I mean, I might want to just throw that one first and see. Or something else. Let me
Interestingly enough, the engine really doesn't give a big advantage at all.
That doesn't surprise me because the engine is going to play an accurate defense for white every time. However, in human terms, it's not so simple.
The engine wants to go e5.
Okay, fair enough.
There we go.
E5 on the board. It does destabilize a little bit.
But yeah, so this is what I was thinking too.
Yeah. Okay, so it's really important to try and get in this move d4, and then black can play a little bit. Okay, that's a good move, and important. Of course, white does not want to exchange here. Black will have achieved a great deal by bringing that pawn into the middle. So white is just about holding, but bishop e5 and d4, that's what we want to do.
Right.
I'm surprised this h-pawn hasn't launched its way up the board yet.
Yeah, I was looking at this too. Like what?
I guess he's worried about it being fixed. But
yeah. Also, maybe it's not necessary to. Yeah, exactly. King e5.
Okay, I'd have put the.
Oh, time is becoming a factor now. Alexander's way down.
We forgot about that.
Okay.
Okay, now move the rook. Good move.
I like that move. Yeah.
Rook. Now, this is under fire. Do you know what? The eval bar still says it's even. Black.
Slight advantage for black.
Let me tell you, black has made progress because that pawn shouldn't be sitting on a black square, and this break is always in the air.
Oh, and
good
he's
move.
Getting the file.
Okay, he's playing very steadily.
Yeah.
And look, time. Yeah, he doesn't need to break yet. He's basically letting white sweat, which is very clever blitz tactics, actually.
Can we start thinking about rooks like c3? Rook c3?
Okay, if you can break in, then fine. I'm just thinking
on the last move.
The reason he's not keen on d4 is that could potentially bring white's rook into the game. But now it's okay. Now he's got to watch out for rook d2 and rook d7. You know, white can still draw this. Don't go king c3. Yeah, and now rook d2. Rook c2 also good. White
nice. Okay.
Draw.
This is winning big time.
You think it's winning?
For black.
Isn't this a draw?
Feels like it's winning.
It's looked like it's just like a complete draw to me. You take here, it's just opposite colour bishops. There's nothing to do.
Really?
Yeah. There you go. f3. That's fine. Yeah, good move. There's nothing for black to do here. Draw. King can't break through. Yeah, really. There's no targets. a4.
Oh my gosh.
Everything is protected.
This is sad.
So basically...
What about...
Go on.
No, yeah, I'm trying to find something, but...
No.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah, you wait, but there is... Okay, if we go back... this.
Wait
a second. What's he done? Okay, that was very, very foolish.
That was dirty.
After b5... Okay, wait a second. He basically... One of them was pre-moving and he forgot about b5. But now it's drawn again. Basically, black could have won that by giving up the b pawn and taking the h pawn. It's all going on, folks. I think we're back to a draw again. But if I go back, okay, it all happened too quickly, and now they're just on seconds. Okay, this white still has to be very careful here.
Ooh.
Yeah. This is it's all kicking off. Yeah, and with the time.
Oh, check! It comes with check. Ooh, bishop.
Oh, now
it's starting to look dirty. Yeah.
Now it's gone. King in.
It's
King
over.
in. It's over. Bishop takes
pawn.
It's over.
Arlen takes it. Wow.
That's mad.
That's just time. That's time.
Okay, but if we go back to this position.
Wait, let's congratulate Arlen on a fine win in that endgame. That was, it could have gone either way. Well played. And yeah, if you want to show that real quick, Daniel, what happened there.
So here, black, this all happened in a flash. Black played b5, and I think white had pre-moved bishop b7. Because in this position, you take the pawn.
Yeah.
So basically, this was a bit of blitz trickery. Because white had obviously pre-moved bishop d7, and suddenly b4, hello, game on.
Yeah, it's part of chess. There's there's very little time left, and etc. Arlen used every weapon at his disposal, including the clock and blitz tactics. Are you muted, Daniel? Okay. Alrighty. So, we have 4 winners. We have an under 1300 winner, and his name is Mark Manikarian. Congratulations, you won $1,000 chess stipend, and you've won $1,000 worth of Chessable courses. Of course, we have Ivan Chuk, under 1700 champion. You've also won $1,000 chess stipend, as well as $1,000 worth of Chessable courses. We have Tushar Anand, under 2000 champion. You won $1,000 and $1,000 worth of Chessable courses, and the game that we just saw, Arlen Abrashev. Congratulations. You've won $1,000 chess stipend, as well as $1,000 in Chessable courses. Of course, the numbers 2 go home with $750 worth of chess stipend and $750 worth of Chessable courses. The numbers 3 go home with $500 worth of Chessable courses and $500 Chessable stipend. And the numbers 4 go home with $250 chess stipend and $250 worth of Chessable courses. And what's interesting to note is that all 4 players were coached by different coaches.
I know, that's really cool. I noted that too, that it's been distributed beautifully.
Yeah, and they were, unfortunately, Daniel, they weren't your students.
What can I do? It's been good fun.
It's been really good fun. And we appreciate everybody hanging out in chat. In a couple minutes, we have ChessPunks co-founder Neil Bruce coming on the chat. So stick around, because we're going to chat with Neil for a little bit. And we want to send a huge thank you out to all the coaches for volunteering their time, 16 hours a week, 4 hours per student. Every one of these students has gotten one-on-one lessons 4 times, or maybe slightly less for some of the students because the schedules didn't match. But all these coaches have put in a ton of time. Go to chessable.com, check out their courses. They're on sale right now for 40% off. And support these coaches for giving their time up, including Grandmaster Daniel King, who has many published Chessable courses. Lots of great content there. Of course, we want to send a big thank you out to the Chess.com crew for helping us put together this wonderful broadcast. Stick around for a couple minutes, and then we're going to have Neil Bruce on the broadcast, and we're going to chat with him about setting up this tournament with us.
Gert, thinking of those courses, we've seen a few Grand Prix attacks here, and I'm telling you, if you want the answer, check out my anti-Sicilians. That's the way to go.
Yeah.
Bobby, dude, your decimal course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait,
Hans is on right now.
what? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
I will say what I like about this structure is it feels kind of Rui-ish, Spanish-ish. So like that's kind of nice. I've got the Spanish bishop. I'm going to castle kingside. You know.
Well, watch out for the trick because
Okay.
it's not very Spanishy in a second.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
Of course, you're right. The bishop is the structure is very different, and there's a little trick because at first glance, I remember playing through this game and thinking, well, this looks rather innocuous.
Mm-hmm.
Black has collected the pawn,
Mm-hmm.
and doesn't seem to be any difficulty. But okay, watch what happens. So knight here.
I'm guessing he'll go to G6.
Looks like every normal player would do this. Now, here is the trick. And here is what makes this a really exciting system. Because black is actually, just for a moment, a little behind in development.
Yeah, so that means the tactic might work.
Well, it just means we can try and catch them out quickly. So the move is this, f4.
Mm.
So this takes the initiative straight away. And I don't like that pawn on f3 because it blocks the queen.
Yeah.
But that queen finds a very natural square. And in combination with that bishop, this is really lovely.
Mm.
So here we go. Right, white to play. What you going to do?
Welcome back, everybody. I'm super stoked to have with us here a very happy Neil Bruce, co-founder of ChessPunks, and alongside with me, we have Grandmaster Daniel King. Neil, how are you feeling about your first annual ChessPunks Champs tournament happening tonight?
I could not be happier with everything, how it went. I really, I got knocked out early, so I got to watch a lot of I was with you guys after my games were over, watching all of your commentary. I loved the, it's a draw, it's a win, it's a draw, it's a win. It was fun to watch you guys. I am.
That got a bit confusing, I have to say.
Yeah, I will say I'm really just proud. I feel just really proud of all that we've done, and I want to say Garrett's been in the background for weeks and weeks and weeks pulling this thing off with me, and it's a thankless task to pull off a tournament. And I just want to say, particularly to you, Garrett, thank you so much for all you did to make this happen.
Hey, totally my pleasure. And it's not a thankless job at all. It's been actually one of the most fulfilling and most fun jobs I've had in a while. It's been amazing, and I say that with all humility, because we've had, players from all over the world get an opportunity to play each other. I know that for some of them it's been quite a late battle with the time zone differences and all this stuff, but I'm so thankful to all the coaches for putting in all their time, including you, Daniel, for spending so much time with your students. And like a story like Lakon, like the one that you've highlighted, this young man from Nigeria who qualified just by playing in the tournament and then just excelled and played some brilliant chess. That kind of stuff like really gets me going. So I'm super excited that we got to do this together.
Yeah, I want to say, I don't know if Lakon is still watching this, but for everyone who is watching anyway, he played his second game, was sensational. Beautiful sacrifices. It was really wonderful. I mean, it was like romantic chess. It was absolutely beautiful. And he lost in that Blitz playoff, but he messaged me and said, well, he basically had connection problems because it started raining. I mean, it shows you the kind of commitment that players have, and also, some of those practical difficulties around the world that sadly, it's just one of those things. But yeah, big shout out to Lakon. He did incredibly well.
And Neil, you obviously experience this also now as a player. What was it like to play in a broadcasted event against other players? Was it different from any other chess experience that you've had so far?
Well, I'll say this is not my favorite time control. I'm not really into playing fast games, but regardless of that, it was wonderful. And for everyone, who had thoughts about the time control, we can't play for 12 hours, so we had to pick a time control that was manageable. And Garrett gave a lot of great advice to me on how to do that. I think that I was just really so impressed. I watched you guys as soon as my games ended. I watched the entire stream, and I was so impressed by so many of the games. So you can play really quality chess in a 15-minute game. That's for sure. I didn't play quality chess, but it's definitely possible. And I also just want to say, Garrett, I think you picked well asking Daniel to be your commentary partner. It was just, I learned from watching these games and hearing the comments. I had a lot of fun at times when you guys were disagreeing. That was always very humorous. And I really wonder.
I'm the comic relief of the show.
Well, no, it wasn't just you. It was like Daniel correcting you on how to say German words and all kinds of things that were a lot of fun. So anyway, I just wanted to say too how much I appreciate I appreciate Daniel being my coach. I learned a ton from that experience, and all of the time these coaches have put in is just remarkable.
Yeah, but I mean, thanks very much for those kind words, Neil. Really appreciate that. However, I would say that also, in the commentary, I think people watching can see how often that we're making mistakes, because this is a long day, and golly, if we're making mistakes from the comfort of our
especially
home,
Daniel, obviously, not me.
Yeah, absolutely. I was making loads of mistakes, and that's normal because chess is difficult, and it's the end of a long day, and this is just quick online chess, and everyone makes mistakes. And actually, I think you're right, Neil. The standard has actually been really high in a lot of these games, and then we see, like the shenanigans we had in this game at the end with the opposite color bishops, where black makes a very sneaky move, b5, basically relying on the fact that white was pre-moving, and suddenly that b pawn snuck through right for a touchdown. So yeah, there's all kinds of weird things go on with online chess, which well,
I would say kudos to realizing. Yeah, kudos for realizing that you could sack that pawn and still be a draw, because it would have been a draw even if he captured it, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's stone cold draw, but it's just a sneaky bit of gamesmanship. I mean, completely legitimate.
Yeah. Well,
but he was relying on the fact that white was pre-moving because they were going right down to the wire with the time. That's what it was about.
Yeah. So I will say
the clock is a weapon.
Clock is a weapon, absolutely.
Clock is a weapon, and it's all fair in chess and war. I would say also huge shout out to all the winners, because I can't really imagine how much pressure there was to play all those games one after another, including a lot of them having to play tie breaks. It's incredible the stamina that these people showed to win, and we'll talk about it for next year, Kurt, but you got to really want it to win this thing, because think about how many games and how much pressure there was, and one mistake and that's the game, and so it's really, really impressive. All the winners. I'm so
I didn't play any chess,
appreciative of you guys.
I mean, I didn't play any chess, but look at the amount of coffee I consumed just sitting there trying to commentate. I have a newfound respect for chess commentary, world championships that sometimes last even longer than this. I mean, it's a heck of a job to stay sharp and to try to peel away the layers of chess that are happening. But fortunately, we had you with us, Daniel, to elucidate and explain all these things. And like Neil said, you brought a lot of things to life and explained in a wonderful way. And so thankful for you to have joined us and to sat down with us to give us those lessons. In fact, I think a lot of the players can probably watch this stream again and take notes. And there's so much gold in the commentary already for everybody who's played.
Let's hope it was gold. And not something cheap and tinny.
Yeah. What's your favorite tactic of the tournament?
I'm sorry. Before you go there, Garrett, let me just say.
Either one, but Neil, go ahead. The tactic's not so important.
Yeah, we'll get to the tactic in a second. I just wanted to say, because I did what you guys did, but for 2 days for the qualifiers. 2 days of commentary, and it is grueling. I wanted to thank Solveig, also known as Rookie Redhead, for being my commentary partner during the qualifiers for 2 days in a row, because we basically did 10 hours, 5 hours a day, and huge shout out to her for doing that. As far as tactics, Daniel, what was your favorite?
Well, actually, it was Leican's game. Absolutely brilliant, because he was going for a checkmating attack in the endgame. I mean, a lot of pieces were still on the board, but there were moments when he could have cashed in, and he maintained the pressure by bringing his last piece into the game. He brought all his pieces into the party. And yeah, that for me was the most impressive. Some beautiful tactics. And it ended up, instead of, winning a measly pawn, which I was trying to do, some technical endgame win, instead he kept the tension and ended up winning a big fat rook and the game shortly after. So that was my favourite.
Nice. Neil, did you have one?
Yeah, not one that sticks out. So Garrett, how about you?
Yeah, I think there was a game where we didn't see it, Daniel, but then we ended up seeing it in the end, where the queen took on e5, and
on d5 and knight f6. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah,
was it Hadel Davidson's
yes,
game?
I saw
don't
that.
remember exactly.
Short and sweet. Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, that was a very strong tactic. That can go in a tactics book anytime. In any case. Hey guys, we probably need to wrap it up because we went over time. There were a lot of tiebreak games. It's been a long stream. I loved seeing all the positivity in the chat, everybody hanging out, people sharing their stories, and I really enjoyed watching all the players from all over the world playing each other in this first inaugural ChessPunks Champs Final. I'll pass the mic one more time to you, Neil. Do you have any last words or things you want to share?
I want to say there were so many people behind the scenes I know at Chessable and Chess.com that helped make this happen. And for all those people who are not in front of the camera but are doing all the heavy lifting for us, I will say thank you to all of them.
Shout out team. Woo! Daniel, any last words? Any final thoughts?
Just really nice to be connected with this ChessPunks community. Simple as that. Really nice to meet new people. And yeah, I think it's just been great fun to do that, basically.
I don't have anything to add, really. Thank you all so much for watching. Neil, thank you so much for reaching out to us and setting this up. I know the ChessPunks community is super thankful for you bringing this community together. Daniel, thank you once again for taking all of my bad chess advice and for being a great commentator. And thank you, team, for making this broadcast a really fun show. Bye, everybody. Signing off from the first ChessPunks Champs, and hopefully we'll see you next year.